Lifestyle interviewer in Africa. How you doing? Congratulations on your 50,000 subs. How do you feel?
50 million?
Yeah.
Not 50,000.
Okay, 50 million. Really?
Yeah.
You work so hard. Happy birthday to you. How old are you today?
21.
Jesus Christ. And you look so healthy and strong. Sorry, when did you start this? When did you start?
What?
When did you start this? When did you start? How did you start? How did you start it? How did you start?
15.
So, I know people make just of you when you started. Now you are going global. So, how do you feel where you are today?
Pardon?
How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yes, you're welcome.
I feel good.
All right. Thank you so much. Happy birthday.
You're welcome to the live stream. How are we doing
I
today?
appreciate my way.
I hope
Just
we are
because
doing
you're popular from
very
asking
well.
stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, that's massive, does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farms him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to
You're
watch
welcome.
the shamelessness of the Nigerian people.
Welcome
Another
to the
clip
live
that
stream.
filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
Oh, so is it?
Listen, brother.
Bro.
Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy. I made it.
Hold on.
School is not a scam because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. Men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, I mean intense poverty, a lack of class amongst the so-called social elites, and just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
Well, interesting. This is what we want to talk about today. We indeed want to really highlight the events that took place not quite long. There's this guy called IShowSpeed. IShowSpeed is a popular YouTube sensation. And yeah, let me bring the picture up for us to really relate with. IShowSpeed, it's a very popular figure on YouTube. He's got over 15 million subscriber. You can see him. That is IShowSpeed there. And of course, in the world of streaming, we now live in the world of streaming, and IShowSpeed happens to be one of the sensation in the streaming industry. And of course, he has visited Nigeria. Of course, not just Nigeria, he's having a global tour and he's in Africa, and he has been in quite a number of African countries. And yeah, so it's the turn of Nigeria to really host him. And of course, it has come with so many comments. So many people are commenting about the development that took place after he had visited Nigeria, or during his visit in Nigeria. if you were to call it that. So it's important that we highlight it and we use it to educate our listeners. Pretty much, it's important we look into matters like this and use it to form a basis where we educate our people, because these are trendy issues that we can really use to educate our audience on Liberation Charts and Civic Space Movement Radio. It's important that we use this as a means of reaching out to the people. I think this current video on the screen would let us hit the ground running pretty much. So let's take a listen.
How old are you today? You are in Africa. How you doing? Congratulations on your 50,000 subs. How do you feel?
50 million.
Yeah.
Not 50,000.
Okay, 50 million. Really?
Yeah.
You work so hard. Happy birthday to you. How old are you today?
21.
Jesus Christ. And you look so healthy and strong. Sorry, when did you start this? When did you start?
What?
When did you start this year? When did you start? How did you start, Bob? How did you start it? How did you start?
15.
So, I know people make just of you when you started. Now is you are going global. So, how do you feel where you are today?
Pardon?
How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yes.
I feel good.
All right. Thank you so much. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
God bless you. All right. Okay.
Ice cream for my way. Move.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
Oh, so is it?
Listen,
Bro.
Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy. I made it.
Hold on.
School is not a scam, because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. Men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, "Oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa," after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, intense poverty, a lack of class amongst the so-called social elites, and just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
I think this commentator has said it all, but we just want to highlight it. We want to broaden the scope and basically show our people the importance of building a society of elites who can give us the kind of optics that would basically that we can be proud of. These current elites, these current so-called celebrities, you guys have made dumb people, popular. You have made dumb people popular, and that is the mildest way that I can put it. You guys have made very, very terrible people who cannot represent you well. You have made them popular. And of course, we want to highlight the importance of basically paying attention to, brilliance, intelligence, And it has shown yesterday, all right, when IShowSpeed, a YouTube sensation who is basically going around African countries, he's been going from one African country to the other. And of course, the Nigerian reality hits home. All right. What your government have been trying to package, all right, was exposed yesterday when IShowSpeed visited, or perhaps came to Lagos, Nigeria. So, and you would see that we have a lot to do. We have so much homework that we have to do. Kindly subscribe if you have not done that. If you have not followed us, please do all of those homework. If you like content like this, encourage us by following, subscribing. That way we would be encouraged to do more of contents like this. Because ordinarily, one of the problem is that we have paid attention and we have rewarded morons. And yesterday, the thing really show where we're. It show where we say, there's so much to be done. So much to be done in terms of those that you make popular. All right, we have pretty much made very terrible people popular, and of course, it will not come without any form of consequence. And I can see someone joining us from the inside the studio. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Steve Taylor, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to always have us discuss these issues like this of national importance. And please, Swaz, I can see your comment, Dr. Swaz. Please check our timeline. You would see a link, or perhaps let me send you the link personally. All right. Please check the timeline of Liberation Chat. You see the link. We actually quoted this particular live stream, and we actually posted the link on it for as many as those that want to join us live in the studio, just like Mr. Steve. But while we get that one sorted, let's welcome Mr. Steve as we actually discuss this very important issue of national importance, because this is the image of Nigeria, basically. And the visit of IShowSpeed highlights some of the, dirty linen that the ruling elites, the Nigerian government, have been trying to cover. And of course, we want to showcase it. We want to bring it to the open. Let's take a listen to this soundbite one more time as I pass the mic to Mr. Steve. One more time, please.
50 million.
Yeah.
Not 50,000.
Okay, 50 million. Really?
Yeah.
You work so hard. Happy birthday to you. How old are you today?
21.
Jesus Christ. And you look so healthy and strong. Sorry, when did you start this? When did you start?
What?
When did you start this year? When did you start? How did you start, Bob? How did you start it? How did you start?
15.
So, I know people make jest of you when you started now. If you are going global. So, how do you feel where you are today?
Because you're popular from asking.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay. I appreciate my way. Move.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
So is it?
Listen,
Bro.
Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy. I made it.
Hold on.
School is not a scam because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies, men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, I mean intense poverty, a lack of class amongst the so-called social elites, and just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, to our guest in the studio, Mr. Steve, I think by now you have a good grasp of what the discourse is going to be all about. And of course, you must have heard of the visit of this YouTube sensation. I think he reached 50 million views after visiting Lagos, Nigeria. So what would be your comments? Seeing the expose of Speed's visit to Nigeria, the culture of begging, the realities of our so-called celebrities hovering around him, trying to, basically use him to chase clout and all of these things. What would be your comments generally as far as this recent development is concerned? We'll pass the mic to you, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Well done, sir.
From my home view, in Nigeria, there are a lot of things going on.
If you can move a little bit closer to your microphone, sir.
Okay.
So that we can enjoy. Yes. It's better now, yeah.
In this country, there are a lot of things going on, most especially to our celebrity. So we have illiterate celebrity in Nigeria. The majority of our celebrity in Nigeria, they are illiterate. If you mention that, thank God you show the video clip of Pella right now. There are a lot of them like that. In another angle, our leaders, they force people to be poor. It's like they don't want us to be liberated. So you understand? Because of our mentality also. There are a lot of graduates today that they're supposed to support a young sharp. They're supposed to help a young sharp into government, but they believe in what they will derive or what they will get instantly from those they call experienced politicians, which are criminals. Do you understand? If you talk, hello.
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, in this country we need a lot of things, a lot of orientation, so that these guys, we youth, we are the majority, we are the victim. We need to sensitize the people that it is not once you start begging people before you can make it. So you understand? Know your rights, do the right thing, do what you're supposed to do. If you vote in the right people, tomorrow you will not beg on the street. We have a lot of fool in the corridors of power because of our mistake. So if we continue like that, our youth will keep begging all the time. Do you understand my point now? Hello?
Yes, absolutely. I understand your point very well, very well.
So we need
Would
to
that be all,
change.
sir? Okay.
We, we, we need people uh, that will make other people that will come out to sensitize others so that this kind of life we will not continue embarrassing ourselves in outside country. You know, people from other countries they are watching this. You know, we are in the global village. People from other countries are watching all these clips, and they will keep making jest of Nigerians. So you understand? We need to change our orientation. That's my point.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. There is indeed needs to be an orientational change. If there is any grammar like that, we have to change our orientation. There is this mindset to always rip off the influence of people, um basically cash cruise, or basically trying to we don't have this self-confidence in ourselves, the level of self-respect. We don't really have self-respect in Nigeria. You know, our level of self-respect is very, very much very low. All right. And look at Pella. Pella, for example, is a big name in the streaming industry in Nigeria. In fact, in Africa, is one of the biggest. All right. I don't see any reason why Pella should be chasing after speed. I don't see any reason why. It's from a place of low self-esteem. And of course, even if you guys have to do something together, all right, you'll have done that, make provision, or perhaps reach out to the team of iSpeed, introduce yourself. I'm one of the biggest streamer in Africa, and well, I heard that you're coming to my crib. I heard you are coming to my city. How can we make it work? It has to be a dignified, but they don't have that kind of culture. It's because how they got to fame. If you look at the likes of Pella, this is the exact way that he got popular. Going about trying to cause commotion, chaos. No self belief, or perhaps believe in yourself and grow a platform. Is on they believe in groveling, begging. You can see him, despite being one of the largest streamer in Africa. You can see him begging, begging. What is it called? This guy, IShowSpeed. That guy. I've been chasing you around for quite a number of days. You know, let's do something together. Despite having that much clout, I think it is quite disappointing. And of course, it shows the level of mentality of our so-called elite. Because let's face it, Pella should be, based on his numbers, based on his clout, should be one of the elite entertainers, streamers in Africa. And he should have had the kind of and if you look at it very well, it's of the same age range between himself and IShowSpeed. And you can see how IShowSpeed comports himself, how he was basically concerned about meeting with the ordinary people in Nigeria. He was not even open to meet with all of the celebrities, guys. And it showed in the way he comport himself. He was relating with the street ordinary people. All right. But as our so-called celebrities would do it, they are basically pushing themselves to him. They want to really, really make themselves known. They want to take the whole intention of IShowSpeed is to come and just have fun in Nigeria and just relate with ordinary people. All right. But the celebrities would not, they want to really bring him closer to themselves. They want to hone the whole narrative. They want to corner him to themselves, basically, which points to a culture that I think should not be promoted. And I think he exposes the reality of being a celebrity in Nigeria. It's about milking from the clout of others, and they have figured out that if we're to be one kind of random YouTuber who does not have, fame, or does not have the numbers, they wouldn't pay attention to him. Even if he's coming from it, even if he's just doing a tour and he's just like, well, I'm getting to Nigeria for the first time, and he does not have the numbers, they would not have been running after him like that. If Pella knew that IShowSpeed had maybe like 130K followers or subscriber on YouTube, I don't think he would be using horses to be running after IShowSpeed like that. But because he has figured out that IShowSpeed has 50 million followers, 50 million, I can actually reap from this. I can milk from this, support base and use it to grow my own platform. That is the whole idea. And of course, you now begin to ask, why would we be having this kind of mentality, or how can we begin to have a culture of growing our own platform, believing in ourselves, self-respect. Self-respect is very, very important. Very, very. Because otherwise, embarrassing moments like this would have been avoided. Embarrassing moments. Of course, these things must be happening for us to be able to see the reality of Nigeria. So when you tell people about the reality of Nigeria, many would not really believe. They would doubt it. And coming from the comments I'm seeing from the YouTube, this comment says, from the African Wahala, big shout out to you, African Wahala. Thank you so much for always being consistently staying glued to us on Movement Radio, Civic Space. Our youths, both rich and poor, mostly have low self-esteem and believe they have to worship other people to rise up. This is what they manifest in every aspect of life, including politics. Wow, this is very, very deep. This is deep. And I think I need to read it again. Coming from, and the comments on the screen, I've already put it on the screen for those that want to follow me as I read along. Our youths, according to African Wahala, our youths, both rich and poor, mostly have low self-esteem and believe they have to worship other people to rise. This is what they manifest in every aspect of their lives, including politics. And of course, it is what it is in Nigeria. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's pass the mic. We welcome the presence of our very own mobilizer. We call him our class captain. He's always been gathering us together, trying to make sure that we maintain the momentum of basically keeping the Nigerian people, informed and giving them the right kind of choice to make politically, and of course society, in our everyday societal living. All right, we'll respect him so much. Comrade Swaz, we are honored to have you join us in today's live stream. You're welcome. Are you there, Comrade Swaz? Greetings to you. Good evening from this side of things. Comrade Swaz, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear. You're welcome to the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm at work, but I said, today I must come. And this, the hottest live stream, the hottest revolutionary live stream, and I should be there. You've been holding me down for so long, right? Even if it's when I just get a chance to speak, I will speak. Well done, well done. With regards what happened yesterday, the show of shame for these cloud chasers that happened yesterday. I know you can't shame the shameless, but they are still not ashamed. You saw how many times Pella was trying to gain attention of Speed. There was even a third and I think the fourth one that happened again when OGB Curtis was trying to introduce Kelly Speed to give him a listening ear. And the bouncer just shoved the OGB Curtis aside, telling him pictures on the no talk, right? And these are the people that a lot of Nigerians look up to. Do you understand how I observe this? That these are the people who influence. So the people who influence the thoughts of many youths, many Nigerians, right, are not even relevant. they are so empty, right? That me, for example, I'm not really moved by speed. For example, if I saw speed, if I see hear that speed is passing, of course I will just walk past like this. None of it. I'm not even interested. You understand, right? So for someone like that to be an idol, right? To be somebody that these so-called influencers are so desperate to meet that they don't even have dignity in the first place, but they would even not even consider their own self-esteem and dignity to just try to meet, and even the humiliation, right? The humiliation. And you know why this is crazy, is that they're doing this for money. Because if behind the reason they are doing this, right, or behind the money is clout, views, relevance, watch time. That's what they are doing this for. And what does all these things mean? Is money, right? Now, the people who should be influencing us, right, should be people who are doing what they are doing, not for money, right, but for something, a purpose that is significant, right? If, for example, I see somebody who is so-called an influencer, right, and this person is a revolution. Now let's even talk about Fela, for example, right? Fela is a big influence, right? And these are the kind of persons who should be influencing, because what they represent is our collective interest. What they say, what they do, right, is for the benefit of us as a people. So if these persons are influencing, Comrade Sheon, big shout out. I'm so sorry. Big shout out to Steve Taylor. Respect, respect. Comrade Sheon Ayelara, you're welcome. So if somebody like Fela, right, is influencing, you know the kind of influence he will have on the society because of what he represents. But if you have somebody who's an influencer and the only thing he represents is money, is clout and things like, because behind the clout, the reason they chase the clout and do what they do is to get paper, the dollars that will pay them for their live stream and things like that. That is the only reason, right? Many of them don't even have passion for the so-called live stream. At least for maybe for the IShowSpeed, you can say, okay, this person has passion. He has been doing it from when he was young, right? So I can respect his passion. But many of these are streamers who have moved from, they've moved from live, they've moved from doing skip, and they just keep chasing the paper. It's a pity that people are being influenced by people's who only goal is personal wealth, not even wealth, personal cash, because it doesn't even categorize as cash as a wealth, right? So you know that we're in trouble, and it's no longer a surprise why the society is the way it is, because these are the people who say things. And was it which day what's it called? Pella was having thousands of people on his live stream, but those who are speaking about things that would actually push us as a society, Omo Chinwe Ayilara will be dropping gems. Liberation chart, you are moving from place to place, you are dropping gems, right? Even Shehu Kuti self, Baba go dey talk for life, they talk about things yet to come, they open our eyes. But how many people on his life? Maybe 100, 100 and something, and things like that, right? So I would have said, oh, I love what happened yesterday. The crazy thing is that it will still not be an eye opener. You would expect that something like this would be an eye opener. Yeah, it still would not be an eye opener, unfortunately. My highlight of yesterday, to be honest with you, was there was a girl, sorry, not a girl, a woman, right, who Speed walked up to. See, this motherfuckers, they're trying to gain Speed's attention. Speed was trying to gain the girl's attention. Speed walked up to the guy and was like, "Oh, you're recording me. I just noticed that you saw me. You didn't even say anything to me, but you've been recording." And the girl was like, she didn't even say. People said, "Oh, she was shy. She just didn't say anything. She just greeted Speed." And the moment Speed turned, she turned and walked away. She didn't she didn't say, "Oh my goodness," Speed and things like that, right? People say, "Oh, she was shy." I was like, this is somebody who has self-respect and dignity. It's not shyness, it's dignity. Somebody who is well brought up, in my own opinion, right? But beyond that, I think these are so-called influencers. They lack dignity, they lack self-respect. they, after all, they've made most of the money they make, and money is God to them. They've made it from carry do, right? They've made it from losing away all dignity, doing whatever needs to be done to get money, because money is the most important to them. So it's not surprising when they keep fooling themselves like that, right? So it's not surprising at all. I will stop here. I'll stop here for now. I would always ensure to call time to time.
Thank you very much indeed, Comrade Swaz. Thank you, and of course, you have really shed so much light on the subject matter. You know, IShowSpeed is an internet sensation who visited Lagos not quite long. I think day before yesterday, or perhaps yesterday. I wouldn't know, but it's. I just saw it on in the trend, and I decided to just say, let's highlight this. Let's see what we can learn from this. One or two things, and of course, there are indeed lessons to be learned here. You know, and of course, what actually captivated me from what you said, Dr. Swaz, is the fact that they are indeed Nigerians, or maybe this girl that you're talking about, or this lady you're talking about, just happened to be because she's an ordinary Nigerian, and she's not really well. And the ordinary mindset also determine what you would do when you become big, anyway. And I agree with you for that. That culture of self-respect is not common. And of course, the fact that the lady reflected that self-respect is something that should be the highlight. But if you look at the internet right now, you would rarely see such video trend. It is the video of when Pella, or perhaps this other guy, the strongest man in Africa, when he was trying to impress IShowSpeed. Now in the trend, you never see the one that paints the picture of self-respect, paints the picture of having the sort of dignity, when you are around the so-called popular ones, right? But you also always have the one that will, picture worshiping, picture sensation. That is the one that trends, But well, it is what it is. And of course, IShowSpeed has 50 million. It even reached that hallmark. It was around 49 million subscribers on YouTube before he stepped his foot in Nigeria. But after a brief Nigeria sensational, paparazzi, he reached the hallmark of 50 million subscribers on YouTube. So it's important. This is the person that they're talking about. I think just to give Commission a brief rundown of what we are talking about. This guy's name is called IShowSpeed. IShowSpeed visited Nigeria not quite long, and you just can see how the Nigerian so-called celebrities were droving around him, and he also paints the picture of the culture, one of the most saddest culture and the culture reflects, the reality of our economy, or perhaps how our people have been basically impoverished. All right, let me play a particular sound bite. So maybe perhaps it will give Commission a more context to this issue that we are of national interest, because our youths paid attention to this particular development. So do we. We also have to pay attention to it. Let's take a listen.
How do you feel?
50 million.
Yeah.
Not 50,000.
Okay, 50 million. Really?
Yeah.
You work so hard. Happy birthday to you. How old are you today?
21.
Jesus Christ. And you look so healthy and strong. Sorry, when did you start this? When did you start?
What?
When did you start this year? When did you start? How did you start it? How did you start?
15.
So, I know people make just of you when you started. Now you are going global. So, how do you feel where you are today?
Pardon?
And mind you, this person interviewing him is considered one of the most popular interviewer in Africa. All right, and he's a Nigerian, and this was what he could. These are the questions. These are the kind of question he could ask this young man. Let's keep listening.
I feel good.
All right. Thank you so much. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
God bless you. All right.
Ice cream for my boy.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farms him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
So is it?
Listen, brother.
Bro.
Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy.
School is not a scam because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. Men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, "Oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa," after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, I mean intense poverty, a lack of class amongst the so-called social elites, and just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
What's your comments? And a big welcome to you, the African Wahala. Thank you so much for always joining. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, comrade.
Let me pass the mic to Shiwailara first. And of course, let's get your reaction. I think you already got the gist now, having played all of these videos. What would be your comments with this current development of things? And what would be your recommendation going forward?
Can you hear me, comrades?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay. I greet all comrades in the house, I greet comrade Liberation Chat, the host, for constantly showing up. I greet African Wala, comrade. I greet you especially. I also. Then I greet comrade Swaz, Dr. Swaz, you're right from the busy schedule to be available for studio session, from one studio to the other. Studio where he saves lives and where he also saves lives, in actual sense of it, so big ups to comrades in the house, Africa Wala, big ups to you, I guess the reason why Liberation Chat is taking all the time to explain iShow for me is because you probably feel like I'm not in tune with iShow. I probably might not know who iShow is. I'm not that outdated. I don't follow the trends anyway, but I'm not that outdated. I know iShow.
Yeah. Your affiliation or your love for football should have exposed you to IShowSpeed. Yeah, that's true.
So in a way,
I miscalculated there. Yeah, I miscalculated.
I noticed that let me not set my comrade up. If I don't know iShow, I like that. Yeah, so I've come in contact with iShow before. One of the first things that I realized, just like the commentator, the last person that was running a commentary, that when you check iShow visits across every other part in Africa, He had been to the Xhosa community of South Africa. He had been to the South region of Africa. He had been to the southern eastern region of Africa. He just finished his short visit to Morocco. He was at Morocco in the Nation League. And even before this time, because, you just realize that when it gets to the noisiest of the environment, because Lagos is the busiest and people consider busy as being productive. They consider running as being productive. They consider noise as making sense. And there is a huge difference between noise and sense. You can be cloud for because you are the noisiest person in the room, but that does not mean or equate to sense. And I think, of course, these guys have believed their shit so much. They are high on their shit so much that they now believe it. Unfortunately, but it's not also their fault. What educational programs do we have in Africa, in Nigeria? What educational programs is our idiot leaders setting up for these children? These children practically would make it in spite and despite the realities of things. They would do shady badabala on social media. They would undignify themselves. They will, in the sense of it, undignify others too, just to make bar and do. So what do you think that kind of people would do? So, because the analysis of this guy was actually very correct. And if you look at some of our brothers in the Eastern African region, what they are celebrating about IShow is different. Is that he's coming to showcase African culture. Is coming into Africa to reveal the truth about Africa. And he has testimonies to this, to the fact that a lot of our brothers who were enslaved during the cross-Atlantic slavery who didn't know that Africans are even bigger, that Africa is a continent to start with, because they have also been miseducated about Africa, that they have been sold lies to, that Africa is a shithole country. Just imagine a president of a nation calling a country in Africa, the largest, most populated black nation in the world, a shithole country. So majority of our brothers in the diasporas have believed these lies. So when IShow, being the biggest streamer on YouTube, started coming to, or one of the biggest streamers, started coming to Africa, it was about exposing the truth about Africa. So when you look at some of his videos, you will see that when he went to South Africa community, he didn't stay in the metropolis. There was no point. He went as deep as meeting the social community where culture, the original true self of African people, can be discovered. But for people to get to that point, to take their best or one of their best down to their roots, that means they must have the knowledge of their roots. But are you going to demand that even the day where I don't want to mock my ancestors, I am the best, they have to compete, Nisha. These idiots have to compete. I'm the best. I'm the most influential lifestyle interviewer. See question.
That guy.
See question. Would you grab it? I saw the video.
When did you start? Whoa. When did you start? Whoa.
The guy is saying Jesus. He's saying Jesus. You guys speak what? If I say you don't realize things are like 39. No, I see that's where the wrong follow.
This is a pity for us.
No. And this is where these motherfuckers trainers, because there is no model in Nigeria. These idiots are not playing a role. They are not educating the young ones. For some of us that have started the exposure, because we didn't start the exposure of knowing some of our brothers in diaspora today, or we, even in my profession, the day Zuckerberg was coming to Nigeria, it came directly to where I was using as a office before, co-working CC hall, co-working space. I was there. I didn't go to office that day. I didn't want to associate with such persons. And besides, it's even it's a shame that somebody that you call from external would have to measure you. Because if you, and this is my analysis is that if you are a local champion, like a street champion, you are competing within your street. The best of your exploits that you will compete about, let's say if you are living in a compound and you are competing with your neighbors, the best of your competition will be, have you seen my room? Have you been to my room? But the moment you are exposed a bit and your influence cross across not just your immediate compound, but to your street, the conversation will now be, have you seen our house? So your bragging right will be our house, not my room. Not that you have you been to my room. So I cannot afford for my house to be dirty, to be looking dirty in that sense. By the time you now get to some level of influence, and let's say they now know you across a local government, maybe first 3 streets, your bragging right will no longer be, have you seen our house? It will not be, have you seen our street? Our street is the most cleanest in this local government. Our street is the most organized in this local government. Our street is the most equipped in terms of health, medical in this local government. By the time you now cross the influence of local government into senatorial districts, it will no longer be, the competition will no longer be, have you seen our street? The competition will now be, have you seen my senatorial district? Because the responsibility now is that, have you been to Mushi local government? That's where I'm from. Have you been to Mushi local government? Do you see how organized it is? I wanted to say how disorganized because it's actually disorganized. But have you seen how organized the environment is? So by the time you now cross to state level, it's the same way. Your national level, you are no longer bragging about 1 or 2 few streets. You are now bragging about state. The responsibility to develop your state now vested on you. By the time you now cross to continental level, let's say in Africa, the bragging right will now be, have you seen Nigeria? So by the time you now cross international, it will no longer be, have you seen Nigeria? It will now be, have you seen the continent of Africa? Have you seen how developed we are? But guess what? Because there is a mismanagement of resources, both human and otherwise, we never get a chance to cross the path of just room. People are still dragging about room, and they see they are influential. The most stupidest of all the so-called oligarchs and socialites or elites that we call in this country only brags about room. Motherfuckers brag about room. This idiot, these are complete idiots. They don't even brag about streets. But for you to organize streets, do you know the organization that must happen? That's why there is no functional local government that is working in this country. None that we can say that none. Because even in Redeem Camp, have you been to Redeem Camp before? It's a slum. All of them carve out slum for themselves. They carve out slum as if it's a degree of metal. The only thing they can boast of is room. Some of us are tired. Our influence don't cross that path since. So we know that we will be judged by how IShow have been treated even from the airport. even with the traffic that he had to experience, he will be judged. Because it's part of our house. It's part of how we are being perceived. Even from the interactions with these idiots, this minute idiot, we will be judged. That is this our best. Because if noise is ever included for strength, I sure would think that this is our best. And how can we even say that this is not our best? How can we say that the likes of Pella, with the numbers they are showing on TikTok, the likes of the wet mouth, what is his name? With the madness they are displaying on TikTok, the likes of Ebubu, have you seen this? Say this is massive, baby. Massive, baby. Exploiting our women for views and likes. Can you say this? Can you say this? There's work to be done. There's work to be done. And the work to be done is not building buildings. It's not building buildings. This is where some of these idiots have failed. This is where Kumuyi has failed. This is where Oyedepo has failed. This is where Adeboye has failed. This is where Obasanjo has failed. They have built buildings, but they have failed to build humans. And you cannot sustain building without building human. Have you forgotten? Ọmọ tí a kò kọ́ yóò gbé létà kọ́tà. Kò ń ṣe létà kọ́ nìkan ló máa gbé tà because he is our biological father. See, what people do not get in that proverb, let me first translate it for some of our brothers that are not from the part of Africa that I am from. The proverb in itself says that a child that we have failed to train will eventually, put up what we have built for years, something close to legacy, will sell it for cheap. But in this case, you would have thought that the only person who can sell it will be your biological children. No. They will claim what belongs to your biological children. They will slap them out of it and collect it. Is that not what Wike is doing now? Or you think Wike they will beat them, they will beat the shit out of them. Is that what Tinubu has been doing in Lagos? Is that not what is still continuing in Makoko? They will beat them out of it. If you think it's only your children that will sell it, you don't even know what you are talking about. Who are the people selling us for cheap? I say Aisho have only been taken, and that guy is right, that Aisho is interested in meeting the people. But guess what? The victim of the oppression, who have envisioned their life to be one day, that they want to be like the oppressor. Because the motivation for these boys, I call them boys, these are boys. The motivation for these boys are the boys they are seeing, who never grow old, the likes of that Dino idiot Milai, who never grow. These are the mentors. These are the people they are looking forward to. They do not know that Dino is a stupid idiot who has nothing to share upstairs, and the only thing he has to show is how much money he has stolen from us that he can buy it from, that he can buy whiteness from. So no matter the age, they want to be boys. These guys are not tired of being boys. So it's not they are inconsequential in the things. They are victims. They are consequence of the situation, and we should be ready to have consequences of the situation, just like we are having the consequence of the situation with insecurities with the Boko Haram, because not be everybody can't do idiotic behavior like they are doing. on social media. Some will take it with violence, but they will take it. So if you think that your lack of our shortcoming in training people only has to do, the consequence will only come from your biological children, and you think that because you have trained your own biological children, that means they will not say what you have built called legacy. You are deceiving yourself. You don't even know what will be for you. This is enough reason for somebody to change his country. Really, what just happened is enough reason to want to change. See how I should be looking. He's looking in like, what is he talking about? And I said, no, see, the guy don't go African places. So not Nigeria, say this Nigeria, this noise, the idea that we have mistaken noise, numbers for sense, they deceive us. Oh, when you're alone, that is if the people have sense. Not in Nigeria, where vast majority of them are into one Abrahamic religion or the other, that is taking their sense from them, that is locking people's sense away. That is if they have sense. And it's Nigeria because it is the most uninformed places in Africa. Now only Nigerians will go there say slavery had happened to us. We go say tell them God Otishele now. Let's not be discussing about slavery because they are uninformed. What if religion by I have a theory that, and this is why I don't argue. I don't drag anything with any idiots. Because the people's brain are not with them. The people who control their brain are not in the room, especially for the religious. Once they will be talking out of bounds. I show he's even talking about following, and he said it's a lifestyle. I said, well, me, I'm not disappointed. I said I was watching a reality show one day, and a major artist, she's a female artist. If I mention her name, you will know her. Even though I don't remember her name, but she's popular. She said, while she was giving remarks for performance that someone had done, she said, I wish that this put food on your table. On a national TV, that the best of talent, of our interaction with our talent, is to be able to put food on our table. No. And these are celebrities. No. Want to call it, you know.
Yeah. Why you take a breather to really go for the next session? Because I know you still have a lot to say. You have a great deal.
So let me just give an hint into the next session.
Okay.
Why this is different from, because this is not new. Muhammad Ali brought the former world bout to Africa, Zaire. And when he brought it to Zaire, there was an intention behind it. It's called the Battle of the Rambo. It's a major history. And it was in protest.
Rumble in the jungle. Rumble in the jungle.
Thank you. Rumble in the jungle. It was a protest. Kwame Ture, formerly Stokika Michael, made the decision to come back to Africa. Bob Marley, in his prime, came to Africa to perform for free and do free show, even when it was stated that Africans might not be able to pay him. He came. The list goes on, but I want to remember another one before. I just want to give an hint. I will give an hint into the year they came. into why they came, into the purpose that was able to do, and how Africans keep betraying the Africans in diasporas that are willing to take up the mantle, because there is a struggle. Now only you abandon that struggle. Africans have not abandoned the struggle. Now only you, these petty bourgeois, these idiots with no money, no reference, nothing, no respect, no dignity, where we dey hail up and down, uselessness in the form of human being. Even from the way I dey talk, you go know say I no rate them. Because how can you be functioning as a human and rate this idiot? So Stokely Michael came, Kwame Ture came, Bob Marley came. These were in their prime. Muhammad Ali, formerly called Cassius Clay, came to Africa. Which other person? I want to remember other person. Maybe when I come back, I will remember. So I will state some of the reasons why they came. What were they hoping to achieve, and were they able to achieve it? Were they not disappointed the same way some of these idiots have been disappointed? IShowSpeed. Let me pause there. Thank you. Back to you, comrade.
Thank you very much. Comrade Ilara. What a way to get started. And I think to all our viewers, you are in for a very long ride of so much educational content that you can learn from as a result of this recent development of IShowSpeed visiting Nigeria. We want to extract as much lessons from it as possible. And of course, Commission has given us the context that this is not the first time people are visiting us in Africa, of course, and of course we should be able to project Africa in the best, purest sense of it. But it seems as though that quality has reduced over time, and we would dip into the reason why that quality have reduced. We will also take a look at the reasons why our people have changed. The attitude of the African people now that we are now carried away by fame, by clout, by we just want to really pursue relevance and also sensation. These are the things that stimulate us now. How did we get here? As we pass the mic to the African Wahala. Thank you for having for coming to this discussion once again. You have always been very, very supportive, from commenting, subscribing to everything. Generally, we salute your gallantry, Comrade African Wahala, and we are honored to have you once again to give us some perspective to the visit of IShowSpeed to Nigeria and to Africa, because let's face it, this is an African tour. He has been to Kenya, to Ethiopia, I understand, and some other African countries. But it seems as though in his African tour, Nigeria is a big highlight. So let's have it, Comrade African Wahala.
Thank you so much, Comrade Liberation Chat. Thank you for always coming together, for bringing us together to have these conversations, to extract as much lessons as possible. Thank you, Comrade Swaz. Comrade Swaz was the one that brought me into the AAC, and I thank you for that. Although it hasn't been fully possible to, financially contribute in some certain ways because of my location, but I know that will be figured out. Thank you so much, Comrade Seun Ayilara. Such a wonderful educational guy. He's always dropping gems. You can tell Seun Ayilara has read so many books because the man has deep knowledge. He's like OIA. They both have so much intelligence. And when they are speaking, I learn. I
I just have to listen and learn. You know, I don't have to disagree with 100% of what they say, but I learn for the most part, and I appreciate you, my dear comrade Shiwayi Lara. And shout out to OIA, wherever OIA is. I respect OIA so much. So this IShowSpeed experience, first of all, let me give a major shout out to Senegal. Senegal did well when IShowSpeed was there. And for the brief introduction, I only discovered IShowSpeed in December last month. Because the guy is popular. But I discovered that guy in December and I became a fan. We are not from the same generation, but I am a fan of IShowSpeed because he seems like a genuinely good young man that is a humanist. He likes humans. He's not a clout chaser. I want to believe that he became popular just because of his nature. And he gained a lot of followers. And I'm sure most of the followers are from his generation as well. So I salute IShowSpeed for exposing different aspects of the world. The guy did a tour around the United States. He did another tour around Asia and Europe. And then he came around to Africa to do a tour. And that tour has exposed the different psychology of people around the world. How he was treated in Europe, how he has been treated so far in Africa, in South Africa, Southern Africa. Shout out to Botswana. Botswana did a good job. I watched some of his experiences in Botswana. South Africa, yeah, it is what it is. But I want to give a major shout out to Ethiopia because Ethiopia held it down. Beautiful city in Addis Ababa. Great people. Of course, they have a lot of problems. There is no perfect society in the world. But Ethiopia did us proud. And then fast forward Nigeria, the so-called giant of Africa. You know, funny thing is, I somehow, for the first time ever, I stumbled upon his live stream while he was live. And during that live stream, one of the things that he said was, "Oh, Nigeria is so big, man. Nigeria is so big, bro. It took me an hour to get from the airport to my hotel." And I was just laughing at, bro, Lagos is so tiny compared to any city in the United States of America. Lagos is like 1/10 the size of, I don't know where IShowSpeed is from, but let's assume he's from Detroit. Lagos is tiny compared to Detroit. Name any major city in the United States. Lagos is tiny in terms of the geographical size. It's an absolutely minuscule state. The entirety of Lagos State is tiny when compared to cities, not states. It's small when compared to many cities in the United States of America. But it took him 1 hour to drive from the airport to the hotel. Not because Lagos is big, it's because of the traffic. And why is there traffic in Lagos? Because the infrastructure is horrible and there is so much population in Lagos. Why is there so much population in Lagos? Because that was the headquarters of the British when they came and colonized Nigeria. And when they left, they had left infrastructure in Lagos. So people from all over Nigeria come to Lagos to settle down for economic reasons. Does that mean that Lagos is the best place to live? Absolutely not. But from an economic standpoint, maybe you have a better chance of making money in Lagos than in other regions of Nigeria. Now, let me quickly talk about the reaction of that guy's video that we were reacting to. That guy, I can't remember the name of his channel, on X. He said something about, "I'm so embarrassed. This is so embarrassing. As a Nigerian, I'm so embarrassed. Imagine these people, these celebrities." I agree with you. These celebrities are useless. The Nigerian celebrities, they are yeye British. They bring nothing to the table. They have low self-esteem. They are celebrities over poor people. It's like, listen, if you line up dwarfs, one of the dwarf is the tallest. And this is no disrespect to my dwarfs. Shout out to the dwarfs around the world. No disrespect to my dwarfs because everybody is equal. But if you line up dwarfs, one of them is going to be the tallest. The tallest among the dwarfs is still shorter than an average person. So these Nigerian politicians, celebrities, pastorpreneurs, the popular traditional worshippers, you see, the people that Nigerians naturally look up to, they are the tallest amongst dwarfs. They are still useless. Why? Because we have developed a culture as Nigerian people of worshiping other human beings. Why do we have to worship people? It has become so bad that even the biggest streamer, Pella, by the way, I don't even know Pella. I have never in my life watched any of his content. In fact, it's my own mama will be grandma. Now my mama, they watch Pella content. They tell me, oh mama, yeah Pella. I go just laugh, say, Pella. Pella. Anyways, I know a little bit about Pella. Say the guy is a streamer. But I have no interest in him because few things that I've heard him speak, I can tell this guy is empty. He has nothing to bring to the table. But at the same time, Pella, if you ever come across this video, let this be a learning opportunity for you because people can be redeemed. You are a young man. And when people are young, they make mistakes and they can grow from that mistake and become better people. So if you ever come across this video, learn to build your own self-esteem and stop talking to your followers in a disrespectful way because I believe you do that. Because that's what all you Nigerian so-called British, that's what you do. You talk to your fans in disrespectful ways because that is the Nigerian culture. A culture of I better pass my neighbor. A culture of, do you know who I am? Now, that other clown that was saying, that one that always shouts, oh, big bum bum. How the guy did TikTok ammo? That other clown that was in the yellow tank top that was asking IShowSpeed. Why? When did he start doing? That one, I bet you say that one is probably one of the slaves of Sheyi Tinubu. I don't know, but I'm assuming because you get one other guy, Lege Miami. Should that guy be Lege Miami? I don't they mix all of them up now. If you like say one guy in a Lege Miami, maybe not that guy we interview IShowSpeed. But I don't see those guys where they say that they worship Sheyi Tinubu, all in a culture of clout chasing. Now that Sheyi Tinubu, that oneself go they gompa, you go they feel like champion among poor people. Then the people where they worship Sheyi, those ones self they be celebrity. Where we say the majority of the masses they worship. I just don't get it. Even poor people have more dignity than this, bro. When you go to a country like Burkina Faso, and I didn't even discover Burkina Faso until about 5 years ago. An average Burkinabe has dignity. They might be poor, but they have self-respect. And that's why today, they are taking steps in the right direction as a country. But you see, we say we'll be Nigerians. We no get level. I'm sorry to say, no level. Even that guy's video that we were reacting to, the guy said, I'm so embarrassed. Why didn't they take IShowSpeed to Abuja? That means you too, a part of you get low self-esteem. Because I don't want IShowSpeed to go to Abuja. I want IShowSpeed to show the entire world the reality of Nigeria. And that's what I do personally. I'll gladly explain to anybody that I come across that, listen, man, we are fucked. But we have the potential to be better. But we are fucked because of so many reasons. From the political side of things, it has trickled down into society. Now the entire society has developed a culture of people worship. So it now becomes difficult for the people to make the right political choices. We are caught up in an infinite loop. We are going round and round, worshiping people, going nowhere. We are headed nowhere. That's why people in their political life, you see how they manifest. They are either worshiping the most popular politicians, they are either worshiping the most rich politicians that stole their money, that made them poor. But when a politician that is not rich, is not popular, but has morals and principles and integrity and self-dignity, they won't worship that. They won't follow that guy. They will tell you that this one no care mass, you know if you win, come on for there. Because our brain know they work again for Nigeria. I'm telling you. So I'm very, very happy that they are embarrassing themselves and they are showing the entire world. Because you see, people like me, I get YouTube channel, The African Wahala. Most of the Nigerian comments on my channel, hate. They hate me, die. They hate me because I'll tell them the truth about their lives. I'll tell them that I was also like you, but I had to train myself to stop being that way. Because I was that way too. I'm not going to lie, bro. When I was in my younger days, I used to kiss ass too, because Nigeria will train you to be an ass kisser. That's what Nigeria does to you. Nigeria will train you until you have to be kissing people's ass in order for you to take a step towards success in your life. But we have to reject that behavior. We have to reject that culture. And the younger people, you guys are now in that phase where you believe you have to kiss ass. But I'm telling you, you need to consciously suppress that behavior. All this, yes sir, good morning sir, yes sir, good morning sir. Bro, sometimes it's better for you not to get that opportunity than for you to subdue and subjugate yourself for criminals, for low lives. We saw Buhari went to the White House. Former president of Nigeria, he went to the White House to go and see Donald Trump. Trump was looking at this guy like, bro, I have no respect for this individual. Do you understand? And Buhari was just like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at Tinubu, that one that is there now. They're not even born and well making go US. Which, by the way, I'm not saying that there is a you don't need to be validated by the United States of America. Let me break this down quickly. For you as an African leader to carry yourself and go to the White House, you've already shown a level of indignity. You don't really have dignity for yourself. Let's be honest with ourselves. Because you're not going to find a true leader that will carry himself. You're not going to find the president of China or the president of Russia. You're not going to find the president of powerful countries going to the White House to go and sit down. You might find their allies, maybe the United Kingdom, France, all those guys in Europe. They might go and sit down in the White House. But we are not them. We are different. We are African people. And we've already gotten our asses kicked for the last 400 years. So we already have nothing to lose. Why should you indignify yourself, go to the White House to go and get embarrassed? True leaders wouldn't do that. We have to meet in the middle. You can't continue treating me like I am your slave, like I am your boy. And upon all the treatment, you treat me like I am your boy, we are still poor. So that has to change. But with that said, even our most popular religious leaders, traditional leaders, political leaders, celebrities, they are ass kissers. They are vulnerable. They can't even protect themselves. It's only when they come around us that they start feeling like they are big. And we need to realize that, and we need to reject it. The fact that you are a nobody, Dino Melaye, that idiot, Dino Melaye, when you get back to your constituency, when you get back to your area, you become a chairman, you start doing like this. But when you go abroad, you become a normal human being, an ass kisser to regular citizens. And we, the people of Nigeria, we need to realize these dynamics, the relationship between our so-called elites, from the celebrities to the politicians, to the traditional, to the religious, and their interaction with other people around the world. We need to stop being ass kissers. And I'm very happy this has exposed a part of our culture, because this is our culture as Nigerian people, to be human worshippers. That human worshipping culture has to go. It has to go. If it doesn't go, it's going to continue to contribute to our perpetual poverty. And if we are being honest with ourselves, everything that we have been doing as a society, it doesn't work. It's not working for us. It's detrimental to our health. That's why today we are the country with the lowest life expectancy in the world. We are also the poverty capital of the world. So if you're telling me, because a lot of you guys, your argument is, but our culture, our tradition says that we have to genuflect. How far with the genuflecting? We don't genuflect for 500 years. It ended up putting us at the poverty capital of the world. So don't you think we need to start revisiting some of those things that we've been doing? Don't you think we need to start changing some of these our behaviors? But I rest my case. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat, for bringing me to talk to the people. I appreciate you. I salute you. And keep up the good work, my dear brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The African Wahala. Ladies and gentlemen, that was fire. That was fiery. And of course, it actually highlights some of the talking points in this whole discourse. You know, we've got to have a culture of self-respect. Self-respect is very important, and of course, this is also these are lessons for our so-called celebrities, who just believe that they can actually milk or perhaps just keep genuflecting. That's genuflecting culture, submitting their entire being, making sure that someone gets all of the praises and adulation for them to really get few or easy pickings to the person's influence or the person's wealth, and of course this trickles down, to from the elites to the celebrities to the ordinary Nigerian people. We all have lessons to learn here. Really, we all have lessons to learn here. We must have the culture of self-respect, and that self-respect is not there yet. Maybe perhaps you might argue that it's all social engineering, that people behave the way they behave because of their environment. Environment determines a great deal. All right, environment determines a great deal. There's a reason why it is when it got to Nigeria that the whole theme of begging out came into the mix. The whole theme of cloud chasing now get into the mix. There's a reason why. And of course, many people will argue that it is all social engineering at play. And how do we re-engineer this sort of toxic social engineering, such that we can project Nigeria in a better light, so that we can actually learn our lessons pretty much. How do we learn our lessons? It is the reason why we are, setting up this program or broadcast, so that Nigerians can, basically come and share their wealth of knowledge, just as African Wahala did. And if you would like to do that, they are having available avenues for you to come into the studio. If you go to the X platform, the Civics, the Liberation Chats platform that we are streaming on, click on the timeline of that particular account. You see a link quoted. There is a link that quoted this particular broadcast. Just click on that link and you will be live and direct in the studio. If you are on YouTube, I am going to repost. I have posted it before. If you are on YouTube and you want to join us live, there's a link posted there for you to join us live. And if you are on Facebook, you check the comment section. You also have the link where you can join us there. And together we are 89 of us on this broadcast right now. So, and there's a lot to unpack, and we have just unpacked one particular theme of lack of self-respect. Even among the big top dogs in the streaming industry. Because let's face it, IShowSpeed is also a streamer, just like what we are doing now. But the difference is that this may be regarded as an indoor streaming exercise or activity, while the one of IShowSpeed is more on the motion, on the move with a crew. This is a lot of effort. Let's face it. For you to go about with crew members, cameramen, sound guys, IT guys that are making sure that your network is top notch. All of these things it takes effort. But the fact that our own streamer, the Pella of this world, the Egungun of this world, have by and large fall our hands. So far, so good. Let's take a look. Let's listen again to this sound, and we'll be back after this timeout. Let's take a listen.
Egungun, the most popular lifestyle interviewer in Africa. When did you start?
What?
When did you start this year? When did you start? How did you start?
15.
So I know people make just of you when you started. Now you are going global. So how do you feel where you are today?
Pardon?
How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yes.
I feel good.
All right. Thank you so much. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
God bless you. All right.
Ice cream in my way.
Move.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just...
He said from the cultural, how did he even put that? How did he worded it? I'm very
present
interested.
in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos.
Cultural normalized begging in Lagos. Cultural in Lagos? Is that really true? That there is a culture of begging in Lagos. It is very, very true, and I can say, even from the standpoint of someone who does, content on the go. All right, the last content we did with the interviews that we had, I don't know if I can pull that up now. We were asked money. All right, we were asked to pay money for us to be able to shoot or perhaps carry out, the interview. And of course, so many content creators have also been complaining about that, and there are evidence scattered everywhere to prove that this is indeed concerning. It's indeed concerning that we'll have a situation whereby, for you to really have a street interview or do a street content, you have to pay one Egbon Adugbo somewhere before you can do it. All right, and it displayed, it showed itself. It actually displayed. In fact, I think I'm looking at I'm trying to seek out a video that showcases that culture. All right, it was IShowSpeed was just going and he was being asked to, pay or perhaps just settle the boys, settling of the boys. I think this has become a very huge culture, and it has become a huge industry. All right, I'll pull it up very soon, but let's keep listening to
to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
So is it?
Listen,
Bro.
Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy. I made it.
School is not a scam, because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos? They are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, I mean intense poverty. And just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
So there you have it. There you have the analysis of a particular social commentator on the reality that stares us in the face, with respect to IShowSpeed's interview or perhaps visit to Lagos, Nigeria. It showcases the reality that is being hidden from the whole world. All right, they used to tell us that Nigeria is a very rich country, Nigeria is a blessed country. It seems as though reality does not validate that. Reality is against that, because if Nigeria is a rich country, people will not be so impoverished that they will have to be begging streamers, all right, absolute strangers, begging them for money, basically. So it is a very big problem. It is a big problem. I think I think I have seen the video I'm looking at that gives you a hint, all right, to the culture, that street hustling culture. I think it's something that we need to really look at. Let's take a look at it.
Show you love? What the fuck is you saying? What? Money?
You see? This is Jide Sanwo-Olu Lagos, the Tinubu Lagos, the Ambode Lagos. This is the kind of culture, the kind of the kind of street activities that and of course many people are blaming IShowSpeed that because he has painted the celebrity status. And even if you don't that you should have been walking on the road without just having the this kind of politician kind of campaign formats. You will have just been walking. But even though he walks on the street without all of this, that doesn't really give the immunity or perhaps prevent stuff like this, because even those that are not carrying cars or are not moving with cars are still, in fact, it was because he was with bodyguards and he was on the move. That is why he was not being attacked. If you look at it very well, he would have been attacked if we were not having all of this, bodyguards and on the move kind of situation. So this is actually true that there is a culture and normalized street begging in Nigeria, and of course IShowSpeed's visit really highlights this reality 100%. I told you my own ordeal. The last interview that we had, that you had someone speaking Yoruba and all that, we were asked to pay. All right, I did not even go with any camera crew. It was just me, my tripod stand, my microphone, and that was it. All right, but yet they assume that because I'm wearing stuff like this and I held a microphone and I am basically doing some level of citizens reporting, they assume that I'm a big guy. I'm a big man. All right, and of course, before I knew it, They were surrounding me already. I have to start begging that you people. I had to show them my account balance from my OP. That you see, I'm not a big man. All right, I am just here to do a job, pretty much. I have to beg my way out of it, and that tells you the reality of Nigeria. And because you can see, we are not broke shaming anybody. Neither are we. You know, it is the reality of what the economy has turned the people into. You know, the economy has impoverished people, and they paint and this is in Lagos, that's supposed to be the center of excellence. If people can earn their own money, if there are factories, employment, if there are many means of livelihood, I don't think anybody would be able to be doing this kind of undignified, you know, business or perhaps job of begging for, you know, handouts. I don't think it's an easy job to do, or neither is it dignifying. You can imagine seeing yourself in the global map. You know, all of these guys, are you saying they don't have a smartphone? Of course they have a smartphone. Are they not afraid, or are they not ashamed that, well, the camera would pick their faces and will showcase it to the whole world? Of course they are aware, but they don't mind. The possibility of having something drop from IShowSpeed outweigh, as far as they are concerned, it outweighs whatever reputation that they have left within them. And that is the country that the politicians have turned Nigeria into. Nigeria is now a hub. If you doubt me, let's even take away this whole IShowSpeed situation. Go to our parks. Go to Oshodi Park. Go to every park in Nigeria. Go to Ibadan Park. You see the level of begging. And it highlights the level of how, in a blessed country, our people have been impoverished. Our people have been impoverished. Our people have been brought so low to be begging money from absolute strangers. And of course, it's not only on the streets. Many Nigerians coming in, ordinary Nigerians coming in from the diaspora, will tell you people in uniform, gainfully employed by the government, also begging them money from the airport, right from the... In fact, if you refuse to drop money for these officials of the in the airport, Nigerian officials in the immigration and all of these guys that are working for the government, you are not going to have a very smooth journey. You're not going to have a very smooth, you know, experience in terms of your luggages, in terms of how your clearances, just because you have refused to drop, you know, something. You have refused to basically, you know, accommodated their begging, despite being gainfully employed. It is a culture, and of course, it's also, why do we not have such thing in other countries? There are measures in place. People are well paid enough not to even see all of the peanut that is being given to them as something. Because let's face it, all these guys begging, despite having gainful employment, they have calculated that, okay, if I were to collect 10, 30 money from different people, at least it will add to my salary and it will allow me to at least leverage. That is the whole psychology behind it, and that is the whole situation behind it. But if you have systems in place, and of course the system is also aware that these guys are doing this, but because they have figured out that, well, this is the way that we can actually keep paying them these peanuts. We keep paying them peanuts. We tell them, we give them the allowance to beg for the remaining. That is the whole idea. All right. And of course, it is not only on the streets, it's in the corporate world also. I've also shared my experience in a Ikoyi registry, where the woman that was supposed to do the job of doing the wedding is basically compulsorily asking for so-called offering. And if you give below 5,000 naira, the woman go carry the money, fling them on your face. He flung it on my face. I almost got angry. I want to scatter the place. What is this rubbish? She has a big bucket under her where she's piling up all of the so-called offerings. Let's face it, it's just bribes and begging, because it is crazy. So it is everywhere. If you want to doubt me, go to Ikoyi registry now and go and debunk what I'm saying. Marriage registry. So this is one of the things that we do here. We expose and we so this is not on the street only. It is institutionalized everywhere. And this is a real issue that must be highlighted to the whole world. And of course, it is the reason why we are highlighting it today, because we have figured it out that this particular trendy event is something that we can learn from. And I pass the mic back to Commissioner Ilara to continue his analysis on this development going forward. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ilara.
Yeah, comrades. Interesting submission. Can you hear me? Can I be heard? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear. It's coming out clear. You are audible, very audible.
Oh, all right. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, so we cannot dispute our reality. You know, like they say, we cannot eat our cake and have it in that same day, right? So we have to conclude. We have to come to a consensus within ourselves. It's either we want this public shame, or we want to start building our environment. When I mean building our environment, forget what the Lagos State is doing, you know. Idiotic governance are busy using waterways to do competition waterways that we cannot use. We do not even have access to water, to drinkable water. And they are doing competition at water, on the water. And African people to go there to think this is progress. That's not progress. It's not development, because development must be tied to human index. This development they want us to focus on is what they call civilization. And in civilization, it is no longer about human index. It's not about the quality and the standard of humans within that environment. It is now about the things. So what they will tell us that Lagos is developing is because you will see high towers, right? High tower building. This is quite outdated. In fact, I will not advise you to go and buy any condo in any tower that's just built with the idiotic cement that is not solid anymore, even with how expensive it is. You know, so they will claim that there are, you know, used cars, where whether it's used or not, they claim they have it. So what's my own? Why am I beefing? Is it because I do not have? Okay, let's take that. They will claim they have the so-called luxurious cars on which roads? On roads that they barely can drive 2 kilometers. They cannot even drive 4 kilometers. I dare them to drive 4 kilometers. Which road they will drive it? They will have to be recycling. Did you see when Bona and their idiotic friends too were showcasing their car, their new toys? Did you see where they drove it to and then turn back? They drove it and come back and turn, because they cannot drive 4 kilometers with just cars. It is Dengepo car, because which road will you drive it on? It the roads were bumpers, because those cars were not designed for bumpers. But in Lagos, you want to have a road without designing bumper. Do you know why people even create bumper, even in the estate? Even in the estate, there is bumper. You think it's just speed limit when they do so? It's for security. They call it for idiotic security. The only places that do such security is army barracks or police checkpoint. No, not police checkpoint. Army barracks, war zone, where you reduce speed so that you can detect people who are coming to attack you on time. It's not just even reducing about reducing speed. You make sure that the road become a zigzag environment so that you cannot sustain any speed strength cannot sustain that speed to you, not by suddenly. But the bumper is a proof that this is still a war zone. So you see that we meet, see, Nigerians must come to a standpoint, especially these so-called petit bourgeois. Kwame Ture called them, and Fanon called them the petite bourgeois, small, little, socialites or elite in quotes. They want to claim they are elite, but elitism is not just this idiotic display. In fact, there is no display. They are begging. They are beggars. Now, where they beg, they see. Provided they fit meet the person internally, go see am. But now that they cannot arrange any show secretly, they are begging openly. They are begging to interview. They are begging for money openly. It shows that this is a community of beggars. Because in a community where things are this wrong, and only few of us could come out to express the dissatisfaction about what is wrong, it shows that it's begging. All these journalists that you see on TV, you think they are not beggars? That come outrightly to lie against the human index, to say that the economy is growing. You think that's not a beggar? I don't need to be there when he's begging for his daily 2K. I know that for him to have made this statement, he's begging. Is it that he wants to beg after finishing this statement so that he can go and tell his boss and say, Oga, mo di ṣiṣẹ́ o. Mo di defend you golden. I have defended you today. Where is now my daily 2K? Or he has been paid to come and do that thing. Because reality is a fact checker. Reality is a fact checker. There is nothing stronger than reality. Reality is no man's child. Can I still be heard? Because your screen keeps hanging.
Yes. Can you hear me? You are audible.
And it's clear. All right.
Yeah, you are very clear. You are very clear from my side
so
of things.
reality is a fact checker. So we are. All right. Thank you. So reality is a fact checker. We can deceive ourselves for all we can. That we can. It was Shehu Kuti that said this statement. That we can decide to abandon our problem. Yes, now, is that not what addiction is about? What do you think the essence of escapism is? The whole essence of escapism is to abandon one's reality. But I should really purge you. And I know that several things. We are facing a multi-dimensional poverty in this nation. That anything that could be defined as an indices towards poverty is facing us as a nation. Insecurity is facing us as a nation. And a country or a nation that is not stable, that cannot guarantee security, nothing can commence. No business activities could commence. In fact, there will be a opening time and a closing time for business activities. It means that business activities will be restricted, highly restricted by time, by daylight. If you doubt me, go and open your shop by 2 a.m. and think you will now only you go close that day. The reason why you close by 5 p.m. or why you have to work
this is very
during the day, why we are confined to work only the day.
This is very, very profound that you have just said about the economy. We are running a 12-hour economy in Nigeria. 12 hour, that is even being generous. 12-hour economy is not a 24-hour and yet they want to tell us that our economy is okay. We are basically having a compulsory curfew. See, and that also I like the fact that we are living in and as you have said, People don't realize all of these things, that we are living in war zone. It's a war zone situation. That we have a 24-hour curfew by force nationally. At least it becomes illegal for you to even move around in the night. It becomes illegal for you to even, it's almost impossible for even to do your business in the night. By latest 12 a.m., everybody must lock and go home, no matter how important your business is all about. So these are the realities that I think Nigerians don't. The fact, some Nigerians don't even realize it yet, that this is a very big issue in 21st century, that you are running a 12-hour economy in the 21st century, and that 12-hour is even more very generous, because many people have closed their business by 9 p.m. That is they must have operated just for 9 hours, and that will be it for the day. And how much that really impacts the economy if we are to be having a 24 hours economy compared to what it is now. It's a big difference. So I agree with you. That is quite profound. Thank you so much, Comrade Shinwailara. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, comrade, for expatiating on that. How can we even say we want to? These are the things that makes us poverty nation. That the time frame, and this does not mean that we will do more work if we have a 24 hours time span economy. It's not that. That's not what it means. In fact, we will do work at our own pace. It means that we are confined to move like robots at a certain time. This can even solve traffic problem, which can directly affect our lifespan, because stress is one of the reasons that shortens lifespan. In case you don't know, stress shortens lifespan. So we can, it means that some of us can decide to say, I would only resume work in the night. And there are a lot of works that could be done in the night. There is a lot of work that could be done while others are sleeping. That can be done in the night. But unfortunately, we are living in an environment that it's not only Fiji that can be done in the night. Technical service providers can work in the night. In fact, people can have the leisure of time to say, this is the time frame in which I want to resume to work and do the work that I am paid to do. But we do not have that luxury because we are not secure. You want to leave your house by 10 p.m. You are already there. There are places in this Lagos that there is already a curfew. 6 a.m. You want to leave your house by 6 a.m. Except if you are in an estate and you want to take a stroll. Even that gun is no longer secure. Some of you are no longer secure even in an estate. That explains why, the concept of what estate is, what estate means in some part of the world is different from what estate means in here. What estate means is that you have a open gate policy. But our own estate here, your estate has a gate, you still have a gate.
It's even more interesting that a YouTuber will have this much security guiding him. You can imagine if he were just working on his own, just with his camera, and you can imagine all of these guys asking him for money, and he says he will not give them money. the kind wahala will go happen, and that tells a lot that even an ordinary youth in many countries, you wouldn't need this much level of bouncers and security and all. It must have been recommended that for him that if you want to have a smooth experience in Nigeria, this is the kind of security that you and of course he must have seen that yes, it is true that if I had not have this level of security presence, my life would have been in danger. And that paints the true picture of Nigeria to the whole world. You see, many people are looking at all of these things and seeing the true picture of Nigeria. And this is just as you have said, as the government or chains would always paint this picture of everything is under control. Nigeria is cool, everything, nothing wrong in Nigeria. They show drone footage of Lagos, the beautiful places in Lagos, all right, and that to a large extent that they have succeeded in fooling the whole world. That is why it is good for people like this to come to Nigeria to paint the true picture of Nigeria to the whole world. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for taking the word out of my mouth, because I was still going to the security aspect. I've not seen much of his video, I must admit anyway. But for some I've seen, this is the play. This in Nigeria was the only video I've seen IShowSpeed with active security. I know that all of them use security, but I have seen active security that you can say that this is a security guard. It was in Nigeria. And I have seen his exploits in Morocco. I've seen him in South Africa. I've seen him in Ethiopia. But in some of the videos I've seen,
look at him in Ethiopia. Look at him in Ethiopia without any security at all. This is Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Look at it. It's on the screen. Look at him, just having fun like a normal person. He was not having any bodyguards, nothing. He was just moving freely. Look at him. All right. This is him in Ethiopia with little or no security at all. This is just to validate what you are saying and compare it with Nigeria. It is a different ball game entirely. Please proceed, Commissioner Aylara.
Mo fẹ́ kọrin olóòtú ṣé mo lè kọrin orin kan wá sí lẹ́mìí.
So far you are going to interpret after you kọrin, after you sing, you interpret to our audience.
Bàbá mímọ́, níbo ni kí n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Níbo ni kí n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Níbo ni kí n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Bàbá mímọ́, níbo ni kí n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Níbo ni kí n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀? Ọmọ tí wàá sùn wá báyìí, No. It is only in this country, sir. See, there is a correlation of our mental behavior and our mental state with what is happening to us with our subscription with Abrahamic religion. It is in this country that people pray insecurity as a form of testimony. You would hear, so let me first let me translate the song I sang, right? Meaning, in long and short, it means that where should I start from? The Baba Mimo is some might consider is religious, but Baba is something we use for dignifying our respected people. So it's not just Mimo. So there's no idiot that can lay claim to this. This is us. This is Africa. Baba Mimo to Mimo, meaning that is upright. A father that is upright. And some of my ancestors, all of my ancestors are really of importance. Fathers that are upright. So I'm not singing a religious song. So in case your religious sense, the translator I'm saying na religious song. No, now we own the words. Except if you guys now go and create your own word. But that's not where I'm going. That it is in this country that people pray that they would have success where they will be able to carry entourage that will be doing yafun wereni, bafun, you get this array signal, but the way we translate it forget to be say it is Yafun Wereni, Yafun Wereni. So it is only in this country that people pray such as testimony. Something that is a problem. Number one, two problems in one. Why would you use an entourage to start with? Because your life is no longer safe. You are no longer at ease or at peace with your roots. You are no longer at ease or at peace with your roots. Secondly, why would people carry entourage? Because of the failure and systemic failure of lack of good roads. Because lack of infrastructures in our road system would eventually cause the pitfall of traffic. So in order for them to still navigate a high traffic environment like ours, instead of solving a systemic problem, they want to be special. They want to isolate themselves from the problem. So it is madness that people pray into prayer point as testimony. I met two young guys when I initially got to where I live now, and they have been miseducated too, like an average African. And they were hoping that one day too, they would get into that point where they would, I don't know if my word is enough to convince them anyway, but I did my own job. They were also hoping that one day they would get to the point where they are able to do Yafun Wereni for them. Until I now told them that that's not a sign of wealthy person. That's problem. You see, this is what African people are now being modeled or shaped into. To look at problem and want to share a part in it and call it miracle or testimony. Madness. And these people are all about spreading the madness. So they see insecurity now as a yardstick to show that they have more money. Can you imagine? Because in the real sense of it, if people can afford to feed themselves, who will go and give a damn about your father, whether your father is working? But they feel a sense of meaning when people are underneath them. I say Adibuye in 2024, 2025, at the beginning of the year, let the prayer point that everything in me was irritated by this. Everything human in me was irritated by that thing. I will never forgive him for that reason. Said, may your neighbors come and be begging you for food this year. So poverty, instead of us to look at poverty as a problem that we need to fix as a nation, to reduce the number of children in our homeless in our nation. About 1.5 children are homeless as we speak. Over 1.5 million children. Well, anyway, you think they will die there? Oh, deceiving themselves. Well, the work of national building is your own favor, is your own undoing. It was Horace Mann that said that doing things for people is either your own doing or your own undoing. You think 1.5 will die on the street? At deceiving yourself. They will fold their arms and look at your own children while they are driving across, and they will die there on their streets. No, you were trained to be mumu that way, but they were not trained to be mumu that way. Just before you started this life, a fan tribe, I don't know what some of guys of the journalists called fan tribe, they do sports analysis and reporting. So one of them was doing a video in Morocco, and he said that he went to the so-called Calabar Lagos road that they were doing now, and there some guys obtained them with slap. They collected everything. See, you think you have raised your own children inside get inside. Oh, they go now why they go deal with them is that one day I was at Shomolu, one guy came to me and said, Oga, give us something. So I look at like, what the fuck is this one saying? I say mojo about it. If you don't pay, you should get inside. So the guy said, come and pay for Wednesday, but do you want us to show you something before you give us something? Àwọn ọmọdé raise at this sorrow at the four. Me I dey street. When they look but me but because we know the situation that we are living in. This is not an healthy situation. You cannot raise your child in 1,000 untrained child and expect that your child will live safely. It's your own undoing that you are doing. These people don't know. They don't know that is their undoings. So the insecurity, people now pray insecurity as a testimony. That's when you know that there's madness in this country. When Asha sang, there is fire on the mountain, and no one seems to be on the run. There is fire on the mountain top, and everybody's looking. These ones are praying. 20 million children, over 20 million children as we speak, are currently out of school system. So if the destiny of these children is to express themselves in the area that would only for them to be able to practice, they will need the qualification. That means they are disqualified from life. They are disenfranchised from life, from an opportunity to life of expression. Over 20 million. And you think your child will eat gelato? Well, make you stay there where they eat the gelato. To come and eat the gelato here. So it's a symbol. We cannot hide it. That it is so-called yeye a madman. A guy did the research in the late 90s. No, early 90s. He did the research. He went on the street of America, especially, I think it was on the street of New York. And he looked at a madman, an homeless person who was almost going insane. And then he gave him a nice bag, a nice body watch. He took him to one of the best designer outfits around that time, and gave him one of the best designers. Gave him a couple of thousands of dollars too. Then he got back about 2 months after. The man had returned to his original state. So meaning, and this was the point, that you can transform. Transformation does not just happen with a man on the outside. That the transformation of a man on the outside can happen in one day. See, that can be magical. And that is what Nigerians are looking for. They are looking for magic. Nigerians are looking for magic with religion. They want magical experiences. Touch me, daddy. Touch me, daddy. I want to be touched, daddy. Ignorance is a disease, but knowing is a burden. No, it's a burden on some of us too. To realize that you share room with completely not people. Touch me, daddy.
I would love us to highlight I'd love us to highlight some of other important talking points around the fact that why would he choose Lagos? The chaos, the markets, the the sensation, the tall buildings, skyscrapers, all of these so-called optics of urbanization. Why didn't you choose the heritage, around the very untouched landscapes in the rivers, Enugu, the Okeogun, the Erigino waterfalls, the all of these other interesting, locations where culture can be displaced. All right. Why would he choose the chaos, the organized chaos in quote of
So,
Lagos? And I think many people
so,
will be
so,
interested in some of these reasons, or perhaps some of these questions of why he decided not to choose the heritage, that will project the Africanness of Nigeria. What would you say about that?
so if I'm going somewhere, like I'm a tech person, for instance, if I'm going somewhere, I'll probably find a tech community, a community where I'm used to, right? The betrayal would come from, so IShow is a YouTuber, is a streamer. I'm not saying that he's that conscious. I don't think he's conscious. And this is where I have not forgotten where I'm going with this statement, right? I have cited some instances of African people who had come to Africa, right? The likes of Muhammad Ali, Bob Marley, the likes of Kwame Ture. You might not know Kwame Ture, but he's here. Muhammad Ali is not here, but Bob Marley is here. Then the name I was trying to remember the other time was Franz Fanon, one of my ancestors. Franz Fanon is here. Yeah, Franz Fanon. He, even though he was born in the region where French country colonized, I've forgotten the name of the country. But his family later moved to France, and he became a French person, became a trained doctor. But he made a conscious decision after being deployed from France to Algeria during the war, during the revolution of the Algerian Revolution. And then he made a class suicide or a national suicide with that. We'll get to that point. We'll get to the point where what should be the non-betrayer. Because when Kwame Ture came to Africa, Kwame Ture's first bus stop was in Ghana. But later, wasn't just Kwame Ture. Malcolm X also came to Africa. In fact, it is what our people have missed and what is happening. There is a disconnection that is not helping this gel to work in. When Kwame Ture came, the bus stop was in fact, Stokika Carmichael, that is his name. That was his American name, even though he was born in Montenegro, Serbia, Montenegro. But he became an American. They moved to America also, and they became an American. It's Stokely Carmichael. That's his name. That was his name. But he got inspired by the work that Kwame Nkrumah was doing in Africa, and coupled with the fact that they were already creating trouble for Americans, and America were having trouble because these guys were on for liberation. So because of that influence, two African leaders that was leading at that time, that he was influenced by, Kwame Nkrumah, because Kwame Nkrumah was preaching the unity of Africa, and he was also influenced by Sokoture of the Guinea-Bissau. Is it the Guinea-Bissau? I think so. Yeah, Guinea-Bissau. because there are two Guineas, right? It became, so he took the name of, the first name of Kwame Nkrumah, which is Kwame, and he took the last name, one of the name of Soko Ture, and which is Ture, and then that was how he came about Kwame Ture. But why am I saying this? Just to connect it. He didn't come to go and meet just everyday people. Everyday people might not know him. The whole essence of organization, hierarchical organization, is not just for hierarchy, it's for responsibility. But what is disappointing will be where we are supposed to find intelligence, we now found stupidity. And it was in the same case. This was what now happened in the case of Muhammad Ali, because Muhammad Ali went to Zaire, they call it Zaire, former, now Congo. Now when he went to Zaire, it was the guy who murdered Lumumba that was the president at that time, Mobutu rather. So the idea of Muhammad Ali coming to Africa was not really achieved. I'm not talking of the Royal Rumble, that the jungle, the rumble in the jungle. The fight went well. In fact, Muhammad Ali regained back his belt that he was sanctioned or taken off him after that bout. But the impact was supposed to be more than that, because Muhammad Ali was fighting, even though there were two Africans in the ring. But what he was fighting was that there was one African that is sponsored by the European countries, by the Americans, and he was fighting for the dignity of Africa. But the unfortunate part that has happened is the unfortunate part we are seeing also today, with an example. And I'm not saying that show is in that context of consciousness. I'm not saying it at all. I've not seen that at all. I'm not studying like that also, but I don't think he has it. So what is the point? The point is that it is those who he has come to meet that he are betraying the cause. Of course, he doesn't know Africa. It is the places that he's being shown and taken to that he knows. Who are the people that is supposed to show him to the beauty of Africa? The ones who are popular, but like Kwame Nkrumah said, these ones that are now popular, especially in Nigeria, because the madness is in Nigeria, really, with numbers, stupidity all over there. According to Kwame Nkrumah, unfortunately, these ones are born in Africa, but they are not Africans because Africa was not born in them. Unfortunately, they have the skin of what is called African, but in their face, if you look closely, they have the mask, and it is white mask. Fanfano now titled it into a book. They said these ones are white skin but black skin but white mask. That these ones have a mental problem. That no matter the influence that they have, all they are still looking for is money. A musician not sing it. That Dangote still dey find money. Oh. That the most richest person as a black man is still finding money. Money is still his goal, not influence, not affluence, not impact, not contribution to humanity, not legacy. So the people who are betraying these are the ones they are partnering. So I'm giving the case of, because Soko Ture retired in Guinea. He lived in Guinea all through his life. After Kwame Nkrumah was removed from office by military sponsored, CIA military sponsored coup. But what was the partnership and what did Kwame Nkrumah did? Organizing. Organize. Every other day we organize. These ones are not organizing towards our collective freedom. They are organizing for their collective, for their gain, for their pocket gain. But the real organizing, organize, Kwame Ture, because he is major in that. His area of specialty is in organizing the African people, the ARP party. And there's still remnant of such movement in Africa, even in Nigeria. I hope I get the name correct. I just want to do some quick findings, some quick check, so that I can. Yes, APRP. All APRP, All African People Revolutionary Party. It was and it was the president that he assisted in organizing. He did it in Ghana briefly, but in Guinea, he did it more. He practiced it more in Guinea, in grassroots organizing in Guinea. He did the work more. So what did they hope of bringing? What they were hoping of bringing is some of the resources that they have learned, some of the skills that they have learned. They are hoping that they are going to see Africans who can see at the level in which they see and partner with them for our collective liberation. But guess what? They have gotten this African at home with religion, blinded them to the state of individuality with religion, with Abrahamic religion. I better pass my neighbor behaviors and beliefs. These ones can no longer see the bigger pictures. And as such, they are apart from their people. They are apart, even though they are, from the grass. But their idea and the concept of win is to differentiate and alienate themselves from the people, from the problem, because they see the people as the problem. I'm going to mention a name. I'm going to mention his name because I felt disappointed while watching that guy. It's Kofi. Because Kofi used to do, when he was doing Unilag, he goes see.
Yeah, it seems as though we are losing. Are you still there, Commissioner Ilara? Can you hear us loud and clear? Commissioner Ilara. Wow. Seems as though we have lost him due to network. Let's take a listen once again for the sake of new listeners who may not have context to this particular discourse. Let's take a listen to this sound bite.
Thank you. Ice cream in my way. Move.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
Listen, bro. Listen, please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I've suffered because of Rudy. I
School is not a scam, because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. Men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, oh, I want to go to South.
Well, yeah, it is what it is. And as far as this, thank you so much. You're back, Kromeshima Ilara. Are you back?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It must have been network playing pranks on us. But yeah, we were discussing just to give new listeners some level of context. And of course, there are so many highlights from Speed's visits to Nigeria. And we want to do well to highlight quite a few from, the cultural, realities or perhaps the economic reality. I will not even call it cultural. That is not our culture. I don't think begging is the culture of the African people, especially in Nigeria. I don't think so. I disagree vehemently with that. I think what seems to be the problem here is that I look at the people that have been, a victim of a terrible economic situation. All right? The economic situation is terrible. And the people are basically showcasing it to the whole world. And that is one of the team. That is one of the major highlights in stuff like this. When you have YouTubers or perhaps content creators. And the other day, it was one guy on TikTok, I forgot his name, that showcased the reality of how our beach is commercialized right now. A place that should be public has been turned to private. So people cannot have access to the beach just because they cannot afford it. 5,000 naira, as high as 5,000 naira. And there's not even flat rates. 5,000 naira to be able to access the beach in Nigeria, especially in Lagos. So it is good that all of these outsiders, in quotes, come to Nigeria to showcase some of these realities. And of course, the one that happened yesterday was the IShowSpeed, a popular YouTube sensation, and that has over 15 million subscribers. Came to Nigeria to showcase some of these realities. And this time around, it was the economic situation of street begging to the whole world. How do you think the whole world will perceive? And of course, there are so many other comments that he made about the city smelling, in quotes. He also made some other, he also experienced power outage. At some point, they experienced power outage. And of course, it highlights some of our own struggles. Running on generators. Right now, I'm running on generators. And it's not even a guarantee that I would last long on the live stream. And of course, if popular guys do not experience stuff like this, there's no way we would recognize or perhaps even see the truth in it. All right, we have been telling some people that our beaches are private. People will not believe until they experience it. And if it would take so-called outsiders like IShowSpeed, and the other guy that exposed the reality of our beaches, that it is no longer public, then I think is a way forward. All right. And this points to one thing, all right, that streaming or the internet, the social media, is now constituting a major block that is actually a platform to speak truth to power. Some would say, yeah, you people will just come and be holding live stream. It does not have any value. It does not have any impact. Why you are just wasting your time? But, well, as it turned out, it's not a waste of time. That at some point in time, the Ugandan government actually shut down internet not quite long. It shows one thing: they don't want anything around the lines of bringing the reality of that election to the limelight. And social media, live streaming has become something that is becoming a force to reckon with globally. And as this commentator have said, many people were looking at that live stream and would take a look at the reality. Some of them are excited to come to Nigeria before, but looking at this reality, it will be a very major turn off for them. And it should be an introspection opportunity for our so-called government. Our government should look into this thing. All right, they are the one demarketing Nigeria. It is the Nigerian government that are demarketing Nigeria with lack of making sure that there are social amenities in place, that the standard of living of the Nigerian people is so okay that they would not be running after outsiders like IShowSpeed for money and be begging them for money. That paints a picture of an economy that have tanked. When we say that our economy has tanked, people say, you are exaggerating. How can you say the economy has tanked? The economy is doing well. These are the indications. These are the data. This is what you use as data sets. If you are going to make investigation if you are going to investigate not Nigeria's economy have not tanked, this is how you will know. These are the evidence. This is the evidence that will show. There will not be beggars on the street. All right? Begging on the street is a very strong indication that the economy has tanked. It's a very strong indication that there is no youth employment. It's a very huge indication that there is poverty in the land, multi-dimensional poverty. And if the center of excellence is as bad as this, imagine what Gombe would look like. Imagine what Jigawa would look like. Imagine what Samvara will look like. All right, imagine what the creeks of Bayelsa will look like. This should be a moment of introspection. It should not be a moment where we grandstand or we want to cover up for the government. And this is what our platform stands for. This is not a platform to basically, sugarcoat things for the government. No, it is supposed to paint the reality of the Nigerian people to the whole world. And I believe through this, our broadcast today, once again, the Nigerian people will know that, well, Wahala Day. And of course, to the international community, they will see the reality of the Nigerian people. And of course, to the so-called elites, that people that should constitute the elites, those that should basically constitute, the pressure necessary, and those that should organize, which is very, very important, because there's a certain demography of people that should take it up to constitute a force, a political force that will bring an end to this embarrassment. But by and large, they are either in bed with the very people that have caused this kind of situation, or they are basically taking side with a corrupt major opposition, or perhaps they are throwing their hands in the air and saying it's none of our business. So far, me, I have escaped, and my family, I'm trying to take care of my family in that contraption. I am okay. These are the set of 3 categories of those that should constitute a major force to bring an end to this problem. But well, this broadcast is another opportunity for this set of demography to reevaluate their stance. Do they really want Nigeria to continue to embarrass them in the global community, or they want to fix the problem by actually organizing with the oppressed people in Nigeria? And on that note, I pass the mic back to Commissioner Ilara, or perhaps Commissioner Ilara will allow us to pass it to Comrade Swaz. Comrade Swaz, you have joined us once again. I believe one or two part of the discussion must have jumped at you. What would you have to tell us, or what perspective would you like us to look at this issue from this time around? Comrade Swaz, are you there?
Okay, yes, I'm here, but I'm engaged. So,
okay, you are engaged.
The moment I'm free, I would open my video. Yes, I'll open my video.
Okay. Whenever you are ready, you open your video. Okay, I'll be taking note of that. So let's pass the mic back to Commissioner Ilara. We had a little bit of timeout due to network, and of course, he's back with us. Commissioner Ilara, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah.
And of course, talking about this time around the power of live streaming, do you really believe, or do you share with the sentiment of those that are saying that live streaming is all just waste of time? Do you think it's a waste of time in the modern era?
So let me pick it from because I just remember that we need to pay homage to one other person, that returned, but his own return changed the event of African people for the worse. To start with, we need to also acknowledge that Olufunmilayo Ransom, Olufunmilayo father returned also. These are returnees. If you Google the countries that are not colonized in Africa, even though the only country may acknowledge that we're not colonized in Africa is Ethiopia, but they slip in another country there called Liberia, and it's because it is a country that was formed in 1847 by returnees. But one major person that changed, because this one affected me, so I will talk about it. All of them also affected me, but I'm going to talk about this one. Is that the man called Ajayi Crowther returned. And it was Ajayi Crowther who translated not physics textbooks, not biology textbooks, not scientific textbooks, not social studies textbooks, to not just Yoruba language, but he translated this one language, he called it the Bible, not just Yoruba language, but he played a role across the southwest region of Africa. In the translation, he played a very major role. But it was him also who made the error, whether out of deliberate one or indeliberate one, to say that my own ancestor called Eshu is now their own devil in their book. And that was an unpardonable error for me. What am I saying? That returnees can either play the role. By the way, the American government, the rest of the world, has constantly sending Africans back to Africa. In fact, some of them are not even African anymore. They are nationals of those countries, but they call them prisoners, and that after they have done their jail terms, they will recollect nationality from them and send them back to Africa, even though we didn't produce them. This has become a trend. Early 90s, immediately after we got independence, this became a problem that African leaders had to fight it and say, why will you be returning your waste, things that you have mismanaged, people that you have destroyed back, and they kept doing this thing every year. And this is not just about human waste. They are disposing even their other waste. In African land, they are polluting Africa. But that's not where we are going. So that streaming, social tools, technology is a tool. It not depend, just like returning is a tool. Who is funding it and for what purpose will be the question. What purpose would this have done? What purpose should streaming have done if we were the one, Africans were the one funding it and using it to the purpose of our collective liberation? If I say collective liberation, it's not far-fetched. Don't you want a country where you would not need to have a security gate? Oh, okay. I speak mind. They think it's normal. They think it's normal. But you guys go abroad now. How many times do you lock gates? So you know it's not normal. The Wike's house that was exposed, that he bought in somewhere around America, does they have gates? Have you guys not seen the Buckingham Palace? Your gate is a see-through gate. Even don't you? No. See, madness would happen regardless anyway. So this tool, streaming, is a tool. It means in a country where we do, let's even agree that the reason why we cannot educate over 20 million children is because we do not have the funding to support the infrastructure of educating some of our children. All of our children, African children deserves education. It is their right to know. But let's assume that even though this is a lie, that's why I'm assuming. That's how I have to assume it. You cannot tell me that we do not have the capacity. Nigeria does not have the capacity to fund world-class educational institute across each ward in this country. Not local government, ward level. About 3 to 6 streets makes a ward. At ward level, less than that. Cannot tell me that we do not have the capacity to create a world-class institutions, learning institutions in these places. But let's even assume that it's true that oil money, like my brothers will say in some part of the country, will say that oil money is going down. Let's say that the price of oil per barrel, meaning crude, by barrel is reducing. Let's even factor that we do not have gold, we do not have gemstone, we do not have limestone, we do not have bitumen, we do not have all these other resources that I've mentioned that we have, that they are already exporting at a commercial level and embezzling the resources away from us. Let's even assume that we do not have all these natural resources. Let's assume that we do not have it, that reducing. In a country that is serious about educating 20 million children, how we begin to undo streaming or technological things like this that helps us reach people without creating borders, without necessarily to create borders, should be paid attention to. Social media should be paid attention to. it means the government should not tell us by now that they do not have public state funded institutions across our social media platforms. If the government can, block X during NSAS because of their own gain, for their own gain, if they can block X, then they can come to terms with X to say, give more algorithms, more attention to people who are churning out educational content. Even create an incentive behind this. It means that we can educate effortlessly vast majority of our people. But is it the government that have used radio? Is this the government that want to trust? Is it, considering how they use the TV media and how they are still using the TV media, that government is literally sponsoring error in this country. Tinubu said that Nigeria is corruption free. Have you forgotten, comrade? Just this last year, the president came out to spread lie. The so-called president, why was he lying? Because of what I say. See, there is a spirit of beggars. I can see it. I see it. Spirit of beggars is upon this place, but this is not inherent to us. This must be bastard children of Africa, because in Africa we don't beg. Why would you beg? Why? For what purpose? When you can walk, when you can farm, when you know the answers to your problem, that the answers to your problem is not going to beg a sky daddy. It's not putting your future in an unknown hands. Tipe went to beg in Brazil because they want to collect money that they would go and steal. It's because they want to for their pocket. Idiot, it's for their pocket. Say the maximum thinking all of them are doing is pocket and their room. Maximum. These idiots, these are complete fools, lunatic. These are not Africans. These are not us. So their behavior is off point. These are malfunction beings who have lost complete touch of what it means to be African. He lied on a national TV. He lied as a president that Nigeria is now corruption free. Is Nigeria corruption free? If Nigeria is corruption free, we will not be told now where are now the roads? Where are now the schools? Where is the electricity? We are paying. See, what? If I cost them, cost does not work. So the job is for us to organize and get these idiots or put them out of our reality, out of our shared reality. This idiot. Do you know how many numbers of people that cannot afford to pay for electricity now? They made electricity is So they say electricity has increased. Idiots. Electricity has increased. It's because, and they didn't increase the megawatt, the generating watt. In a country that government, the president went to reinvest in off-grid electricity, talking about solar. You are boasting that electricity has increased. Do you know how many of my brothers and sisters that cannot own electricity now? Not because it's too much, it's expensive.
Let me shed some light to that. Last year, about 10 billion naira was budgeted for solar installment in the Aso Villa and of course the National Assembly, all of these guys. This year, they are budgeting another 7 billion to upgrade it. That is not to even exclude the billions of naira budgeted for generator, for diesel, and for buying fuel for generator. Who is deceiving who in Nigeria? And of course, I think it's high time for us to realize the situation that we are in, that we are looking at a theft situation. It's not necessarily a case of corruption. No, they are stealing our resources and they are being wasteful with it. That is the reality that is staring at us in the face, and this is not how we behave as African people. And that's why I agree with you that these ones are not Africans. They are alien. They are alien entities brought to really disgrace, or perhaps recruited to disgrace and embarrass the African heritage. I agree with you. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, exactly. That they can deceive themselves, not us. For their pockets, all ends in their pockets. This division of these people. I said it was Steve Payne and his family, and then the one idiot called Liberian president who was a legend in football. They were singing Bugaon as a president. Me, I don't forget these little things. They were singing Bugaon as a sitting president. And I was wondering within me, is it that T-Pain is competing with Macron? Is it that he now wants to uplift Nigeria to the point where he competes with Donald Trump? Is he singing for Bugaon for Donald Trump? No. He's saying that Shege Bansa for all of us. Because now the essence of power for this alien is to tell us how miserable we are because they now have power. So the essence of the collective resources is to serve them, is to function them, is to power them. So these people idea of measurement is self. They look at themselves and say, am I okay? Then that means everybody should be okay. If everybody is not okay, that's for them. Even as a president, to think that way as non-public office holder is already wrong. To think that way as a public office holder, as a celebrity you want to call yourself, is extremely wrong. You have committed suicide. So when you see people who are coming from abroad, like Aisho, like Kwame Ture, like Muhammad Ali, like Frank Fanon, who went to join the Algerian war under the FLN movement, you think they are also coming back because of survival. You did not get the understanding that there is something more than survival. And they do not have. Who should have taught the understanding? What should have equipped an African to understand? What do we use internet for? See what the internet is supposed to be used for, which is reconnecting or rerouting ourselves back to our roots. But what is the once idiot living in Nigeria or metropolis of African space? What are they using social media for? They are using social media to beg. They are using it. And they beg at the level. See, every one of them begs. Governors, they beg. Presidents go to beg. The difference is that we might not know, there might not be camera in the room when they are begging, but they beg. They beg. There is a spirit of begging, of robbery. Some don't beg, they threaten. It's the likes of those on the so-called the yeye pulpit. They beg, they threaten, they inflict fear that if you are not paying the tithes, you will not go to heaven, you will not make heaven. Is that not robbery? That is even armed robbery. The arm here is a non-physical arm, but this arm is to inflict fear. Is that not the essence of armed robbers? When they bring arm to the situation, is to inflict fear so that you will not confront them, so that they can extort you effortlessly. You want to play the idiot? Please play. For a foreign reason, I'm interested in what you have to say.
The only way you can do that is by praying the Spirit. When they went years ago, he said, if the Holy Spirit does not move me, I will move the Holy Spirit. And we all looked at him. We didn't quite understand. Then he gave an illustration and said, as you are seated, there's air all around you. If you want to change the air around you to a wind, what do you need? A fan. When you fan the air, it will become a wind. You must leave this gathering this year with a determination that if you are in the bathroom and suddenly God reminds you that how many hours ago since you pray in the Spirit, immediately get going. If you are eating, the Holy Spirit hinted you while your colleagues are cracking jokes. You let them talk as you are listening, even with something in your mouth. You can say a word or two in the Spirit. The Bible says, pray without ceasing. The only way you can do that is by praying the Spirit. When the wind even blows on an army that has become dry bones, it will become new. You must keep on fanning the Spirit. And you want to remain relevant, the wind must blow. Again, years ago, when by the grace of God, I joined the Redeemed Christian Church of God, and the wind blew. And I began to gather young people like me. The elders then called us upstarts, that we were young, we were aggressive. There were some people who even prophesied to me, loud and clear, that, oh, that is how the palm leaves always start. Go up for some time, and then it will bend and become just another one of the leaves. Remember, by the grace of God, I had the boldness to tell them, this particular palm leaves is going to keep on going higher and higher and higher. Many of us who started together then are now either in late 70s or late 80s. And by the grace of God, because
I think if there's anything that I want to take home from what he has been saying since, is the fact that you can see the level of consistency, how these guys have dedicated so much time to basically, indoctrinate at least 2 generations. All right, generation of the 80s, 90s, and even the Gen Zs. All right, that have been, in fact, I don't think to a large extent they have been able to brainwash the Gen Zs, because the availability of internet is a very strong deterrent of programming the Gen Zs. But with thorough consistency, these guys, these so-called men of God, they have dedicated their time to really program or perhaps wire or engineer the minds of at least 2 generations. And of course, it is the reason why you have crowds at their gathering. And of course, these are the things that they sell to them. Pray every time, pray without ceasing. They would not say demand for good governance, demand for a government that will not even turn you to street beggars, a government that will provide housing, that will not destroy the house that you built on your own. Government that will provide employment for the youths to be gainfully employed. The government that will provide security. Government that will provide emergency services, healthcare, qualitative education. All of these things, you never hear them say all of these things. What they tell you is pray, pray. Always tap from the supernatural. Always see life from the lens of the supernatural. I think we have lost you, Comrade Shinwailara. Or are you still there? Oh, we have lost you. Please request for the mic once again. We have been talking about IShowSpeed visits to Nigeria and the lessons that we can extract from it. And of course, if you are yet to follow us, please do that. If you are yet to subscribe to our YouTube channel, if you enjoy this sort of content, kindly subscribe immediately. If you have not done that, please, we see your comments and we'll bring your comments up, like the ones of the African Wahala that says, aliens indeed. Thanks for the knowledge. Thank you so much, the African Wahala. It is. Yeah, I believe these guys are aliens, because if you have to look at the history of the African heritage, this is not who we are. We aren't beggars. We are warriors. All right? Our ancestors are warriors. Our ancestors are innovative. Go and look at the carbon dating of all of the ancient monuments and all of the things that were looted from the Ife kingdom, the one that was looted in Benin kingdom. All of the artifacts, you see brilliance. And of course, we had a system of government that we must have, if our progress have not been truncated, we will have metamorphosized and grow and improved on our knowledge, our ways of life, our technology. Everything were not a particular ancient. No, we were very, very much a civilized society. And of course, begging was not part of our culture. But you see people like the president that is there now, basically going from countries to country, going from one G7 or any of this coalition of countries to another, trying to solicit for funds that they are going to embezzle, funds that himself and his friends are going to embezzle. Because if it is not so, have they given us account of what they have done with what they have created so far so good? It has just been mediocre projects and hunger, starvation in the land. If it were not so, it wouldn't have been having a situation whereby people will be begging IShowSpeed money on the streets of Lagos. Let's take a look one more time at some of these realities. Thank you so much.
Show you love? What the fuck is you saying? What? Money? Y'all take US dollars? Bruh. What? It says charging Paul Assembly. It's good now, though. It's good now.
Well, beyond every reasonable doubt, you can see, the realities that we are faced with, despite collecting so much. Just go and make your research, my dear audience, of the level of, funds that previous African leaders, especially Nigerian presidents, have collected from the international community. And here you are. This is what they have been able to produce, despite that billions upon billions upon dollars. That was, you even have a ministry dedicated to eradicating poverty in Nigeria. Yet, poverty is still predominant. You even have some of some former ministers of poverty alleviation, basically embezzling the please, Commissioner Ilara, please request again. Is saying devices not connected from the studio here. Please kindly leave the studio and come back again. Maybe perhaps we'll be able to see you and you connect with us once again. Thank you so very much. I believe you are battling network. Network is such a challenge from this side of things, and of course, it's a struggle to really do this. And to all our viewers, please, the only way you can show support is to actually share, comment. Your comment will be read loud and clear. And of course, subscribe to our channel, follow us on X, on Twitter, on YouTube, and of course, follow us on Facebook. We are streaming across about 4 or 5, I mean to say, different streaming platforms, including Facebook. All right, Facebook, Civic Space NG, YouTube, Movement Radio, and also Civic Space channel. On X, we are streaming on Liberation Chats and of course the Movement Radio. So we are streaming on 5 different platforms. All right, and of course we have showcased the power of streaming. All right, we have showcased the power of it is through streaming that we showcase all these realities. All right, and this is what by and large the system does not want, but we have to do it anyway. They want the sensation. All right, they want the chaos. All right, that is what stimulates them, the chaos, the illusion that everything is all right. I think I saw a video that I think would interest you, because many people will say, yeah, it's not true, you are painting the wrong side of the IShowSpeed experience. Why don't you post the video where he was having fun and having rocking the native attire, all of these things? Well, I have a thing or two to say about that. Oh, okay. Because if you have to look at it very clearly, you'll be able to see a thing or two that will reveal to you that it is all performative. It is not the reality that we are talking about. I don't think anybody will see that and say this is the reality that we are talking about. Okay, let's take a look at it. This is it. Yeah, it's all performative. It is not. This is I'm not looking at this video and I'm saying the locals. All right, these are not the locals. In fact, if you look at the environment, this is not coming from the areas where this sort of attires is being rocked, or perhaps the level of music. Well, it is all scripted. This is not just pure love from the street, or perhaps the real traditional ambience. This is not real. This is just performative and theatrics. It's the sort of thing that the politicians would do to project performance and not really the real thing. But I think Comrade Swaz is ready for us this time around. Please proceed. Please kindly proceed. You're welcome once again, Comrade Swaz.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. So,
yes, you are very audible.
I think I have a few minutes. So, like what you said is just true. It's just so obvious that that is not the grassroots. That's not the people in the grassroots for that cultural sense. or cultural dance, right? But what I wanted to even speak on was that you see the way influencers were behaving around IShowSpeed. I also believe that's how our billionaires also behave around the global elites, the global capitalists, global billionaires, right? They are so eager to please. I think that's, even if they don't do it in public, I think they do it in private. That ability to show that see the way Google was saying that he's the best interviewer in Africa, right? So Dangote, for example, would just want to say, "Oh, I'm the best capitalist in Africa. I extract too much wealth from my people." Right? They would even want to even show the billionaires outside of the continent how to extract wealth from their people, how to exploit their people. Right? I think that's how they do, and that's how they also go beg, right? Because you also notice they also do beg for aids, also they beg for support. You see the way they just pander to them. Even our politicians also, like Tinubu and the rest, they are eager to pander. They are eager to pander. I would really want to see how they behave. But also looking at it from another angle, right? Now imagine if this is the attitude shown towards IShowSpeed in public. IShowSpeed has a camera, is broadcasting live, and yet people were begging for money, right? Dignity aside, they don't even care that it's not involved. Now imagine what candidates go through when they are campaigning. Candidates who some people think that, oh, this person is coming to enrich himself, right? So let's collect as much money as we can collect from him before he gets to position. Imagine what is demanded from them when they go to campaign. Because people always say, oh, you go to the grassroots, campaign in the grassroots, oh, door-to-door campaign and things like that, right? Now imagine the amount of, show us love, oh, drop something. For every 10 people that may gather, they'll request for money. Don't care if you are coming to offer them something, right? These people were begging. They didn't even think that, oh, how this is a camera, this is viewed by a lot of people from across the globe. How do we showcase our environment? How do we represent ourselves in such a way that we will sell ourselves very well? You understand? And I really would not really want to even blame the people, right? Just is almost everything they know. Over time, it's become the forced culture, right? The imposed culture, the imposed way of acting. When we see a big man, we always ask, we want to collect our share, right? It's what the nation has done. When the nation is not unable to provide the basics for the people look for it any way they can. Am I still audible? Liberation. Liberation, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible. I just had to quickly grab something to eat. That's why you are very audible. You are still very connected. Yeah.
Okay. Even this, I need to grab something to eat. Not out there enough, but already time is already fast spent. So it's just our reality staring at us in the face. But what even made it more pronounced was that so-called celebrities, influencers, they were not excused from the begging. Come in. Sorry, I have to. I got the one. Oh, I was on. I have to go liberation. But I'll be here.
Thank you so much. I understand. Thank you very well, Comrade Swaz. We know that you have to really take your very busy schedule to really attend to stuff like this, and we really appreciate your comments. So far so good. And of course, we want to highlight some other things from the visit of IShowSpeed. All right, the level of the elite class in Nigeria is very, and every day they keep showing us, all right? They keep showing us that they don't get level. Elite class no get level for Nigeria. No. There's nothing like elite class. It is just bunch of hustlers, all right? And of course, we have highlighted the power of live streaming or perhaps social media. Imagine if IShowSpeed just came to Nigeria without any form of camera or perhaps clouds that showcases all of this reality. There's no way we are going to know. And of course, before this current set of people that call themselves streamers upon streamers, Shore has always been, bashed, or perhaps they always bash and say, they carry camera everywhere. They do this. This is how you showcase your reality. This is how you tell the powers that be that everything is on record. And of course, you can see the power of putting everything on record. And of course, this showcases to the whole world. We understand that during this live stream, at some point, the live stream on YouTube for IShowSpeed peaked around 160,000 viewers. All right. For context, as we are now here, we are about 167 across all platforms. Just to give you context, 167, watching this broadcast live like this. There will be others that will replay it, but currently over 167 people. But yeah, for context, IShowSpeed was streaming, and of course, at some point it peaked over 50,000 plus watching it live. So you can imagine these are people that are watching Nigeria all over the world. And of course, it gives them perspective of what Nigeria looks like, or the realities of Nigeria. And we have succeeded in bringing this to that live streaming. And that is the reason why you'll be wondering, should be now only space now, they always do. Space, why can't you stick to spaces? Okay, imagine if we have stick to spaces where we have an average of 20 attendance, or an average of 20 to 30 listeners joining. There's need for stepping up, all right? Especially if you know that stepping up will mean reaching out to more people. And it's the reason why we do what we do. At some point, we are going to scale to the budget level of people like this, IShowSpeed. And in our own, it might be from state to state. We are going to showcase the reality of Nigerian, of the Nigerian situation from state to state. Mobile camera, professional camera, lighting system, and good internet subscription, like the one that is off grid, like Starlink. This is what is done now all over the world, live streaming. But in the case of IShowSpeed, it is pure entertainment. To him, these guys are ruining the show for him. All right. If you look at the expression on his face, what do these guys want? These guys are ruining the show for me. Yeah, you people just want to. This is not the kind of content that I want. If you look at his facial expression, right? He would look at his expression. He loved the fun part, where he will catch fun, where he will meet with celebrities. You can see his facial expression, where he will catch fun, meet with celebrities, and even the locals that will not be bothering him for money, really. So it's entertainment for him. What will give him an adrenaline rush? That is what it means for him. He doesn't care about all of this asking for money or everything. He wants action. He wants something that will give him the rush, the dopamine rush. That is why he's doing this. But in our own case, it might not be this. It might be political education and expose, and we'll have to be going from place to, and we have been doing that already, but we just have to scale. And of course, what we are doing presently now is scaling from what we used to do to what we are doing now. It is another level, from just audio space to video live streaming. So we are going to upgrade also to this level, where we can actually do this on a higher scale. So live streaming is such a powerful tool, and Shore has been doing this since as early as 2018. All right, when it goes about, in fact, till now, everywhere he goes, cameras, live streaming, going with him. There's a reason. He's not a fool for doing that. Anything could happen there, and of course, all over the world, people are seeing the realities staring at us in the face. And of course, the sixth, lesson to learn here is to reject inferiority and embrace bold ambition. Nigeria has also skill, creativity, and confidence in spades. Yet, too often, we perform poverty or beg for scraps. Speed's energy and success show what's possible with authenticity and grind. Revolutionary lesson here: act like the giant we claim we be. All right? Build institutions, support local creators, invest in youth-led change, and stop excusing failures with Nigeria. Not they carry last excuses. And of course, it's the reason why we salute as many as those that are supporting us to keep doing what we are doing, because we have to step in the ring. All right, we have to, and we are not, in our own case, we aren't going to beg for any relevance. It has to be organic or nothing. Organic or nothing. It will not be a matter of whether there's a particular celebrity coming and we are going to be roveling and shoveling around him as if he's some sort of god. Now him go come meet us, say he won't come our live stream. Even tell us say he won't come, or perhaps if he invite us, say okay, let us meet in a particular location to stream. That is dignity. Don't be say you go, they push yourself. They tell your own bouncer to be pushing you on him. That is absolute nonsense. And of course, by and large, it has been very, very clearly proven that Nigeria has popularized absolute prats, absolute idiots, and they would have to live with the consequences of that. Until Nigerians start paying attention to wholesome intellectual discussion and content like this, stuff like embarrassing situations like this will keep popping up every single time. Back to you, Comrade Shima Ilara. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, comrade. I'm enjoying your submission. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, loud and clear, sir. Loud and clear.
Oh, all right. Even though I don't think network today have been interesting. When were they interesting? We are paying more for it and for less service. The telcos increased the prices of data in this country last year. It went up viral by 100% in some cases, over that in most cases, and only to resort to this because the idea of this so-called capitalist is exclusion. It's not inclusion. It's not how to service. How do we service? How do we service more persons? How do we get more persons into the room? What people want to celebrate is exclusivity. That's why all of them are going about. It's patronage. They do not like IShowSpeed. They don't even know what it stands for. I know that majority of them are just looking for them to say that you can see me with IShowSpeed and use that as bragging rights, because they know that they do not know that there is a series called Bob at Abishola Show. There was a part they did that Bob, the husband or fiancé to Abishola, wanted to give the mother of Abishola some gift. He actually gave him socks. They call it the compressed socks. So he gave some to the mother, which was supposed to be a Nigerian according to the setting of the series, which was supposed to be a Nigerian mother. And then the mother, after seeing the packs of socks, and she asked, I said, oh, why did you send me this number of packs of socks? I only need few. And then the guy said, but you are going back home now, so that you can share it and distribute it amongst others, amongst your friends and families. Do you know what a typical Nigerian person said? Said, if I give it to all of them, what will not differentiate me? What will they exclude me and make me a big madam from them? If all of us now have asked, this is the madness happening in this country. The spirit of the misrulers have entered us too, unfortunately. They are also thinking exclusivity. Like you have said, it is for the returnees. People don't understand that we didn't have Africans. Vast majority of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, in the Americans, in Europe. I'm not talking of those ones who are Japan. I'm talking of those ones who have been there for a century, for over a century now. That it was not their option. It wasn't their doings. That they were carted away by force. They were kidnapped and put under enslavement. So it is in their desire, as some of them are waking up to their conscious reality of conscious self, to return back to their people, because they understand that only in their people and with their people lies dignity, true dignity. You see what these idiots do not understand? But for you at home, they don't deceive you, say, by running away from your people, they live for Alapere before. But once you don't make one tertiary change, hey, politician, idiot, God don't give you tertiary publicity, we don't give you money. Because you cannot tell me that TikTok is not the money laundering space. We know how they work. Once they don't give you tertiary money, what do you want to do? You want to leave your people at Alapere to go to VI, because to you, the idea, the image also that you have is the same with the idiot in politics. The idiots that call themselves misrulers that call themselves rulers. That's the idea. Your idea is never to look deeper and go within your people. Go closer to your people. Greatness cannot come from strangers. This is the reality that Africans are walking into. I didn't talk about Marcus Garvey. Even though Marcus Garvey, there was no proof, physical proof that Marcus Garvey, the great Marcus Garvey, stepped a foot in Africa. But while Marcus Garvey was administering the affairs of Haiti, he was thinking about us as African people. He was doing everything he could to build a nation that every African people can feel at home in. But you see, this exclusivity, say now only you won't be favorite, you won't be special. Now only you, your God favor. Now you, your God favor pass. This exclusivity no be us. It is naivety. It is what children who are not well trained display. It's my toy. I will not play with you, my toy again. I will not give you my toy. It's exclusivity. One of the signs of adulthood is being able to share, collaborate. Is being able to come together and work on things together. Even animals do this quite well. There was one of our comrades here, Comrade Swaz, who said that this burst my mind, so it never left me, right? I mean, I don't forget things like that. That said that he has not met a capitalist ant before. That just imagine that there the individualistic capitalist mind of an art that says that today me I want to go and hustle for my own sugar alone. I'm not carrying my brothers along. I'm not going with anybody. I will do this alone. He will die. But is that not what your so-called idiotic mind have been trained to do? Is that not what you have been prepped to do? Is that not what you have been considered as a lifestyle to have? Because that is the desire of these guys, and that is why there is no organization within them. That's why they cannot organize. How many times have you seen any of these major TikTokers or going close to their people? You mentioned earlier on things like Calabar. How many times have they been there? Because to them too, they want to. And some idiots went to Ikorodu. They are calling for help. This Aoma Tapata today, one of them grew up in. I read social media, and he was behaving that way. These people have no spirituality. Their people is now strange to them. That's why I will give this to Zazu. Zazu said when they told him that you should come to Lolo in the Lekki, I come and stay there. And he looked at everybody, he said, these are not the people who suffer with me. Oh. These are not the people I grew up with. Oh. How can I be spending my money with people I do not know? This was his Zazu word. How can I be spending my money with those people I do not know, be impressing them? No, I would rather take my money to places where I grew up. Those that I know, I would rather spend my money. I don't think if he's also spending the money there, but at least he's there. He's also boasting of buildings, personal structure, is the miseducation. But you could see the content and the desire. If this person had been educated, is closer to what it could be it than all these idiots that want to go. The moment they have the opportunity to leave their people, to japa, to escape, to jump out, to run, they will do so. So how can they collaborate with people who now look like them, who are thinking, let's go back, let's go and rewrite the story, let's go and reshape the story, our story? How can they collaborate? How can they work with such people? To them, IShow is money. The bottom and the beginning, the alpha and the omega of what they see is more money. Because everything that inspires them, is, and I will quickly say that it's not their fault. These people are idiots, really. They are young boys. They are young boys that should have been trained, that should have been equipped with sense. Which education did we invest in? Which education are our oligarchs investing in? None. They are not investing even in the ones they were benefits or beneficiaries of. They don't consider it. They would rather go and put money in things that further destroy us as a people than put money in things that empowers us. So these are the people who are supposed to have organized themselves to say, you know what, we know of Idori, we know the place where water, the cold water and the, and the warm water meets. We know of the culture and the tradition of art in Ibadan. There are a lot of interesting places in Ibadan, in your state, a lot of interesting places that IShow would have had amazing stuff. But unfortunately, it was quite unfortunate. This is why I say that the people that the media have given camera to are never the best of us. They can never be the best of us. This system does not understand, because this system is not in place to include the best of us. This is not a place where we should trust the ones that the camera has been given, especially the traditional media. These are not the best of us. They are not there to celebrate and to give attention to the best of us, but the minute of us that think that out of 37 states being trapped in one idiotic concentration camp, open air concentration camp called Lekki, because it shows that even in Lekki there is where will you because they need the service of the people. The idiot that does not have clean water coming out of his tap, he need people to supply him pure water. Who will do the pure water business? No be poor person. Who supply him pure water? The idiot that will even come and be bragging with it that is having his veins with pure water. That consider that as an eye. These are motherfuckers idiots. These are non-entities, really. So it is what we are seeing is the incapacity and the efficiency of the locals, the Africans in Africa. Even though we have in code on paper political independence that could have helped us shape our institutions. Imagine that we are not unfortunate to have presidency like Tinubu, like Osinbajo as vice president. We are not unfortunate, because these are unfortunate people. These are people in Nigeria. These are people you should see and should go back to bed. If you see them as the first thing in the morning, you should go back to bed, because that day will never be well. Imagine that we are not unfortunate to have somebody like Obasanjo as president. Imagine that we are not unfortunate to have somebody like Jonathan as president, bad luck as president. Imagine that we are not unfortunate to have Abacha as president. Imagine that we are not unfortunate as head of state, they call them, or equivalent of president. Imagine that we are not unfortunate to have Buhari cannot miss it. Imagine that we cannot afford. We were not unfortunate to have Buhari as a double jeopardy, first as a head of state, again as a president. Imagine a nation without this element that I've mentioned. Imagine a state that we have been unfortunate to have been ruled by a man called Maradona, that his antics and his skill, his political wherewithal, is to dribble Nigerians and deceive Nigerians into the more we look, the less we see. Called Babangida. Imagine that we have not been unfortunate to have this set of misrulers. Imagine we have been fortunate to have Gani Fawehinmi lead us as a nation. Imagine. Just imagine. Imagine that we have been fortunate enough to have Sowore sitting at the president on the presidency. Imagine that we have been fortunate enough to have somebody like Fela Anikulapo Kuti, because he registered a political party. Imagine the outcome. Just imagine. Imagine what our educational institutions will have been. How it will have been structured. Will it still be the same with what we have now? Never. because the concentration will be on how do we now develop humans. Because only when we develop humans, not when we patronize them, we're giving them more resources. Only when we truly develop humans that they can therefore now develop things. The thinking level of our street people and the thinking level of the ones we call celebrities, it's not far apart. You know, one of the ways that I know that someone is not as is a fraudster, is probably making the money in a way that it cannot be explained, is listening to them, by listening to them. And I can see, listen to these guys and listen to an average people. The only difference is that there is now money in one pocket, but the same brain. In fact, some of our brothers and sisters on the street are even far better. They can perceive that there is more than to life than just money on the streets. They know money truly should be a means in which things could get done. Like IShowSpeed, money to him is a means to reconnecting back to his own roots. Because there is a need for Africans in diaspora to reconnect back to their roots. Because a tree outside its roots, outside the formation of its roots, is experiencing death. It's just a matter of time. But these ones, even though physically they should still be connected to the roots, but they are off it. Ask them even if they know some of the places that you have mentioned. I say you are enjoying life more than some of these idiots. Because if you have to go to anywhere in Nigeria, I need no security. That doesn't mean that Nigeria is secure. But it means that I am not afraid of my people. That's what it means. And since I'm not afraid of my people, I do not consider going about anywhere with security as a normal thing. So if there are issues about insecurity, we need to address it, not hide it under the canopy or camouflage of employing some insecurities to come and appeal to insecurity. Have you seen Omoyele Sowore? These people do not even have the wherewithal like Omoyele Sowore. Have you seen him in Kiribo? Omoyele Sowore draft all the attention. It causes all the opera amongst in the globe. I love everything that he does every year. I missed the ones for last year. I'm not missing this one for this year. Because all routes to Kiribo in December. And that's where we will do our own crossover. That's more better than the crossover service anywhere. Trust me. I missed it last year, but I'm not missing it this year. Omoyele causes all the opera, gets all the attention, and always leading to Kiribo, his hometown. It is towards the contribution of his hometown. Ṣé Bella ò ní hometown ni? Wọ́n ṣáà níbi tó grow sí. Ṣé Egungun wọ́n sọ fún mi pé wọ́n ní hometown ni? But they are disconnected. They are now a threat to their hometown, just like their hometown has become a threat to them. And what institution is telling us that our hometown is now a threat to us? Religious institution, ancestral causes that you don't know, that they are not part of. Your ancestors are not part of those who are doing you, but they have lied to you to think that your ancestors now are part and parcel of those who are doing you. Who are those people who are doing you? Face them. Tinubu is the one doing you with his conniving with the imperialist masters like Donald Trump, Macron of France. Go and face them. You can face these idiots. They are not supernatural beings. They are physical beings. To face them is to organize. It was Malcolm X who also came to Africa to say that the oppressed are not out organized. We are only that the oppressed are not outnumbered. We are only out organized. So what we need to do now is to organize ourselves. But they do not understand. They do not understand what some of our brothers who would come back from Europe, they do not understand what they are coming for to do. In fact, some of them will be asking and saying, you are going to Africa to do what? To do, because to them it's like, what are you going there to do? Because me, I want to jump out of it. No, they have gotten it twisted. That those our brothers now have realized something, an harsh truth, that integration is not the answer. Just like charity is never the answer. Charity is not the answer, and charity does not give birth to a good thing. The only thing charity begging gives. The only thing begging does. The only thing begging would eventually produce is integration. Integration means pé wọ́n adopt here, they will adopt you, but means that they can purge you out anytime they want to purge you out. Just imagine that you need an accommodation and you are coming to someone to beg them of an accommodation. Then they allow you to stay in their condo, maybe a room in their condo. They give you a room or you are sharing a room with them. That's charity. That's good. But to meet with the homelessness demand in Nigeria alone, that about 10 to 20 million people are homeless. To meet with that demand, can we fix that with charity? You need to think about it. How many people even get home? They get access to afford them to house another person. An average so-called rich people or average middle class people live in an apartment like a 2-bedroom apartment. They will have 2 children. That is already deficiency, because by the so-called what they should be living as a standard, everyone should have a room to themselves. So where is it now going to? So if you are a visitor, you come to Great Crash, you are sleeping in the parlor. Except you too, you do not mean well for your life. By the time you sleep in the parlor for 2 days, you realize that this is not for you. But that's not where I'm going. So where I'm going is that cannot be the answer to solving the problem of homelessness. So what would now be the answer to solving the problem of homelessness at a systemic level is to ensure that either by lobbying or by because these ones are far from being lobbying. This one do not want to get us It was the former president who said that he has a eardrum problem. Some of you think it's just physical. The people they are serving, because if T-Pain does not have a eardrum problem, with all the shouting that life was difficult under T-Pain, the first decision he made in this administration was to remove subsidy. That means he is not hearing you. How can he even hear us when he never granted an interview, local interview leading to the election? And idiots still voted for him. That is how minute they think. Because the more the person is far apart from them, the more honorable he becomes. That explains why dishonorable idiots call themselves chairman across all the states in this country don't live or reside in the state of their constituents. That explains why senators or representatives are not living in the places and districts they represent. Because the more apart that you are, yes, it was a part of law that law that they use. They call it for the loss of power. In case you have not known, that explains why your pastor does not want you to get close, so that you can be seeing him from afar and can be seen as angel. That explains the pedestal. The pedestal is not just so that they use pedestal in engineering so that to increase the volume for projection. But in the case where you now have mic, the pedestal is also doing a psychological work. In case you don't know, is to elevate the person so that in your mind, the way the posture in which you are looking at him is that he is higher than you, and so therefore is unquestionable. So they are playing a fast. These are the strategy they use on you. But the reason why we don't know is because you don't read, and you become victims. But back to the point. What was the point I was making again? But make I share this because make I share this. So the collaboration that should happen is not happening because there is a miseducation of those within. Those within do not see the way some of our brothers in diasporas are seeing. And just like comrade have said, come to this is education all the way. That you should not just assume because there are resources in the hands of these idiots, that means that resources have been earned via merit. No, nothing will be earned via merit in an oppressed state, in an oppressive state. This nepotistic view all the way. It is bureaucracy all the way. It is the government of who you know that knows who you know. Government of padi, arrangement things ni, arrange things ni. Now padi in this country, show me who has merit now. Show me a billionaire that has merit. I will tell you the government that is servicing me. And I will tell you how they are servicing me. And how he's servicing them back. Show me a celebrity. Well, let's remove the cooties. Let's remove the showerel. That must be clear. They are not even in the class of this rubbish because we are seeing the contribution. But show me any other one. I will show you what is servicing them. And now they are profiting from this system. Don't even mention your religious leaders. You want us to scatter all the table that remains there. There will not be no table remaining. But we'll do it. I will scatter it. I'm in the business of that. But not be tonight. But let's maintain on IShowSpeed. That IShowSpeed, just like Frank Fanon, who returned to, play a part in the National Liberation Front movement of the Algerians towards the Algerian Revolution. Unfortunately, even though he played a part, he was first brought into the war by the French government. You see how they use one of us to sponsor our destruction. It's not new. But as a doctor, medical doctor, when he got to the front of the war to Algeria, he realized that the Algerian so-called rebels were the one that was right. They were fighting for their liberation. And this government is unjust. It's an enslavement system. So what did he do? What's supposed to be human? What's supposed to be any normal thinking African? So he started aligning with the Algerians. So he would treat the French war soldiers in the morning. At night, he would go and organize and treat the Algerian rebels. At night, he was using the resources because that is what the resources of African people should be used for, to develop Africa. So he would use the resources of African people, the so-called French people, even though they are getting the resources from here, he will use the resources to treat the Algerian fighters. What did the French government do to him? They did something. They discovered. So when they discovered that he was doing that, they removed him from work. They first recorded him, then they sacked him. What did he do? You would think he would have been, you see, if it's just money. It was not for money, it was for something more. What did he do? He went back to Algeria and started fully joining them and organizing with them. Imagine if the National Liberation Front movement were not organizing. Imagine, they would have wasted Frank Fanon. And I'm not saying IShowSpeed is in the level of Frank Fanon, but they are wasting IShowSpeed. You see, without their reality to consciousness, they will waste the resources of one of their own that would have brought exposure. Just imagine the exposure that would have happened across all the states in Africa, in Nigeria rather. Assuming these idiots are informed, assuming they are not thinking of going far apart from their people, assuming they are in tune with the things that happen to their people. One of the best stage play is in Ibadan. New Culture Studio, I'm going to mention the name because Paruke, who constructed this place, finished work. There are art galleries, Tunde Odunlade Art Gallery in Ibadan. These idiots do not know. They have shut themselves out. They want to be European. They are not in tune with us. Similar to that story, and I'm going to pause here for now, is Muhammad Ali. I said Muhammad Ali got back to Zaire, went back to Zaire, they call it at some point. May he not be well with Mobutu, wherever he is. Sure. So he went to Zaire. What happened that led to him going to Zaire? It was during the Venezuelan war attack. America, the same thing idiotic Trump did last year or early this year by invading Venezuela to kidnap their president. It's the same thing for the sake of oil. For some idiot will say colonialism have ended. Colonialism, idiots. African people. The solution is easy, but at the time, not the people will go through them, not the willingness of the people will go through them. The solution is to educate ourselves. It's easy. It's not like it's easy, but we can do it. It's doable. It's possible. So Muhammad Ali refused and rejected to also participate in the war. And why did he refuse? You would think it just happened normal out of probably his fear, he's afraid. No, it was around the time that he met one of the leaders of the NOI, Nations of Islam leader, one of the leaders called Malcolm X. And Malcolm X became radicalized or became revolutionary, became educated in the prison while he was in the prison. So he had become conscious. So it was Malcolm X that recruited Muhammad Ali to tell him that, oh God, why are you just fighting? You think you are just fighting? No, use your talent for something great. Use your talent to speak on behalf of your people. Your talent cannot just be wallowing. You are a great personality. Change his career forever. Just like they changed the career of our father too. My father too. Fela Anikulapo by introducing him to books. So it was around that time that America wanted to go to war. So Muhammad Ali said he wasn't going. What did America do? They said they wanted to recruit him, that is a compulsory, that he must be recruited for war. He said no, he's not listing himself as soldier, that he's not interested in fighting the war, that war does not have anything to do with him, which is true. How can you be supporting your oppressor? It must be something mental. How can you get to the point where you now begin to support your oppressor for no reason? Should you and your oppressor be agreeing on any level? Even if he's saying the right thing, he's not saying the right thing with the right motive. So they asked him to join. He said no, he's not joining. America got offended because as at that point he was a heavyweight champion of the world, and America knew how popular he had become, and without punishing him, they know that it's going to influence quite a majority of people to go likewise, to do likewise. So America sanctioned him and said that they cannot. They first restricted his belt. They took away his belt from him, his heavyweight champion. Then they gave it to Joe Frazier. This is where the enmity started from. Joe Frazier, even though Joe Frazier was a very fantastic heavy puncher, in fact, Joe Frazier punch is almost equal, if not more, than the weight of the punch of Mike Tyson. Very fantastic boxer. But unfortunately, he wasn't conscious, so he took the belt. So America sanctioned him also for fighting. They started blocking him for fighting. They banned him for almost 3 years or more. So it was at the time that when it became obvious, because Muhammad Ali became more popular, we find, see what we are thinking, what these idiots want to find, which is to find more money, which is the least of what we can find when we embrace our true self. We'll find more than that. We'll find influence. My people will say, Taba Wolo, Taba Pade Ilono, E Pada Sile. They don't even know if IShowSpeed is actually as wealthy as them. They don't know. In terms of material resources, they might have more material resources than him, but they do not have influence like him. And what has brought about IShowSpeed influence? The things that they have started giving for influence. I said yesterday that the difference between living a short lifespan and a huge lifespan, including timelessness, transcending to timelessness, is living for something more than just self, living for Africanness. That is what Papa Fela did. That is why, regardless of the manipulation that can come, you guys cannot end Papa Fela.
Is it just me?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear Comrade Sean, and I was even about to, basically see whether or not I'll be able to. We can bring you up, Comrade Adeige. You're welcome to the studio. Thank you so much. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I could not hear Comrade Sean, and he was talking, and I was listening to him, and I can still see him. I think he's
wow,
talking,
that must have been network. That must have been. I believe he can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you now. Okay, I can hear you now.
All right. I see it. I want to help here, but I just want to give a proper description so that our people can understand why some of our brothers are coming, and this is not the first time, but that every time they do so, there is a betrayal. And there is a betrayal out of ignorance. So when, after his belt was stripped out of him, so for now, Muhammad Ali was sure, as at that time he was being called Cassius Clay, but he changed his name. I changed his name to Muhammad Ali. That's another problem entirely. We will go there because Ali Muhammad is not an African name, but to him he didn't know. There was almost no difference between Arabian name and African name. Muhammad is not an African name. Ali is not an African name. And this speaks to the fact that there is over 1,000 years of enslavement from the Arabs on African people too. That it has taken away the identity of some African nations away totally. He eroded it. One of the idiots that played a role is this jihadist, this northern jihadist called Osman Fodio. To hell with him. But he didn't start it. It's the Arab war. That is almost hard to find an Hausa name that is not Arabic today, even in Nigeria. It was well described in the book, the life and time of Aminu Kano. Aminu Kano, a great respected elder in the northern region. And now the Arab community invaded African people and almost turned us to no identity of ourselves anymore. The last World Cup was when a Moroccan player was interviewed and he was being told that, well, the first time African ever been to semi-final, he said, in that interview that he does not represent Africa, that he represents the Arab nation. So we must not forget all these things. So if you think you are a Muslim and you are not serving any, you are serving a slave god, a slavery god. But let me round up. So after he was disbanded, so he was disbanded, but he had no bet with him. Like I said, they gave it to Joe Frazier. But as at the time that he was coming back, Foreman had fought Frazier, and Foreman had won George Foreman. So he decided that no, he's not going to fight, he's not going to give America the resource, the money anymore, the prestige to host an heavyweight champion. So this is what happened. Joe Frazier beat Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali is considered to be unbeatable. Foreman beat Joe Frazier, which was now considered to be, Joe Frazier was considered to be the nightmare. So George Foreman had now beaten Frazier. So the fight between Foreman and Muhammad Ali became a talk in the town. It's like fight against in modern time. It's like fight against Tyson and Holyfield. So he became the talk of the town. Muhammad Ali knew that this was one of almost the biggest fight in his career, if not the biggest fight. So he decided that no, I'm going to give this publicity to Africa. I'm going to send these resources back to Africa. I'm not going to do it in America. I would only fight you if you agree for us to come to Africa directly. So the fight was called the Jungle in the Rumble. Ali won the fight that day, even though there are several analyses on this also, because a majority of people believe that Ali had a disease, which we know after in his later career. Some think that Ali took the beating of his life that day, but that the power that resides in Ali, because what the Zairians were chanting is that Ali should kill Frazier. That's what they were chanting, because they got the idea. So many people attributed, many boxing analysts attributed that the reason Ali won in that war, in that I call it war, in that fight, is because Ali had the support, true support of his African people, that for the very first time and he fought where he was motivated to go all the round. There had never been a history of a fight that your counterpart fought himself way hard, punched you so hard that he punched his whole energy out of his body. That was what happened to George Foreman. And George Foreman lost the fight that day because there was an African support, there was an African roots, there was an African organization, there was an African, unity. Sort of. It was Zaire, but there was it connoted. This is what it connoted. Meaning, by the time we have our diasporans, our brothers who have been enslaved coming back with strong organization, we can therefore now take the representative or the so-called superpowers and take them heads on, and that just like that royal, the jungle in the rumble, that we can win. Back to you, host. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't know if I'm very much audible. I'm coming out clear. And
yeah, I can hear
of
you.
course,
I can hear you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lara Rock. You have really taken us through all of the talking points that really gives the kind of explanation or clarity, historical clarity at that this is not the first time you have a diasporan or someone, or perhaps someone who is actually not, local to us, would come into the African continent and would, in the case of IShowSpeed, is basically here for entertainment and for the thrill, for dopamine high, to catch fun basically, and he has been going from one African country to the other, and I welcome about 212 of us across all platforms, gathered here in this broadcast, wanting to know some of the lessons that we can draw from the visit of IShowSpeed, a YouTube sensation with over 50 million views, 50 million subscribers, and of course his visit has come with so much sensation and comments, criticism, and lessons that we can learn as Nigerian people. What are the lessons really? And number one lesson that we have learned here, owing by the genuflecting that took place, the so-called streaming elites in Lagos or perhaps Africa. Pella, who happens to be one of the largest streamer, arguably in Africa, was basically pursuing Speed up and down, basically, and it was being turned down every single time. All right, which highlights the theme of self-respect. The so-called elites in Nigeria do not have self-respect. They are not proud of themselves, and they just want to milk from any form of wave that they can capitalize on, because they have seen that IShowSpeed have so much clout and so many people are paying attention to him, so they want to reap from that attention. They want to milk from it. Whatever it is that have grown up, that have basically grown their platform up until now, they don't believe that they can keep doing what they are doing and build their own platform, or perhaps command the kind of respect from an outsider like IShowSpeed to actually reach out to them and say, well, yo, bro, I know that you are a streamer in Africa and I'm coming to your crib. I'm coming to Nigeria. I'll be more than willing to meet you. Let's meet and let's link up. All right. So it will not take a matter of connection, and of course at a point Pella was saying that some of the indigenous bodyguards that IShowSpeed hired were asking him for up to ₦1 million for him to gain access to IShowSpeed. These are the realities, Nigerian reality. It's about connection. It's about, favoritism. And of course, it's not about merit. Nothing is gotten by merit here. It's all about, how well you can roll on the floor for the people in power, or perhaps how much money you have. There are so many other things that we have highlighted, including the power of live streaming, because live streaming, or perhaps the internet, has a way of showcasing realities across the world. And one of the realities that we have seen so far so good is the impoverishment of the Nigerian people. All right, you see street beggars, or perhaps the ordinary Nigerian people basically asking IShowSpeed for money. So let me just not say everything and just spend so much time. We have highlighted some of the lessons of this visit by IShowSpeed, and I will not hesitate any longer. Without further ado, I pass the mic to Comrade Adeige. Comrade Adeige, you're welcome. You are also a social commentator, and I believe you are aware of this visit and some of the situations that came with it. What perspective would you like to point our attention to in this whole visit by IShowSpeed? Are you there, sir?
Yeah, me and Liberation Chat, thank you once again for hosting this space, and giving us the opportunity to, speak the truth. Because, when you look at our media these days, the news is always just out there lying, bamboozling, confusing, disinforming, disorienting, and just bastardizing the minds of Nigerian people. So it's always good to have reality shown in our faces, and this is one of the beauty of media. Really, one of the beauty of media is the ability to democratize information, right? Previously, we used to have only the news channels having the ability to, go put out information to a large group of people. But now, the internet has given us the ability to democratize information. People can now be in their homes, in the comfort of their homes, and communicate sensitive information to millions, thousands, or hundreds of thousands, and billions of people, if possible. Today I was watching a video and the man was talking. He was saying that when our ancestors were kidnapped from the Songhai Empire, when they were kidnapped from the Songhai Empire and taken to the American plantation, they began to revolt. Our ancestors that were kidnapped from their country began to revolt, burn down the houses, burn down the plantation, kill the master, and all that. And as they were revolting, the American masters didn't know what to do. The white masters, the colonial masters, did not know what to do at the point in time. The plantation owners didn't know what to do. So they went to Germany. And when they got to Germany, they met a professor, one of the Nazi guys. And they asked him, they said, how are you able to, we need some, you guys need to teach us. How can we control these guys? These guys are getting out of hand. And the man asked them, okay, so give me more information. And they were telling him, and they got to a point and they said, these people, they are from the empire. And the man said, are they aware that they are from the Songhai Empire? They said, yes. The man said, and that's your problem there. How will you bring a people from this thing and you just allow them to continue like that? That next time, what happens is when they come, take the babies out of the hands of their mothers, send the mothers and fathers to another place, walk those ones to death, and then raise these children yourself. And when you raise them, tell them that they came from the jungle, tell them that they were monkeys, tell them that, let them know that they came from nothing. How will you have a people come from great empires where they have invented so much, form of civilization, they've done great things, they've built, states for themselves, and you are now telling them that you carry them? They will always revolt because they know where they are from. So separate them and make them forget where they are from. That leads me to talking about a show, Speed. Speed, whether he likes it or not, is a black man. And he has come to Africa. All right. Yeah, so a lot of Americans do not even know that they are from Africa. I recently saw an argument from one lady that She was talking. Just a moment. Just one moment, please.
Absolutely. IShowSpeed is an African person, is an African man. Whether or not you want to make argument that is a black American or whatever, but he's a black man. All right. And we all know where black originates from, Africa. And of course, these visits really highlights the reality of the African people. And even, even if you have to look at, the previous visits that he's had in Ethiopia, in Kenya, while the theme of some of these themes, for instance, of lack of self-respect, but you could see by and large that, development is still a thing in Africa. The level of underdevelopment, and this not to be confused by civilization. No, I am not talking about civilization. I'm talking about development. I don't think it should be a flex for us to always showcase the primitive. Yeah, I can hear you. I'll pass the mic now. For us to always showcase the primitive, or perhaps the level of for instance, there's a difference between something like that, backwardness. But one thing I've learned from China, of course, some people who have an issue might have issues with this, but it is what it is. China has somehow, developed and still maintain their ancient culture. All right. But I think what we have seen in Africa is that we have the culture, we have the heritage, but if you look around, you see the Honda development, and it's all thanks to our corrupt politician, very corrupt elite class, and elite class we no get level, elite class we say they are so wicked, and the level of greed, and of course all thanks to live streaming like this. Because when live streaming like this don't happen, it will be as though some of us that are doing this locally, we are just trying to demarket the country. This whole thing happening on your screen now is not planned. This is raw street reality in Nigeria. See people basically demanding money because they have perceived that IShowSpeed is a global sensation, or perhaps a popular person who have money that they can get. And of course, they want that handout. All right, they want the handout. They have no interest in whatever value that iSpeed have to offer. It is what they stand to benefit that they are interested in. And of course, people don't behave like this naturally. They do this from years of conditioning. I'll pass the mic back to Comrade Adege. Please proceed with your submission, sir.
Show you love?
Yeah. So, thank you, my comrade. I was saying that people like IShowSpeed, a larger majority of them living in the US do not even know where they come from. They do not understand what it means. They do not understand what it means to be African. They only understand what it means to be black. And I think to an extent you give the guy kudos, the IShowSpeed kudos for even saying, okay, he wants to do a tour to Africa, he wants to come to Africa. But when he has come to Africa, it has highlighted so much. It has shown us so much about the micro problems that we have in our community. These are the problems that people don't talk about. You hear them talk about GDP. You hear them talk about foreign investment. But look at the Nigerian people in real time. That is what we talk about here. Look at how even the so-called, the so-called prosperous ones, the so-called well-to-do, are rushing after Oyibo made. They rush after foreign things. You see, this is our taste for foreign things. It's clear here. You see the way all these people are running after IShowSpeed. See all these, everything they call them, Appella, they run after her. Jarvis, Bokoli, all our so-called big names are running after Oyibo team. Now, the same way all our politicians said, they run after Oyibo team. This has shown you the taste of the Nigerian man, what he craves for. American wonder, now waiting they crave for. Why can this Pella is big? Why can't he be in his house? Send a message to this guy, bro. Do you want to link up? If he reply you, he reply. If he no reply you, he no reply. You go on with your life. No self-respect, no self-dignity. People are following him on the streets. The boys are old, 21. That's a 21-year-old boy. How old is Egungun? How old are these people, these grown men that could not control themselves? You are following a kid. 50 million people. Most of Speed's people will probably be within his age range, 20, 19, 18. Those are the people. And you are there embarrassing yourself just because you want to get your own. You see, everybody's looking for their own. Everybody has that energy. Can I get my own? Can I go on the stream? If Speed, I can do this. Speed, I can do that. You see what Nigerian youths are being registered. These are people that should have been in factories working. These are people that should have been in the banks working, in the schools teaching. A lot of these people should even be in school receiving quality education. A lot of these people should be busy. But everybody in Nigeria is an influencer. Everybody is meeting. I'm a streamer. I'm a Nigerian streamer. And everybody is a streamer. Everybody is like a streamer in Nigeria because that is the new form of money. So you can understand the Nigerians are just looking, how can they survive? And how did Nigerians get to this point where there's no working force? Where there's no workforce, where people cannot even say, okay, we're all busy. Oh, we didn't even know that it was here. Just coming to the country, and I even saw a video where he said Lagos is smelling. Our mega city.
I would like you to look at this particular situation. This is a counter here. This guy on your screen is known as the strongest man in Nigeria. All right, and if you look at it very well, you see the caption there. You know, of course, this is not the particular caption I'm looking for, but in this encounter, he was saying that, well, if you want me to give you, you know, a show, if you want me to perform how strong I am for you, all right, you have to give me something. And of course, IShowSpeed brought out a cash of 50,000 Nigerian money. And he was shocked. IShowSpeed was shocked when the Nigerian strongest man was like, this cannot even buy fuel inside my car. He was like 50,000 Nigerian money. He was surprised. It was like, really, he thought he could. Hey, I think you can hear. He was asking for $10,000. Let me play the sound. Maybe perhaps you get context what I'm saying. Yeah.
Bro, you need a woman, bro. What is that? You need a woman. I need the money. I'm angry.
I need the money.
Man, what makes you happy then? You know what? First of all, in order to make me happy, and I'm going to happy only for you. When you give me $10,000 now, then we started from there.
The question you should ask yourself is, how much is $10,000 in Naira?
Aha. All right. Yeah.
10 million thereabouts.
Yeah,
In
thereabouts.
Nigeria
Yeah.
today. In Nigeria today, what can you do with 10 million?
Yeah.
That one thinks now, that one in his mind thinks if he gets 10 million, his life has changed forever. He has made it. That's what he thinks in his mind. You see, this is the problem. I was thinking today that I wonder how those delegates from the Tinubu APC primaries, I wonder how they are faring right now when they're all collecting 25,000, maybe 18,000, $30,000 to sell the next 4 years. How are they faring now? Nigerians always assume that if they are able to get their own, that every other person, it doesn't matter, but let me just get my own. And that is the biggest problem in Nigeria, the problem of individualism. And that's why everybody is going to go and show themselves to Speed. This one go show, I show my talent. Now it is a talent show on Speed Live. I'm the strongest man. I'm Nigeria's first robot. I'm this, I'm that. Showing him all these fun things, carrying him to all these places. But what is the situation of things on ground? Nobody will take IShowSpeed to Makoko. to go and show them what is happening in Makoko to Nigerian people. Nobody will take him to Oroshoki to go and show him the demolition of Nigerian houses. How people are now forced to live on water because they have demolished their houses. Nobody will take him there to show him that. Nobody will show him about how people are being killed and kidnapped in the north. Nobody will do that. But they will show him, all day. And you see the guy, he's just moving, right? If this was not a live stream, they will only be showing us, this will be the clips we'll be seeing. Him in party places, him where they're having fun. But because it's a live stream, we get to even see the streets, to see how Nigerians are out there prostituting themselves, begging for money. No dignity. No dignity. Look at how we are being sold. This guy has 50 million people watching. 50 million people watching. The population of Canada is about 40 million. So this guy literally has the population of countries watching Nigeria right now. And this is what Nigeria has to offer to the world. That step. Club. Strongest man begging for $10,000. This is what Nigeria has to offer to the world. A display of poverty and hunger. A display of underdevelopment. Many people in the US and all these countries have never seen an African country before. But to many of them, it has been described as a third world country. They will be able to judge now by themselves that why are many of these things happening? Why are these people on the road all begging for money? Disgracing the country. But it's not their fault. Can't blame the Nigerian
What
people.
the fuck is you saying?
They have been subjected to abject poverty. No dignity. Look at grown men. These are fathers. These are brothers. These are sons. That should constitute their own contribution to the Nigerian working force. But what do we have here? Running after American Wonder. Just for how much? 50,000, 10,000. How much can speed give you on the spot that will change your life? How many people have we seen that they went into, they went and do collaboration with one superstar? Where are their lives today? I remember the likes of Jigon. You remember Jigon one leg? Jigon was out there. He was there. Everybody, Jigon. Where is he today? How many of these people you think is all about? Nigerians, we need to focus on what really is our problem. Now everybody's distracted from the suffering that's going on in Nigeria. The tax bill is there. Nobody's talking about that one. But everybody's pursuing IShowSpeed. That's where the strength of all Nigerian youths are. People are moving, flying from city to city, just gathering around this guy. For what reason? Because they want to blow. And when they blow, you would assume that if they blow, they will come and now tell the story of Nigeria. They will tell the story of how they too suffered. That they too, they came from somewhere. They will not remember Nigeria at all. Because I'll tell you, do you know how many Nigerians we have at Bloom? We have Wizkid, we have Davido, we have Burna Boy, we have all these big stars. What has he contributed? Those guys are as big. They're as big as him. They're as big as Speed. But what have they contributed with all their wealth, with all their fame? What have they contributed to Nigeria? Nothing to write home about. The so-called biggest boys, baddest boys, once they go out, they embarrass themselves. Our politicians go out begging. Our superstars go begging. No dignity. It's a shame what we have reduced ourselves to as Nigerian people. Actually, it's a big shame what we have reduced ourselves to. All for what? Entertainment purposes. Look at the people. Look at the people that are at the front. Somebody, imagine IShowSpeed, 50 million followers coming to Nigeria, and this is what it can show the world. This is what it can show the world. No monument, no greatness, no infrastructure. Just
no innovation. No innovation that is unique to us as a people. As that, this is coming from Africa to the world.
Nothing.
Just all we have to show for it is just showbiz vibes, just vibes and showbiz.
Vibes, begging,
sensation.
Sensation. Oh, this is all we have. I'm the best robot. And I'm a streamer just like you. Look at, and the guy is just, he doesn't even send any of them. As the worst part. Baba just they do it in, just they do. People are just throwing themselves on him. This is how Nigerians force themselves on their oppressors every time. You see, this is the clear. You see the way Pella has been trying to force himself on Speed. That is exactly how Nigerians try to force themselves on their so-called enemies. I'm obedient. I'm articulated. All because you just want to collect your own begging, prostituting yourself to politicians. To what end? It's a shame what we have done to ourselves as Nigerian people. The youth, see how the youths can come out? The youths can come out to come and gyrate for Speed, but the youths cannot come out to protest for their own future. Jokers. You see, this liberation and revolution that Nigerian youths are saying they will not do, they will still do it. Because there's no way you can, there's no way. You must engage yourself actively in your future. You cannot be passive. You're not the one that you just think that you stay in your father's house and then success will come and meet you there. Or if you blow, things will be better for you. Look at Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was in the mindset that, oh, big boy, big car, Jeep. Now for inside a Jeep, death almost come visit him. I be death even visit him, but he carry 2 friends. Look at Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie in the so-called best hospitals. Now for there, ignorance, jam, the child die. So if you assume that individual prosperity in the midst of communal poverty will make you stand out, you are forgetting dialectics, which is to look at things from another point of view. If you have 40 poor people around you and you're one rich person, eventually 2 things will happen. Either you become poor, or hunger will so beat those 40 people that they will come and raid your house one day. That is what will happen. And that's what we see in Nigeria. It's a shame what we have done to ourselves, my comrade Liberation Child. It's a shame that we just embarrass ourselves. This is now the topic of the day. IShowSpeed came into the country, all of a sudden, all national problems have been forgotten. All national problems have been forgotten. They are, okay, we don't now, 200 trillion that was stolen from NNPC, everybody has forgotten about that. All the tax law, everybody has forgotten about that. Everything has been forgotten. Everybody has gone to cruise. IShowSpeed is the big deal in town now. This is how small the attention span of Nigerians are. And this shows the psychological problem that fun is enough. Just small fun is enough for us to forget about our daily problem. Just so we can laugh a little, we'll forget about our future. Just so we can stop small things, we'll forget about our future. IShowSpeed will be gone in maybe less than 48 hours. All these Nigerians will go back to what? Poverty. They will go back to facing the economy. The economy will go back to facing them. They will go back to their reality. They are escaping now. They will soon go back to reality. Nothing to show for it. Nothing for the future. It's a terrible situation we find ourselves in, my company. Very terrible situation. Terrible.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. A very terrible situation that we find ourselves in Nigeria. Let's take a listen to what Solomon Bichi have to say, because it seems as though he's got very strong words to really paint this picture.
From asking stupid questions to BBL snap.
IShowSpeed my way. Move.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's massive," does not mean that you have the intellectual capacity to actually have a good interview. What the heck was that? I have been so embarrassed by the clips that have been coming out of Speed's presence in Nigeria. From the cultural normalized begging in Lagos to our so-called celebrities trying to farm him. Like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip that filled me with so much annoyance was this clip from Pella.
So is it? Listen, bro. Listen. Please. I'm a streamer. I'm big. I know. But please, let's do something. I'm suffered because of Rudy. I made it.
School is not a scam, because there is no way that was Pella's method and strategy of getting Speed's attention. For Pella's status in the streaming world, especially in Africa, he should have had contact with Speed before he came to Nigeria. Even if he didn't, his team should have done it properly. Why was Speed taken to Lagos and not Abuja? Because I'm very sure if he was taken to Abuja, a lot of the things you saw wouldn't have happened. Lagos is filled with clout chasers. These people you call celebrities, they are all social climbers. They have no class, they have no content, they have no intellect. Look at them jumping around like overstimulated dogs and following Speed like groupies. Men, people's boyfriends and providers and husbands. It is such an absolute shame. I need you guys to understand that it's not just live streaming. People are building perception based on what they see from this guy's live stream. I've seen lots of people saying, "Oh, I want to go to South Africa. I didn't know this was in South Africa," after he live streamed there. So now ask yourself, what is the world seeing about the Nigerian people from his live stream? A culture of street begging, poverty, I mean intense poverty, a lack of class amongst the so-called social elites, and just a bunch of popular empty people who don't even know how to ask questions.
Well, that was very, very quite articulately expressed by Solomon Bichi. It's a media personality, and of course there's a reason why someone like Pella is more popular. This very same thing that he's trying to analyze now or criticize now. Of course, the likes of Pella became popular as a result, let's face it, of this sort of shenanigan. So he thought if he could pull that same move, it would work out, just like before. All right. He became popular by being stupid, just like this. So I don't think it is logical for anyone to basically, tongue lash him for doing what made him popular. If you were the one that did, you have the antecedents of, you have figured it out that what gave you the popularity is stupidity and idiocy, just fooling around. All right, what you continue doing, most likely the same thing to maintain that, because if you have an audience that love it, all right, whatever we are doing here today, that we had 242 live viewers now, is because these 242 live viewers love what we are doing. Of course, they are paying attention to what we are doing, or whatever we are doing is bringing us, is bringing them their attention, right? But it will not make sense for us to now deviate, to now start doing idiot stuff, stupid stuff. We will lose that audience. It's the same thing, all right? So before now, brilliant minds like Solomon Bishi, would see Pella as an entertainer. If anybody calls him out for being stupid, people like Solomon Bishi say, "Come on, man, that was his niche. That was his niche. He should continue doing what works for him." But now that he has disgraced, that stupidity, did not get the attention of someone like IShowSpeed, then it becomes a problem. Or perhaps some of them even say, like he also said that, well, if Speed would have come to, if he had came to Abuja, maybe it would have been the same situation, that, well, there are more intellectual people in Abuja, that they are just, cloud chasers, classless social elite, sects, in Lagos, that they are just rabble rousers who just want to keep making noise, and whatever content that they are pushing out is not qualitative. It is just sensational. All right. So, but well, what do you expect? And of course, some of us are glad that this stream, that this IShowSpeed stream has highlighted a very major issue in Nigeria. This IShowSpeed's live stream has highlighted so much theme, and we have taken a look at those themes as a result of during the course about 5 hours now of this broadcast. So you can play our analysis again. Feel free to use the replay, and you can replay it on Facebook, Civic Space NG. You can replay it on Movement Radio, YouTube. You can replay it on Civic Space channel on YouTube. You can also replay on Movement Radio on X. You can replay it on Liberation Chat on X. So we have dissected this issue, and we have highlighted the overall implication or overall lessons for all and sundry for the Nigerian people. This should be a lesson. It's not just something that should just come and go. It should serve as a lesson for all of us to learn from. All right? It should not just be an event that we just shove away. And that is why we will always do this. This is what we will be doing. Whatever it is that is basically trending, we would use it, we will highlight it. We are going to bring it to. All right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did again.
I dropped the video you were playing. Couldn't hear it.
You say what?
The video you're playing, I could not hear it. I couldn't hear it. I don't know if it was just me.
No, many of the videos I am playing it to overlay with commentators. If I want to make it audible, there's a way I'll make it audible. For instance, now, this is it.
To BBL Snapchat.
You can hear the video now, right?
Does not mean that
if I want to pause, if I want to remove the audio, I can remove the audio, but the video will be playing. All right, so it's quite intentional that way. So I do not overlay or override the speaker. But yeah, if I want to remove it, yeah.
To our so-called celebrities trying to farm him, like he doesn't know you, bro. He doesn't know you. This young man just wants to meet regular people, not fake people, not clout chasers, not you classist Nigerian celebrities. I've never been this embarrassed, because it's one thing to talk about Nigerian leaders, but it's another thing for them to watch the shamelessness of the Nigerian people. Another clip.
That was a very huge punchline. Don't you think so, Adege? That there's one thing to discuss about the shamelessness and the uselessness of the Nigerian politicians. It is indeed another thing for us to see the highlight of the uselessness of the social elite class in Nigeria, because by and large this highlights the uselessness or their level of mentality. The mentality of throwing themselves at popularity. Whatever it is popular is what they throw themselves at, basically.
Anything for the money.
And the same thing goes to the Nigerian politicians. You can see the desperation of someone like Mr. Peter Obi, who had 6 million votes. This is someone that usually is the first time he's contesting, and he had 6 million solid votes, and he does not even trust himself to scale up and build that support base. He would rather want to jump into. What do you say?
I said because he does not believe in the people.
Yeah.
He believes absolutely. He knows. Peter Obi ultimately knows that the current Nigerian political scene can only be determined by fellow Nigerian politicians, how they usually determine it, by corrupt practices. He needs to be in a party where he can guarantee that people will help him buy votes, so that he can now pretend like he has never bought votes before. Do we not know that if he becomes the party candidate for ADC, that the likes of them El Rufai and the likes were helping buy votes? Do you think we don't know? Have they not been doing it before? Would they do anything different? Are they not going up against one of the king vote buyers, one of the king riggers in Nigeria? So Peter Obi, this is why you say the Nigerian people, but you don't want to do coalition with the Nigerian people. You want to still do coalition with, the same elite. And this is how, like he said, throw ourselves, we prostitute ourselves. These are the Nigerian elites. These are the big boys. You see, in life, there's always a bigger fish. You see, this same Pella, in another context, he will be the one working with the bodyguards, and our Nigerian brothers and sisters will be the one trying to see him. But today, he's the one going to go and see somebody that they are throwing him and tossing him away. You see, what has happened to Pella is exactly what happens to your so-called big man and big women anytime they go abroad to go and beg for arms. This is how they are disgraced. This is how they run after their foreign masters to sell themselves and say, please give us $10,000, give us this one, help us with this one, we'll give you this, we'll sell our crude oil, we'll give you the land, we don't mind if you are killing our people, come and do insurgents in our land, it's okay, it's fine, bring any disease you want, experiment with them, give them GMO, feed them, their animals, their livestock, these are not human beings, please just give us money, just give us diamond, give us Ferrari. This is a microcosm of the Nigerian dilemma. This is the situation of the Nigerian people, clear as day. When you see begging is the order of the day, even up to the so-called big boys and big girls, begging. Pella is rich. So if you are talking about money, it's not money that is problem.
Yeah.
At least in the Nigerian context, right now, he's able to do better than a larger percent of the Nigerian population. But that did not stop. That did not give him dignity. That did not give him self-respect. So a big account balance is not directly proportional to self-dignity. And that's what we have clearly seen here. Most of these people are not poor people. These people are not, these are the elites, these are the elite class people. Bella, Gugun, these are people who are driving some of the most expensive cars in Nigeria. But did that give them self-respect? Did that make them stand as men with dignity? No. They are running after a 21-year-old boy, touting themselves, trying to pay to get to go and meet him, trying to just, for what? For fun. Not for the liberation of their own people. Look at Nigerian youths. Not for the liberation of their people, not for the liberation of their children, not for the liberation of their own future, but for clout. This is the confusion of the Nigerian youth. The confusion of the Nigerian youth. When we see, this is why we cannot stop talking. This is why we cannot stop talking. Because we've said this thing before. We've said before that our so-called elites in Africa are not elites. They are beggars. Because they are just better than you doesn't mean, just because they have big account balance doesn't mean that they are elite people. These are beggars.
Even the president goes around the whole world begging,
of course,
for loans.
Yes, now
begs
that's what
for
we are
loans.
saying now.
In fact, at some point, he was begging for loan forgiveness. I heard it for the first time in my life in APC's tenure that they should forgive the loan, that they should waive it. He was begging. He was literally begging the international community for them to waive some of the loans of the Nigerian government.
If I was a Dangote, that money that they waive for me, I'm the one that should be begging, telling Nigeria that don't worry, I'll pay because of the situation. I remember the time that I remember very clearly in the time of Obama. In the time of Obama, when America said they had debt, when Apple told Obama that how much is the debt that you are talking about, we'll pay the American debt. That was what Apple told Obama at the point in time. How much is the American debt? We'll pay the American debt. Obama say, Obama say, Look at our own Nigerian elites. They are always waving from what's in the column? From what was the name of this company that they created for them to clear all their losses, all their economic losses. When they had their economic crash, when they started dashing them loans, paying them. I forgot the name of the company. They gave them that one. Give them, okay, you lose money, government give you money back.
Is it Paris Club?
No, not Paris Club. The company is still existing today. That we used to bail them out. It was a bailout company. It starts with N. I can't remember the name. The money has not still got billions. The money has not come back. They carry this money and they used it to buy boats, to buy jets, to buy yachts, to buy everything. Nigerian youths, no bailout. No bailout for Nigerian youths. Tinubu released 8-point agenda, renewed hope. He said we'll stop insecurity. If this IShowSpeed know it, if he know say he sure for him, why they no carry IShowSpeed, carry him go Bono? Let him go and
Hey,
there.
you want make it die. Because even by and large, see all these guys, they see IShowSpeed. This is the kind of life that IShowSpeed is living now. Is this kind of life that they aspire to live. So IShowSpeed is projecting the lifestyle that they want or they imagine themselves living. And of course, they have figured it out that, well, compared to the level that IShowSpeed has gotten to in terms of social clout, global recognition, their own is still very much, very much a rookie in the scheme of things. And of course, looking at how IShowSpeed himself got popular, IShowSpeed himself was basically acting crazy with Ronaldo. That was what gave him the, So these guys, they have figured it out that, well, for you to have relevance, you have to throw away shamelessness. That is what gives you, clout in our own era now. This is our era.
It's always the black man that has to be shameless.
In this our own era.
He must always lose his
Look at
dignity
if you compare this with Mr. Beast now, Mr. Beast, that one, no wahala, no stress, just high budget, content. Now in the
just the way just the way these guys they found
your camera is somehow what happened?
Oh, okay.
Maybe you should change the angle.
Yeah, so
okay. Good now.
Just the way these guys they found IShowSpeed. Now IShowSpeed, you want this way Mr. Beast do. All of them did. And how they found Mr. Beast this though, you understand? So just the way our business president they go meet Macron. And so Macron and Macron they treat her like boy if you rub the head, sir. And so Donald Trump they do Macron. Just the way Donald Trump they do all the Macron. They expose the text, they talk say they not get mind to look the eye. You understand? So in this system, we've just been lost in a system where we're even at the bottom of the bottom. And even the so-called influencers, they are the bottom. See, if you know the bottom barrier, if I did lower, there's something below the barrier, below the bottom of the barrier.
Yeah. An influencer is just a popular slave.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a popular slave.
And you know why it's like that? See, the truth is, you are only as strong, right, or as powerful as your people. There is no strong man in a weak community. When he steps outside or when he's exposed to the external, he's a weak man. Because if you are one strong man, everybody around you is weak, right? You are also weak. You understand? So you will notice that countries like Russia, maybe Russia or even China, right? Where the people are strong mentally, their leader is also strong. You understand? He's not subservient. But even that aside, now look at this our celebrities. How they call it? Mistake. Look at this our celebrities, right? See, okay, how much do you think like would be their price to buy them? You understand? So celebrities that are running around at IShowSpeed like this, if
we already,
APC call one of these guys, say Mojo, they hear you.
We already know the price of that strongest man in Nigeria. His own price is $10,000. So that one don't tell us your
like wow.
You need a woman.
Dignity. You know where these things come from? They stem from.
In order to make me happy, and I'm going to happily for you. When you give me $10,000 now, then we started.
I told a story when I started discussing, and I spoke about
$10,000. Now I want me this one kill himself like this.
Now in price with that now. In price with that.
You can imagine what people are doing for politicians, what these guys are doing for politics. If they can do this, if they can be this stupid, $10,000. You can imagine.
You're the twerk for the politicians.
They leak politician. They leak.
And why you see some people go enter inside so rock, the first thing they go do now to lie down.
I say, I think we just they suck in dick, they go suck am sharp.
See, these are broke people. They are broken. Like they're broke. For you to do things like this,
they are broken. Their minds is broke. Their minds, not just their pockets. Some of them they're not even suffering. But in their mind is broken.
You don't tell me that. Do you want to tell me Pella has money now? Pella crashed Benz. In the same 2 days, he buy another Benz. What are you saying? Is Pella broke? Does that look like a broke person to you? Pella has money. So it's not about money. This is where you can tell Nigeria it's not about money. These people have money. I said this.
You see that thing that they say that some people are so poor. Yeah, I can hear you. When you say some people are so poor, the only thing they have is money. That's this our influencers. Continue, I beg.
Yeah. So it's not even about money. The problem is not money. The problem is the mind. That's why we always talk about decolonizing the mind. Decolonizing the mind. These people, big as they are, these people, you know what's funny? These people, you see how stupid Nigerians are? Nigerians are so stupid. Especially these people here, right? These people, Nigeria is a country of about 200 million people. That means on an average, Pella has more fans. Or Pella is more known than IShowSpeed. Pella has 200 people in his country for the most populous black country in the world. And Pella is not able to even give himself dignity. All these people, no dignity. Because in the first place, they know that whatever they are doing in their career is, is jokes. It's nothing serious. And they know it is not sustainable. Pella cannot do this thing for 10 years now. How many years do you think Pella will stream for successfully? At some point, Pella is young now, he's entertaining. By the time Pella is getting to his 30s, it will become boring. So everybody is just out there trying to look, okay, what can we do to look at that, look at this. As you are playing the video, I feel I feel angry.
No dignity, no steez, nothing. No class. Very classless.
Kick dignity away. I'm not a fan of it. But you see, I'm not a fan of IShowSpeed. But you see what IShowSpeed do. It will help us. Because if imagine say when these guys come, IShowSpeed come just like God give them attention. Young Nigerians will think that this is the way to go. They will be inspired by the nonsense if they are succeeded. If a Google had interviewed IShowSpeed was not like smiling and say, how are you? It was not. It would have shown them that encouragement. But this ignoring of at least the worst of the worst, you understand? The ones who not get talent, we say are just clowns. At least it will make some persons, at least some people hopefully will look say, maybe true, the people when are the fans, my influencer not really get anything to offer.
Now only hope if you hope. We can only hope that is what Nigeria used to think, because you see, Nigeria, very terrible. As the guy, they shank some people and they give some other people opportunity. So one way or the other, he's still promoting foolishness. This guy, nothing he has done has spoken about and I'm trying to imagine. I did try to imagine. I'm saying if I be Oyibo and I be, let's say I'm a 17-year-old white boy, and I'm watching Speed's life, and I see him go to Africa. I'm trying to imagine the kind of thoughts that will be going through that 17-year-old boy's mind. He go first the one that say, why are all these people begging for money? That would be the first thing.
Why are these people Alumanjiris?
I'm telling you. He go first the one that say, what's going on? Are they that poor? Are they that hungry? And he go come do research. He go come say, oh, this Pella, who is this Pella? He go come search Google Pella, Nigerian streamer, net worth, 50 million, 100 million. But this one has money.
Adege, you don't forget when your government they beg for the investigator for Twitter.
Abi. So the begging started from the top. The begging started from the top. Nigerian youths, let us wake up. This is not the way to go. This begging mentality is not something we should be proud of. We can't be beggars every time and everywhere. You can't be beggars every time and everywhere.
And not to even mention the fact that let's even agree that you have been economically cornered to a tight corner, and you are mentally also very broke. But are they willing to really concede as a result of this whole thing now? I believe there will be backlash, and all of this. See, whether I like it or not, even this live stream, some of these idiots will come across it, and they would be able to see what people are saying about their idiocy, basically. But how if let's even imagine that they did not see our own, because we are basically, the numbers are not that, of course it's not compared to our followers, it is impressive. Because how do you explain over 300 followers and you have 250 plus people viewing? Because that would mean that you have about 80% of your follower base viewing your content. Some of these guys barely boast of 10% of their follower base viewing their content, but it's still very much low. But let's even imagine that they come across this kind of criticism, calling out this mental brokenness in them. Are they willing to change? Are they willing to reevaluate their action and say, well, not true, this action, what would they do? Not to make sense. So do they have that capacity to really reason? That's my worry now. Right, yeah.
My host, good evening, guys.
And of course, to the street beggars also. Just 1 minute, Gentle Cargo. To the street beggars also, are they willing, despite seeing all of these things being brought to the bear now, and they will see it. Some of them will see some of how they are displaying this begging attitude. All right, would they be inspired to really say, well, I have been cornered to this tight corner by a very wicked system. Now they make me the beg like this. I am going to use this anger to basically pull down this rogue criminal system that has turned me to a beggar. I think that is where it boils down to me. If the Nigerian people and the Nigerian celebrities can have this level of introspection and do something about their situation, that is my worry. I'll pass the mic to you, Gentle Cargo. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, my host. You see, instead of them to think the way you are saying they should think now, they will now make it feel like you don't like them. You don't want to make them have something to eat. Instead of them to open their brain and now reason that, at least as a human, as an African, at least make I even protect this single value where I get as African. They would not think that. They would think like you're enemy of progress. You don't want them to get money from their favorite celebrities. Bad as the bad. Man supposed get integrity. You supposed get pride. Not be for anything. And for say, okay, you get something where if you guide yourself. Seriously, it ain't crazy gone. For person where they look up to, for person where in peers they look up to, may they come, may another person come bounce them, come am, come destroy them. That one even small. Most say na small pikin be that one. The way they do them. You see 21 years old boy. You say Jesus Christ. You are looking healthy. Say you wish you are now on top which year suppose they be making the use crushes. They no get nothing. The brain is dusty. Now just this era where we say social media don't make them feel earn more, make them they see themselves like something. If na those days where we say na newspaper they take na post office before message go from one place to the other, it go use like 1 week. Nobody go know all this one. Who get that time?
You know, Gentle Cargo.
Yeah,
Cargo.
my
You see, this thing where you just talk make me reason that fella versus biscuit something. This morning as I did shower, I just say many people know of a fella. They know of a fella. Many people do not know who fella is. They just know, oh, fella. Ah, yeah, I've heard that name, but they don't know who he is. Because if to say many people know who fella be, we will not be having that kind of disgraceful discussion.
Comparison or discussion.
We will not even have it. It won't even come up. Like anytime I hear it, I'm like, I don't think these people even know what they're talking about. Like, I'm not even interested in this conversation because I think it's a foolish conversation to be had. I just ignore.
You see, like you said, a 17 years or a 15 years old boy in a forward-thinking society, how will they picture us on that IShowSpeed stream?
Yes, now think I'm saying they go just they look see. You know, say normally they don't already the reason say say they always get all those advertisements. Save an African child. An African child is dying. Donate to an African child. You go constantly say, oh, it's really true. So these people are really dying. Let's donate to them. Let's save their life. Let's help them. Like we have just been disgraced. 50 million people. I said that is over the population of Canada. Canada is about 40-something million. That means that boy has just shown Nigeria to a whole nation. That boy is carrying a whole nation, showing them the streets of Nigeria.
Was it from my end?
And this is what Nigeria had to offer to the world. We always say, oh, Nigeria, people don't get to see us. Our information is not out there. People don't get to see what we are about, what we have. The Nigerian spirit. This is the Nigerian spirit. Begging. Cloud chasing.
Am I being aired
running
now?
after a celebrity. This one, speed they work out for your own country. Nobody did look come.
Am I being aired now?
Nigeria.
Yes, you are being heard, Gentle Cargo.
Yeah,
You are being heard. But Adegi was speaking. Did you hear his submission?
I could not even hear Gentle Cargo.
I could not hear him. I'm just hearing him now. I think my network or something.
Adegi, can you hear Gentle Cargo?
Yeah, I can hear him now, but it's low.
Oh, okay.
How about now?
Oh.
How about now?
Gentle Cargo, go on. Okay.
Yeah, so just like the government will say, stop demarketing the nation, stop demarketing the country. If they see Sarah reporters post the real deal, they'll say, stop demarketing us. Stop demarketing us. That is it.
May they go arrest IShowSpeed for painting for revealing the true nature of Nigeria.
Our bomb is now outside.
Close down their country.
the breeze.
May they go arrest her.
You want me to close down? You think say that one way Trump do for? You want them to close down Nigeria? I said this boy is carrying the whole country in his hand. He's carrying the whole country in his hand. If they arrest this boy, do you know what will happen in the world?
They know they use any of the assistants in play. Oh. Now Nigerians they use us do Marua, Keke Napep. One person it matter to them gone.
I love the APC or chins now. They don't be talking anything now because now foreign and him showcase this kind of reality. If na Nigerian this guy be now, therefore don't come for him. All of the APC.
DSS go down arrest and since DSS now DSS go down the DSS cell like this. He go dey VIP cell where they go on AC for them.
In the market.
On AC.
I don't know the kind of market where Nigeria they sell where they the market. What is their market?
So now like this now where the whole world this guy go Ethiopia, in go South Africa, in go Kenya, in go Tanzania. We not see any kind thing like this. As in step Nigeria everybody they embarrassed. Everybody they ashamed.
Yasukago, I know they hear you. You could come closer to your mic. Ambition are just me.
I don't know. I think I need to reload and come back.
Me at the year then to cargo. See what I suspect. Say, are you on hands free? Are you on AirPod?
Yeah, I'm on AirPod. Yeah.
Maybe not the thing where they cause some.
Okay.
Try experiment and come out, disconnect and make you see first. Make you
Yeah, I think I'm back now.
Yeah, audible. Very audible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, our listeners. Now the kind country
I still know they work. I'll leave and join again.
Okay.
Chetukago, speak. Make it text first.
Okay, so now the country will find ourselves. Network no good.
Well, I know they work. I'll leave and join again.
Okay.
So see,
Commissioner Ilara, thanks for your patience. Thank you. I'll pass the mic now after Gentukago.
Yeah, thank you, Oga Ilara. Thanks for holding. So the working library. No be smart. So seriously, guys, it is good that the more we are saying these things, the more it is appearing to our faces. They are trying to suppress the common man's reality. But on a daily basis, one way or the other, it is coming out to all of us faces. Now it is not about for the other countries to see. We don't care about those Western worlds. They are not our saviors. We know that we will be our savior by ourselves. But we just want to let people know that these things that we are saying is true. If Nigeria is working, why will people be chasing IShowSpeed almost 21 years? Why? See now, money. Now only money are the year. Money. Money. Why? They're not even shame. Say camera carry their face, their girlfriend, their wife, their fiancé, their family, their papa and their mama go see their face, say that they beg money.
Nothing like shame.
Nothing
be shame.
Like shame. We don't do multi-dimensional poverty. If we say we do multi-dimensional poverty, they go show us the coastal highway.
They go say na lie. If we
Nigeria
is a thriving, they go say it's a thriving economy.
Exactly. They go say na the right path. Say the reform don't shape the country in the right way. If we complain, say now we be the lowest life expectancy for the world, they go say na lie. Say now we know the shop, we know the work, now why we no shop? Like say the work day. If we say we need 24 hours light, my brothers and my sisters, they go say, "Shey you dey say ice block?" Hi, thank you. I mean, I'm dropped. Tori.
It is what it is, and that is why streaming, live streaming, as well as it is a tool in the hands of absolute charlatans, it could also be a tool in the hands of the revolutionaries. Let's pass the mic back to Comrade Shewa Ilara.
Yeah, I agree to again. I agree to comrade cargo. Comrade gentle cargo. Comrade we no gentle, we put gentle for your name. I agree to you, my comrade.
Moloya, sir. Now me gentle pass.
How you dey? Where be ancestor? Go drag ancestor. Where ancestor dey?
He go join us soon. He go collect fresh air.
Yeah, so I agree to you, comrade. Yeah, the angle you also brought in is that money, occasionally people deceive themselves, really, right? But their reality they can lie, but their reality does not lie. Yeah, we can deceive ourselves the more we like to say that we are big boys, we are this stuff. But the moment we come in contact with, some of the things that we should not really weigh in our bigness, we realize that there is no war, no fight, nothing. There is nothing. There is no argument. We suddenly just accept our reality for what it is, regardless of what is being called. And when we do so, we'll be begging for money. Can you imagine that these people have no service because they have no offering? There is nothing on the table they are bringing in. And this is our so-called billionaires also, because the behavior of the rats is the same with that of the lion, or the acclaimed lion without tooth. Is that one the lion again? Right? So the behavior is the same. Is that we are living a bankrupt economy. It's a bankrupt economy. This is a bankrupt economy. An economy that is not dependent on service or products, that is under inshallah and on God. Inshallah and on God. An economy, because for us to even build an economy that is not dependent on favor, it means we have to build systems. It means, what it then means is that somebody would have to go and trust himself, his time, his service, to deliver a service. Then it means that his service output had to be ensured, right? That regardless of whether the person wants to play a fast one on them, on the service they have offered, that they get paid regardless. But is that what happened in this country? That you could work for months, even government, they owe people when they serve in the civil service. Not to talk of private entities that people are being owed by the so-called celebrities. People are owing salaries. There is no assurance, no security whatsoever to guarantee that you will not lose, that the Nigerian people will not lose, that African people will not lose. So there is no sense of security. So everyone understand that this system can fuck you up at any point in time, and that's the fact. A guy can wake up one day and just, all of you, I know, there was one incident that somebody told me. that one idiot was given a chieftaincy title. It disbanded a company, a whole company. No, I know this company used to be around the Lukweju or Badikoro to be precise. It's because he had a chieftaincy title. In the case of D1 too, and Kenny's music, is that not what is some of the things that led to the disband of Kenny music? Oloye, you want to go and get Oye. As in this because, and why would somebody leave so acclaimed profitable business to go and get a chieftaincy title in this country? It's because what is funding the business in the original sense of it is fraud, and it's complete fraud. People are not doing business because people are not offering services. People are not challenging themselves based on services. That is why they cannot compete. That is why the only essence of their competition is who buys what and what buys what, not based on work done. They say somebody produced 52 albums in a singular album. I don't know how they produce some now because then they produce a singular album, then they produce 4 tracks. They call that one album. They produce 4 tracks of song. They call that album. But in a singular, see, one fella song track, it covers of people album 12 tracks. Because to produce 10 tracks, like they say, is 3 minutes. 3 minutes times 12, that's a 6 minutes. One singular song is about 28 minutes. One singular song. So to make an album, you have a standard of about 12. I think Two-Face created the standard album then, about 24 in the standard of R. Kelly. Between 12 to 24 track of songs. Someone did 56 or 52 albums. Nigeria said, where is this mega? Where is his medal? That service is not well rewarded. That explains why an idiotic senator who contributed nothing in whatsoever shape or form meaningfully to his society is making more money than a school teacher that is actually in a position of direct influence, what true influence is, and doing the job of educating, is making all that the teacher can make in his or her lifetime in 1 month, one singular month, for being a misruler, an idiot called Akpabio. Because I was called that idiot name. That idiot name has offended me. It has offended me when Nigerians wanted to protest. He said, if you can be going to protest, we will be here eating and dining. Useless senator. Motherfucker senator Akpabio. He said he was sick, he was rushed abroad. Anyway, I don't wish you there anyway, because if you die at this age, I think you have passed the minimum, an average minimum level that people should die. And I don't think you should die from another person's sword apart from the oppressed sword, really. So it does nothing to me. But I don't wish you well. Yeah. These motherfuckers get paid for doing nothing. Tell me one policy they have passed since in the inception of this administration that is not anti-people policy. But they get paid regardless anyway. They sponsor a project, Coastal Road, and the project is the price of per kilometer And one minister of works, one idiot came on air to come and defend this. You see, it is what are they doing for? What are they machinating for? What are they planning for? For money. What justifies their stay? Money, not product. By the time you begin to connect service to this idiot, that's when they miss their relevance. Their relevance literally finished. They stop existing the moment you are looking for relevance of service. What is the benefit of these people? I could be so you kama kuku bi gan ó tàn ju pé ká bí atúwà ń sọnù kiri that we do not even have them at all. Better. Is this a country that has combined from the upper house and the lower house, that has over 100 representatives? Does this country look represented? Is your locality look represented? Is this a represented community? Is this a represented society? No service. People are not interested in service as such. The followers of this idiot too, those that they have molded, have nothing to offer other than money. In fact, they look towards gaining the money. Money defines everything for them. Money, like in their words, they say deterrents insults, not their service. Not the service. By the time you look at every institution in this country and you begin to ask questions based on service, they lose relevance. They become uselessness. Useless. Obasanjo carry power bank. Omoali, they carry power bank. A former president carrying power bank. The idiot is carrying power bank. And during his administration, he carved out 16 billion USD from our system, from our collective resources, to say that he wants to solve power electrical issue. This idiot, by the time you just question and say, what do you do? So what have you done in your community? Oton, go and ask anybody among all these idiots, what do you do? They can tell you who they are. They are glad to tell you who they are. Like the Sonwoku idiot or Sonwele, that his name is Sonwele, meaning paying the.
Or do you know who I am?
Yeah, now all they do is that they will be quick to tell you who they are, but tell them what impact has their influence done or their office done. Autant on bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ká lòlò àwọn ọmọ àlè. So I said Sanwo-Olu said he didn't say, he went by these motherfuckers are motherfuckers, and these are the uselessness leading us. No, how can we expect anything good from these idiots? Their minds is in a bad state. This idiot for PR went wọ́n ti gé tí bàbá Ìyábọ̀ lọ. Ọba wèrè. So but let's go to Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu said, for the benefit of PR, ẹ máa wọ àwọn wèrè tó ń fẹ̀yìn sí idiot ẹ̀kọ́ máa fún gbàtì. Wọ́n wá jíṣẹ́ fún idiot yìí. They will not tell some of these idiots that their parent is the one doing them.
Wait.
The parent has never holded the political office.
Wait. Look this thing where. It go be like person wey go zoo, come go dey snap picture with babu. Look at it. It be like babu when they wear clothes for, where people come dey near and go snap picture.
You get point. But they will tell these people when they snap, say their parents are the one doing them, they will believe it. But their parents never govern Nigeria, never squandered the resources of Nigeria, never extorted Nigeria $16 billion, never, use the resources that was supposed to feed the Nation, never converted it to their own farm. Their parents never had access to national resources, but they believe it. But they will believe that. But when you tell them that this animal is not an abuse. For these people, animal is not an abuse. I wish they are animal.
Say this one won't kiss monkey.
No, I wish it's even a monkey. Monkey is better. Monkey is not an abuse. You need to go and do research about monkeys. Do you know what it means to have your life sustained in the air? The technicality to understand living in the air, navigating between a branch to the other, the mathematical calculation or geometric calculation that has to be done. We dey rate him and we think because we can talk, we think we are the only one doing science and mathematics. No, except the monkeys, maybe the chimpanzee you are talking about or monkeys that you are talking about referring to are the ones that are already trapped. Maybe the ones in the museum. Maybe I can say, we can argue that, but these ones to compare themselves to animals, no. Animals are far better. I will pick animals over these idiots. I will pick animals because animals don't forget their generational responsibility to their community. These idiots are forgetting what their responsibilities are. They have. These are not fit to be called humans in every respect or ramification. These are not fit to be called animals. To call them animals is to uplift them. These are bastard children of Africa. That is what Kwame Ture called them. These are bastard children of Africa. Reprobate minds. Agba òṣì, agba ìyà ni àwọn eléyìí. These are the people you see, you just keep. You just keep.
Looking at them alone is annoying. Àwọn tó ń wò sunkún tó ń wò ra wọn rẹ́rìn.
Exactly. These are not. So can you imagine that these people, what they have to show, even as a president of the most populous black nation twice, is to show money. That's what they have to show. Money, cash. That is their essence in life. That these ones never rose beyond the physiological needs of the Maslow hierarchy. It's not Maslow because it's the normal hierarchy of needs. That the hierarchy of needs is that meaning that after a child has been well fed, what is he going to look for again? He's going to play. He's going to look for play, He's going to find expression. Now that hunger is out of the way, he's going to find expression in some other things. In that expression, we have security. That is going to get to a point where you feel like, I should experience security of freshness of bread. He will secure the animals also within his confinement, the things within his confinement, within his environment. we would start taking responsibility for lives, for elements, for nature. Child on that take responsibility for themselves. Let take responsibility for, these idiots are just idiots, motherfuckers, idiots. So back to what we're saying, that these are the people that they learn from. These are the models. That the models are these ones. Have you not seen a viral video that went viral at some point in time when, I hate to insult women, but we insult these idiots. But when a particular, I will not mention her gender, a particular person was praying to a child and said, this biro, you will use it to do corruption. Have you not seen that prayer point? These are the idiots that influence such prayers, such spirits.
Which prayer point is that one?
I don't watch one. I watch one where they ask one small pikin girl, say wetin she wan become. She say she wan become police. So they collect money for keke napep. I don't know if you guys have seen that video.
I've not seen that one.
Very recent.
You see, so these are the people these are what they are influencing. They are influencing madness. Madness that the apex of human existence is just for money. Because this is what they have given birth to. They never taught these young ones how they collaborate for something bigger than their own individual development. What the fuck? What the fuck? Be a former president. God.
Just take a look at that ambience. Look at that hall. Look at the exotic. Look at these guys. Whenever they want to do anything, they go for the best of the best of the best. Look at how this place look like heaven. All right. One would almost mistaken that.
But they can't sustain it. They will come out of this all. If they are interested in taste, and this is what I are saying, if they are interested in taste,
the best for themselves, bro. But they give the lowest quality to the people. It's interesting. Please proceed, Commission.
Yes, they are not even involving of self that much.
Commission, Obasanjo, for example, right? That man might die, right? Thinking and believing like he was Nigeria's best person. Like he would actually think that he did well. Because there are psychopaths around him that keep telling him or keep praising him and keep hailing him. Even if he knew before, say, I lose this country, I destroy this country, he knew before. But over the years, and say as Baba they would, the people see the farms and they call mix and they do all those. He go they believe say say he actually do well. He go they believe him. And I'm glad say the guy get book. I don't know, all of them get book these days. If you go mistakenly read their book, you're going to say these guys actually think that they did something. Look at this posture now. Look at this video. You see somebody who just like I deliver. That's why I don't want to go write accidental civil servants. They will not stay right. Different things. Commission, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm wondering, are you done, comrade?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you were talking about the book, I was feeling a bit chill because I actually requested for the book I paid for it. You see, they cannot be more real. These people cannot be more real. Those guys scammed me. They are top baby. In one of these days, I'm still going there. You know, if they are still there, they are top baby. They requested. I paid for the book. They said they wanted him to sign the autograph the book. I said, wait, I don't need the autograph. Me, I like to read anything from any rubbish. He titled it In My Watch, right? Till date, they never gave me the book. That's why probably I did not read the book. But I was still able to find some of the glimpses of some of the things that were there anyway. But I could not read it because I do not own the book. Because I just wanted. Oh, I don't like what they do to Baba. Now the time when I was just come from prison, Obasanjo na fine man.
Now I'm bring GSM come Nigeria.
What a fall. So
one would almost think that someone who has gone through a lot of suffering would have, you know, the kind of empathy that is needed to rule a nation. And of course, look at the kind of it he's doing now.
Anybody
look
knows
at how
that.
he's doing. They call him Mojoano for Yoruba language. You know, this kind of pity face. Pity is projecting a very humble attitude. You know, like a dove that cannot harm. Nobody would have thought at this point that this man can destroy can wipe out a whole city just because he's hungry. Please proceed, Dr. Swaz.
No, I said it'd be like deaf and dumb where they beg for money, where you just
I'm telling you, nobody would have thought that this man can wipe out OD, a whole town, just because he felt as though his ego, or perhaps the report he's getting is that that is the best way to treat, you know, that kind of crisis between civilians and the military. Nobody would have thought that this man would embezzle 16 billion under his administration. $16 billion as at the time was no way we can account for it. It just disappeared into thin air. All right, and these are the sort of elites, and you see them dancing. They should be very sober. That is what should trigger me. The kind of failure that these guys have, you know, perpetuated calls for sobriety. You know, if you are an Olodo in a school, if you have gotten 0, you should not be proud. You should be working with a very sober attitude. You should be gentle and go about without making any noise. But these guys, you will see him still making noise that he is the best president ever in Nigerian history. This is where I draw the line. This is where I have issues, really. Please proceed, Commission. Or so as one say something.
This can pay you, liberation. This is truly pay you. But you're speaking from the heart. I can feel it. Commission, please continue.
You want Olodo to go to the back in the school he initiated? Who does that? The school of Olodo must be in front. It must be the principal. It must be the school proprietor, and it must definitely be the school headmaster. You know, so at this point, and I think Nigerians got deceived to think that uniform makes the man. No, the man makes the uniform. Obasanjo is a military man for a reason. Some of the things, this is why some of people call Baba Fela a prophet, because he sees through the uniform. It took someone like me, maybe years to ascertain what Baba Fela was singing about in the early 90s, late 80s. It took me his letter that he wrote to the Council of England, because he wrote a letter to the Council of England on behalf of Ikwere Madu. And that is where Obasanjo fully introduced himself. So Obasanjo that you saw was a facade that would look like person wey no fit chop the whole of the pack of fufu akpu, my people will call it. This is a facade, and he played the game for people who are driven by emotion and look and facade, just like they are falling into the game also that this obedience is playing. Guys talking rubbish, and you consider that humility. Person no get brain. If they tell you say you no get brain, they consider it as humility. Now to destroy you finish, remain with that. See his stomach now. See so, but this is not about this idiot, because the example, Obasanjo has no intellectual property to give. Nothing. Me, I will not be disappointed because I pay for the book, to have read the book, because I've read some more disturbing books. Many people think today I just come to speak of Adeboye and some of these idiots without knowing them. I've read some of their biographies. I doubt if some of the people who are following them understand that they have biography. They have a biography book. I doubt. Maybe one of these days I will show you that of Adeboye that I've had nothing less than 20 years now. Very bulky. So I buy. I waste my money on these idiots. Yes. To know them, yes now. That's what I waste my money on. I buy the idiot they have to say. Even though they are uninteresting. That's why I mean that they are uninteresting people. They are the most boring of the people, uninspiring. There is nothing driving them apart from individualistic personality. I doubt a generation that have made these ones school teachers, these ones institutions of learning. And such is the likes of the idiots now, because the young shall grow. Stupidity also would grow. Obasanjo has become a stupid old man. But his impact, even in the civil war, cannot go unnoticed. The impact of Obasanjo during the civil war. They will say they are acting under order. But that is not enough excuse. These people should, that's why they are interested in ending history, because there is nothing that justifies their story in our history. They are the villain when African history is being told correctly. So they have to either miseducate us or not even get us into the classroom at all, so as to sustain their so-called undue advantage only based on money. So they have to uneducate people like Pella, Egungun, and the rest. They have to make them dumb. And it's not that they are just uneducated because some of these idiots didn't go to tertiary institutions. Check those who went there. What were they teaching them? What have they trained them? Because there is nothing they should know. If they are able to read, they will know the truth. And the truth has the capacity of setting free. They are part of the conspirator that chained the people. So setting them free means that they will no longer have relevance. Obasanjo will never have relevance the moment this history of this nation is being told to us correctly, he will be at the backseat of things because these are the products they have produced. This is what they have produced. That the best of Nigerians are only a shadow when we talk of anything continental or international. These ones have no relevance. They are not designed to hope and to hope for greatness. Because to hope for greatness would mean that your input will have to be stronger than just putting all the money in your pocket. Would mean that just empowering Yabo. Where is Yabo now? I like Jibo songs. Meaning they are coming out with incantation, but the universe is not listening to them. It's now noise. So back to IShowSpeed. That even though some of our brothers will be coming, because I don't think IShowSpeed, of course, even though he's going to make more money, he's going to make more money in a sense at the end of the day. But I don't think that what would drive his focus initially of doing this is just for money. And even if it's ultimately for money, you understand that in a way, service or influence has to be done. And these people, what service are they offering? Exposing, bringing people into some knowing about some of the things that is happening in their world. And people want to connect. That explains why Facebook became a viral thing. That explains why some of the social media platforms became viral. Because people want to connect. We are a social being for a reason. So when you help people connect, you are providing a service. Is that not the service of Facebook? Is that not the service of X, formerly Twitter? Is that not even the service of the platform we are currently on? That it helps to connect. But what service does these idiot show streamers have to show? Well, let me remove Tayo Aino from the equation. I don't know how many know Tayo Aino. Tayo Aino is giving real service in the streaming world. And he has been doing this for almost a decade. So he's been good at this. Right. Some other persons too that I might not be able to remember their name.
Just because you're popular from asking stupid questions to BBL Snapchat ladies and shouting, "That's..."
Please proceed, sir. Sorry for that.
Oh, all right. I had the volume, so I thought maybe you want us to hear this.
No. It's just overlay.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it is Tayo Aino too is doing a massive work in exposing, even though it's not revolutionary in any sense of the way, anyway. But it's doing something. It's creating some exposure. But this is quite revolutionary. I support this because this is us looking at us. This is us coming to us. Some will say to explore us, others will say to exploit us. Time will tell. But this is us, one of us, coming home. but the demand at home will be that of transaction. And this also speaks to the human interactions within our space, which we call politics. That the politics that exists today within us is just for monetary gain. Monetary gain. And that, in a way, makes our relationship and interactions, our political interactions, porous. That people support politicians today because of their personal profit gain. Can you imagine? Can you imagine somebody still supporting T-Pain because of Tashere to my boss lower at the expense of his own life because he thinks he's doing somebody. Yes, he's doing vast majority of the people, but the consequence is coming back to him, mixed together. That's why I don't pity people. I don't pity people, especially if you play a part towards your destruction, because it's just a matter of time. This destruction that you are funded will speak back to you. When it does, be ready to face your consequence. Me, I don't do I don't know how to do it. When so-called AJ friends has accident, I didn't do any pity. Nothing. Why would I do pity? Because just 2 days after that accident, about 19 persons or over 10 persons died on that same road. But when it does happen to an average Nigerian, it doesn't affect you. So why should I care about you too? Because it does affect me more if it happens to one of us. Why should I bother about you? And Makoma Koni, oh my day, meaning it's just a matter of time. Nigeria is already happened to all of us. That we only think at survival mode. It means that Nigeria has happened to us all. And that survival mode, that the best of us, don't be deceived, the best of us is still at survival mode. Money and the language is money and money and money. That you cannot tell an average British that you see what we want to do today. What we want to do today is we will not give you money, but we would have chance to touch lives. Touch lights. That's a touch light. Touch light. You mean touch light? I'm not interested. I don't buy touch light. That's what he's going to tell you. He's telling you what we have to do does not have capacity to bring you money. This reminds me, because talking about service, what service does these religious bodies truly bring? I was at Covenant one day. A friend of mine was wedding. And I was at the cafeteria. This was supposed to be a student environment also with a church. I could not eat there. The smell I was perceiving. What the heck? The oozing of the smell. I could not eat. And the school fees is not cheap. And I was like, what the? You know, we usually say this joke that by the time you start, that some person should go back to the school and collect back change because they have not taught them. That's it. By the time we start asking what is it that we learned? What was the service that we exchanged value for? See, me, I know the exchange of value, what we exchange value for in this country as the oppressed. Because now the aesthetics that we exchange value for, but the aesthetics do not build people. Yes, they play a part, they contribute, but if you build, no matter the amount of money you put inside building a structure, if you fail to train the people who live in it, it's just a matter of time. That place will become a animal zone level, unable to be lived, to live there, for anything living to come out of it. It will be unlivable. And such is the Africa that we experience today, based on natural resources, based on natural endowments. Should we be in this mess that we are in? Africa is not poor, in case you have not had that. Who should be begging? IShow, who is coming from an enslaved point of view, or Omonile Oloro, we like Pella, who should be begging who? Under normal circumstances, who should be begging who? It's because the idiotic Pella has been deprived of the resources that belongs to him or her, and that is answers to all of us. That's why we have to become the beggar. And we have to become the beggar openly. In the last election in Anambra, the idiot Soludo, whether by proxy or via him, was giving people gala and drink, and they were recording them. They were recording our people for reducing them to gala and drink. A gala at that time is about 500 naira. And a pet drink is about 500 naira. So for reducing them to just 1,000 naira, they were documenting them. They were documenting vast majority of our people. And they were documenting their collaboration in their own destruction. Because when we do vote for these idiots, they want us to lose the victim card, so that we can they can encourage us to collaborate in our own destruction as African people. So that's what is left. That the only show of proof to anything in this country is money. That people no longer talk of their contribution to their society, because there is nothing they are contributing. I said Sanwo-Olu went on a PR tour. That one is even funny. That idiot is mad though. You know, when it was Ambode the idiot, because he's an idiot too. But did the work and revealing. I don't know whether you got when they forced Ambode out of office, and when Ambode realized that they were going to force him out of office, the idiot went to do press conference, an open air press conference. I don't know if you saw it during the COVID, where he now exposed that Sanwo-Olu is a medical unstable mental patient, because he released the information. So if you come at me, I'm going to tell you the video, because they have not debunked it. And that he presented the records at the Bagada Hospital, that he has been admitted there quite a number of times, mentally unstable person. Let's even say I do not believe that story when it was said by Ambode. Let's say as a Lagosian, I think that the idiot T-Pain has the best interest for us as a people. Let's even assume. See, the day I saw the PR that this motherfucker did, I knew that something is not stable in his mental health. Only stable, Sanwo-Olu stable. He's not a normal. He's a mentally unstable person. A sitting governor went on a PR tour. He put cameraman, then he saw 2 children who were out of 1.5 million children out of school. So let's say Lagos is not the highest share of that. Let's even divide it equally by 36 states. Let's say by 36 states, let's say an average of the students that are children that are out of school in Lagos, which you cannot do because the population of Lagos is about 20 million, over 20 million, if not more. So it's quite high compared to some other states like Benue, like Ogun State, like some other states, right? You know, maybe northern states, we can therefore now argue whether the numbers are more there or not. But in Lagos, so let's say about 50,000 children are outside school. Let's just say 50,000. Let's just give Lagos 50,000. Let's say 50,000 children are outside school. The idiots went viral. Carry camera, give people camera. Baba when you come, father of some people, and saw children, 2 children that were fetching water. They were see. If you talk about it's not just the 2 children that he saw that day, but he saw 2 children and said and did his campaign, PR campaign. I was not the one who released the video. The idiot self released the video. They had their TV stations. But some of us, not be all of us, will be stupid like Pellas or Egunguns, where 2 cents, 2 naira, where they don't want to give them, but they entice us. Some of us are breed of Baba Fela. We are composed in a different manner. Not be everybody go end up like Wizkid. Not be every street child go be a beggar. Some of us go desire more, and the more no be say we wan have more for our pockets. No be all of us go be beggars. I know they don train you as beggars. They don train us as beggars, but they prep us in. They try to on me. Do you know how many crusade ground wey my parents took me to? From stadium to when we talk about that later, we go talk. They turn us to beggars. We dey beg Sky Daddy. They go beg Sky Daddy everywhere. Bonke, Real Bonke. You didn't hear of Real Bonke? Now stadium shut down. You didn't hear of Winning Ways? Now stadium shut down now. Begging. They prep us to beggars, say. No be say we just wan beg o. No be say African people just decide that one day we will be begging. They prep us. We prayed our way into beggars. Now why people like us no say there is no life in this? Because if begging truly works, Nigeria would have been different. Do you know when we started begging? The days of Idahosa. So, no be all of us go mad though. No be all of us. No be all of us. Some of us go learn from the street, because the street truly represent us. Say African people, we no need leave you. We need to become uni. We no need leave you. So someone gave 2 children scholarship in his own state. 2 children scholarship. And he went to interview the parents. I saw the parents too. I was sad for them. They will call it testimony, but that sadness that they could not also see that beyond just their 2 children, there are people who are homeless, and they cannot use that as an advocate to advocate for more children to be inclusive, because the concept is never inclusive. The concept is exclusive. The more exclusive it is, the more fortunate we become. The more others are deprived, the more meaningful you become. That is misery. That is the beginning of madness. When you are not comfortable with yourself because you are driving on other people's lane. When you are not in your own element. So you don't measure your life because your life is miserable. The moment you see and say, your own life does not make any sense. But because you are seeing that some other people are experiencing a tougher experience of life, then you now suddenly say, I thank God. It's the beginning of madness. It's the beginning of madness. And that's the madness we have exhumed in large numbers. Because they don't prep us. Imagine the work where you don't do for 1960. You do it for 60 years. You intensify it in 1980. You call the plant religion like water. They prep us into this individualism. Pella is not schooled, not because of his willfulness not to experience school. It's because they could not afford it. Someone with such resources is not thinking of, let me not hear this similar story again happening to people that I know that are from the same community with me. That's not the perspective. You think it's normal that's not the perspective to what he sees with resources. Something threatening that is justifiable. Is it not in the religious text that they say that the poor shall always have in your midst? Mad talk. Mad talk. In a country that can easily fund not just its own progress, but fund the progress of Africa. Have you know that the Kajijam water can provide electricity and currently provide electricity to just more than Nigeria? Motherfucker behavior. Alien behaviors that you will be wondering. Our ancestors will be wondering and say, I got the advice from a madman. You'll be now be wondering, did they see Patrick Lumumba? Are they seeing Fela Nicola Kuti? Are they seeing Olufunmilayo Ransome Kuti? Are they seeing Queen Yasatewa? Are they seeing Queen Nzinga? Are they seeing the Aba women? Are they not seeing the Aminat? Are they seeing Rosa Parks? Are they seeing Lee Cooper? Aren't they seeing Amos Wilson? And they will tell them nobody is introducing it to them. They have done that funded education. What are they now teaching them? Mongo Park. It's Mongo Park. It's Mongo Park they are teaching them. They are teaching them Mongo Park. They have taught them how Mongo Park take over the world. How Mongo Park is truly Mongo Park. And Naso, Edo begin saying, even can you beat the imagination of that madness? That even the politicians of bad roads. Yes, Naso. That is enough for them to even do good roads for just self. See, if Nigerians see them do good roads, Nigerians with the level that I know today would never have thought about it, that they are only doing good roads for themselves just to drive the expensive cars. But that will be too much of things to do. This is how alien these idiots are. Anything that other people will benefit from by property or not, they would rather not do it. They would also want to be in that shackles. And this madness. Where is Sonwoku children going to school? They are going abroad. Don't they want to father their parents? Don't they want proximity with their children? I saw the governor of Oyo State going abroad intermittently, almost every time, to go and see his family, because that's where his family is. And I was wondering, because they are useless. Because if they are truly responsible as a family man to their children, to their direct children, to their biological children, it will reflect, it will rub off on how they govern the society. These people are useless. And I was like, it's even enough reason to build a school where your own child can even go to. People will not even know that you are building it because of your own children, just your own children, because you want your own children to be in a proximity with you, so that you can train them. But they know they have nothing to offer. These people know they have nothing to offer, so they have to give their job and contract their job out. They have to delegate it. I know you have been taught that delegation is a good thing, but even in that business school, they will tell you that there are rules and things you should not delegate. There are things that is your core responsibility to do. Only delegate things that are not your core responsibility. How can people be delegating being a father? You see? So when they come to delegate being a governor, when they leave us and Japa in a year and only spend 3 weeks in the country that they govern, that explains it. Because they are idiots who are used to not taking responsibility. When the president with any small, Romeo abroad, when he goes abroad, it's because he's an idiot. He is obviously not present. He's not present in the growth of their children. They do not inspire them. They do not have anything to instill in these children. And as such, they do not want them around, because having them around means that they would expose them. It will expose them for who they are. But the children already know. The only contract they have signed is that they are not telling you what their father is or who their father is. But we don't even need them to tell us, because we know. We see the interactions now. You can't tell me that you're a loving father and you're treating other people's children this way. You are a wicked father. I know. You don't need to tell me. You are the most wicked of all. Is it not Obasanjo that his son accused of sleeping with his wife? Is it not the Obasanjo? It's Obasanjo now. Comrade, didn't you hear it? I want a confirmation, because I want to get something to with it.
Can you hear me? Obasanjo that said, this one, he said they voted, he sleep with the wife, this one I can't go for them. Oh God, I want to.
And these are the respected figure. No, something is wrong. And what is wrong is the value chain. What are you worshiping your God for? How can you go and be begging the universe for money? That your biggest interactions with the universe, with what you claim to be powerful, is money. It's just for money. That the whole essence of measurement of your faithfulness of the universe over your life is just money that the universe does not print. How can idiots sustain such relationship with you? And you too, you continue in that. They have already deceived his parents because he's a poor idiot. He's from the wretched of the wretched. It wasn't his fault, but it's his fault if he is not coming into power to realize that he now has a responsibility to correct that. But these people hate. See, if you read Adeboye's biography, you will know why he hates Nigerians. They hate you. There's nobody that can tell me that Adeboye doesn't hate you, or Tinubu doesn't hate you. And it's the same thing with the Yaya British. It's from hate. They hate Nigerians. They can't forgive Nigerians for the things that have happened to them. Even though it's not all of us, it's some very idiot in the realm of political power. And just like all of us too, we have genuine reasons to hate. I hate what I experienced as a child. The horror I had to go through as a child, not from my nuclear family, but the horror I have to go through, I'll describe it in my biography. Some of the things I will describe only them in my biography. The horror I had to go through, growing up in an environment where you just wake up and another dead body. African China sang about OPC.
Look at the level of danger that Nigerians go through every day. This is a report of a manhole. This is a report of a manhole in Rivers State. Let's take a listen while we'll take a breather, shall we?
And I am right here at CFC flyover, and this is me drawing attention to an issue that needs emergency concern, an issue that requires emergency attention. Right here, this is an open manhole that is capable of causing accidents.
Imagine this place.
There's no sign whatsoever, and vehicles are passing by. Look at it.
To the right direction,
when there's not accidents now,
and there is no
there will still not be emergency services.
Warning people
see that photo they pass.
Now, this is not only
beside the
happening at
manhole.
CFC flyover.
Look at it. Look at it.
If you also
look at the
down
closeness.
there, you will see another manhole. They have stolen the cover. Maybe they want to sell it. I don't know why. If you go to Rumola flyover, you see the same thing. You go to Ikoku flyover, you see the same thing. So I'm calling on the concerned authority to not just get it fixed.
So this Nigerian is even saying that this is not the only place that this sort of things are happening. All right, vehicular movement is still going on as normal, and the first responders, the emergency services, they don't even put sign. Maybe people even take note from a very long distance, say manhole there here, make you drive carefully. Nothing like that. Nothing like that.
But to go an extra mile, take an extra measure to ensure the security.
This is a dispatch rider giving this report.
To deter people from stealing this. This is very, very sensitive, and it can result to loss of lives. Thank you
still they steal the manhole. They stole the manhole to go and sell because of this the iron. They go sell the iron and the kind of hunger with the whole Nigerians now because all right, what would make anybody steal a manhole? And of course, there is no even any form of sign to indicate to oncoming and ongoing vehicle that something dangerous is there. And of course, this must have destroyed so many cars. All right, and you say you get government. We say, and they collect tax. These are people that they say they want to be collecting tax, despite this level of mediocrity. Please, Commission, continue what you are saying. I just need to highlight this and bring it to the attention of the people, because this thing now, if you can't cause accident, 10 people buy, they will now be saying, what kind of devil is this? What kind of devil has come to drink blood today? These are avoidable deaths, and so many of these avoidable deaths are scattered everywhere in Nigeria. Commercial, please proceed. Thank you.
Very much. I am Oron Godswill.
Yeah. I mean, Comrade Swaz, you want to say something to this before I go on?
By the way they scare me. I don't know if I'm audible, but they scare me for that road. Imagine that road. It is dangerous. Okay, yeah. So it is dangerous for daytime. But can you imagine how dangerous it is at night?
Exactly.
And once you just enter,
very big hole. Very big. This thing, if you come out your shock absorber, even though spoil your tire yourself. Your tire have to be very big. very anyhow society. Look at how close that vehicle will pass now. So look at how close. See, we have normalized this. This should not be a normal something. This is a madness. See, when developed countries or perhaps other countries see stuff like this, they say, "What kind of madness is this?" And this is just one out of the many situations that people live with. Like nothing is normal. Look at that bus. See as he pass, just as if danger not there for that place. That is the kind of negligence. All right, negligence. The man, look at, and just to pay attention, the big man we get the truck we kill Anthony Joshua friends. We know about the person we get that vehicle. Now the driver we do reckless driving as far as the law is concerned. Now in the cash, the no cash big man we get a trailer we park for express. Nigerian judicial system is a criminal, according to Dede Farotimi. And of course, every day goes by, you see the validation of that assertion. Let's proceed. Commission, please proceed with your ministry.
Yeah, we are seeing a system
we are now 299, almost 300 across all platforms. And it seems as though our numbers are swelling, but well, maybe we should do this till the top of the hour, maybe perhaps 1:30 a.m. or perhaps 2. It is 15 minutes to the top of the hour of 1 a.m. here. So let's see if we can just push this for like 45 minutes more, and let's hope for the best. Doctor, thank you, Jerry. You say still don't they cash you? You're on duty, right?
All this man.
Wow.
Comrade, not this sleep.
Well done. No, these are the essential workers.
These are probably funny enough. This is refreshing. Comrade,
is there anybody that is sleeping in this country? Even if you want to sleep, even if you misguide want to sleep, your problem will wake you. You know when your problem go visit you for dreams, eh? Or Gafa, you don't forget school fees. For dream. Before, while growing up, they say that dream, that if you are hungry, you don't have money to spend. That's one of the fastest routes you could go. Now to enter your dream and enter any tree in your dream and eat. When they ask you for money, just simply wake up. But now, even for your dream, they ask for money before they give you food. So how you constitution? And if you manage to eat for dream, you don't pay. They go beat you. Exactly. They go beat you entire life. If they got me mad for dream. But let's so we are seeing the systemic error. One of the things that the state wants to hide is to hide the problem. The state wants to hide the problem. The state understand the marketing that it does also for them. Really, it does not make them look good also, because they want to deceive themselves that they can have modernization or civilization. No, they can have civilization outside development. That modernization can replace civilization. So when you ask an average African to measure his life, whether his life has experienced progress, take cognizance of how they measure their life. It is never on the things that affect internal but output. Even when they measure their life based on the things that were supposed to have affected internal, they still talk of it as an output. So for instance, if you ask an average student that what has changed between you undergraduate and now graduated in the last year, they will tell you that I am now a BSc holder. Even though on a normal sense of it, to be a Bachelor of Science degree holder in any field of study, the minimum is about 3.5 years. Imagine a mind that have been conditioned or being exposed to knowledge for 3.5 years. Imagine what that mind would be. But that's not the focus when they tell you that I'm a BSc holder. The focus now is on the title, not on what that thing is supposed to make them. So we are not becoming. The idea of African expectations towards things is not becoming. It's not transforming. It's not transformation. It is to just be. Be. Because at the point of be is owning, whether you can validate it or not. So the measurement of these so-called misrulers too is the same. So when you ask them, how are you able to know that your life is improving? What did Emilokon said? Said me, meaning he does not want history to forget him. By how? By ensuring that he has the title of the former president. Now why he went into politics? Now the title. Now why is the president today? He only wants that title, not the responsibility. If you ask Obasanjo too, now, that what has made any sense with his life, the deception will be that they want civilization based on modernization, not necessarily based on development, because you cannot begin to talk of development. Modernization in this case can be the part of the body of the car. Just like some things have discovered that we can actually upgrade a particular car without necessarily changing the engine. And Nigerians are buying into that idea. Well, I do not have any reservation about it, but they are buying into the idea. But if you buy into the idea thinking that, oh, the engine has no parts to play anymore. For instance, if a car is operating a lesser power light and they upgraded to a more powerful light, don't you think that you need your engine to also be in tangent with what that light would demand? Or if the body of the car is designed to make a car run at a particular speed, which is to make it lighter, and by the time you are adding more body parts to it, you think it's not going to slow the car? So they think of design without functionality. And that is, there's nothing wrong in looking at design. There's nothing looking at not putting design into the factor. Yes, your look is your hook. I have a quote that says that. I agree that one's look is one's hook. But you can take something that you would have to spill it out. Such is the beans I ate one day with a friend of mine in high school. So as we enter the street, the beans aroma covered everywhere. So without thinking about it, we requested for the beans in large quantity. We bought bread. As we tasted the beans, first leaped into our mouth, we realized that there was no salt in it. And when we spill it out, people would have said, but you should just put salt in it. That kills the whole expectation. You know, when you were in that shoe, you understand. That killed the whole expectation. That was the end of that beans and bread. That killed the expectation. Say, wait with the passive na aroma, na maggi, but salt no dey. Function, the design, it looked like it, but the design is there, but functionality is not there. So these people want design, but they have forgotten that without the functionality, the core part of function, the design cannot work, cannot exist. In fact, there is nothing called the design outside functionality. Go and check anybody working within the design and functionality. Like a doctor is here, Dr. Swaz. If the drug looks nice, there are some drugs that looks nice to take. They are well packaged, but it does not deliver on its function. Of what use is that drug? Doctor will tell you of no use. Because the function is as important as the look. Maybe yes, the look, when you are dealing with children, maybe having a drug that is smell appealing, that is look appealing, like vitamin C, for instance. I mean the yellow one that tastes sweet, that tastes like sweet. Maybe it appeals children and encourages them for taking more vitamin C into their body system. But without delivering on the functionality, it's just a waste. So it's the same everywhere. Imagine, see a beautiful building, a nice, beautiful building, but without basic facilities of lighting system in it. Without basic facilities, or maybe when you get in or you step in, when you touch the wall shock you. They say, but it's beautiful. Such are the ones at the houses that is being displayed and sold in Nigeria. They will tell you that there is a lot of house.
I don't know anywhere in the world where people convert. You can see this is Mercedes S-Class. They convert them. This is Mercedes S-Class 2010. They upgrade them to Mercedes 2020. I don't know where anywhere else in the world where this level of fraud is. See, as they commot the bumper and the boot, they commot the boot. They can't use welding. They welded the design of a 2020 into a vehicle of 2010. That is about a decade apart. This level of fraud, this level of show off. They want to show off. Sometimes you could just see vehicle of 2020 on the road. No, you don't go nothing. I upgrade them. This level of how do I even call it? There's a name that I used to call it. There's a street name that I used to call it. Some sort of show off, but there's a street name that I used to call it. Show off. In Nigeria, the culture is now becoming popular. Just to corroborate what you were saying, Comrade Ayidara, that we have a culture of normalizing the abnormalities. The show-off mentality, even from so-called poor people, is just that they have a mindset to oppress or to impress, not particularly to just live a happy life. They want to impress, They want to oppress their neighbor. And this needs to change. And the reason why would they do all of this thing, all of this naivety, what would they do? Now to re-engineer the mindset of the people. All right. And of course, we are over 301 now. So you can see that by and large, we need to reach out to a lot of people. And of course, this sort of content is necessary. Perhaps, to dilute all of the rubbish that people are exposed to across all social media. So please proceed, Comrade Dailara.
Yeah. For me, it's win both ways. Not necessarily. I appreciate the fact that we are even seeing ourselves capable of improving, some of these things, some of these tools. This also points to the fact that Irishalunda Alam, that our people are skillful. Talking about the fact that because some oligarchs, some idiots will come and say the people are not skillful, they do not deserve the investment. That's why we are not putting such investment. This further reveals that our people are skillful, that they have the skill to do some of these things if they have to. That the investment really is what is lacking, right? This it's never in doubt for me anyway. But for people who still want to argue it, at least this helps us, showcase that you can see the works being done. But I hate the idea in which it's done for, and that's what you are talking about. The idea at the end of the day is to further prove that what is not there is for poverty to compete with poverty, is to impress. Person wey never get wan come impress another person wey no get. Confusion break bone, yepa double wahala for the body.
And the owner of dead body.
And the owner of the dead body. Confusion don break bone, because there is no end to this journey. There is none. There is no end to it. Instead of us to admit the lesson that this is teaching us, and the lesson this is teaching us is that things are not enough reason for us to live for. Because the car that he upgraded from in quote was his answer prayer when he bought it originally. But years down the line,
another thing also, it's even showing that people can no longer keep up. Like before, people could actually buy this, let's say by 2025, people could have bought the 2022 model, right? At least the middle class or the average person, or person where just get small bar, right? But now people can no longer buy even these things, so they now have to fake it. You understand? Even iPhone, the same thing. They can no longer buy the newest one, so they will need to modify.
iPhone 7 where they upgrade to iPhone 17. iPhone X where they upgrade to iPhone 17. And your social elites are the one even market. They are the one marketing
it. Just imagine.
You are in trouble in this country.
just imagine. And see, the crazy thing is, this thing they happen all around. As this thing is seeping to other industries. Drug where person need, this company they produce the drug. You understand? The active ingredients are like 100%. But since people not afford them, they think, okay, how can we make people? We should make these things affordable, right? No. Instead, they'll reduce the efficacy of the drug, that's the effectiveness of the drug, then sell them at a cheaper price. You understand? So now the same thing happen almost everywhere. We are not thinking of how to make these things even. Are people supposed to afford this thing? Was supposed to be luxury now. This is not the luxury. No. Now to say, okay, oh, as this one don't come up for our league, we will find the way we want to still do a better pass. Commission one, I beg.
Exactly.
And of course, I beg no verse commission. Do not forget that this alteration, it has a negative effect for the overall safety of that vehicle. The fact that you can actually detach or perhaps cut out a section of it, you have altered the integrity of that car to withstand a crash. For instance, this kind of alteration that is coming from the back, whenever there is an impact from the back, the original design that you have taken away from it, this counterfeit design that you welded into it cannot withstand that same force or that same impact. So by and large, this is a ticking time bomb for the safety of those that are sitting now in the back. So you can see what this eye service, or perhaps trying to escape and paint a rich man outlook, the danger that is going to pose to it's crazy.
Waiting this stuff, the vibe this stuff they give me. Like the weld boots, extra boots for the motor. You just give me the vibe of DDL. Like first you just go do extra iron. just to get better. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. It goes beyond just objects. It's now people. The pressure, because on social media you go see how they take the shake yash. You know get yash. And you get money, or perhaps if you go borrow money, you'll be forced to go and do a BBL because you have been pressured to do it. So people thought that this whole trying to escape mindset is going to help them. There's need to be a re-engineering of their mindset, and they're trying to run away from it. They want to run away from the fact that yes, there's a problem somewhere, or perhaps some issues just have to be left the way it is, or perhaps deal with it mentally, or perhaps by virtue of your material reality, deal with it. All right, if you have a problem or a government that is making it difficult for you to be able to afford brand new cars, instead of you to hold that government by the jugular, pressure them to do the right thing, you want to go and cut corners and be priming outdated vehicles, thinking you can cut corners. Good luck to you. In the case of accidents, good luck to you. And of course, look at it now. I think I am getting a feedback here that there will be no more importation of Tokumbo cars except to buy brand new locally made ones. I think they want to they want to put it into law that the whole idea of Tokumbo cars would be a thing of the past. All right, as if it is not enough that what is it called, sir? The duty fee, or there's a particular fee that they used to collect all of this immigration or perhaps custom import duty, as if they are doubling it is not enough, that you can buy a car for $1,000 in auction in US, and by the time you ship it to Nigeria and you pay import duty, the cost of the car will be into the realms of around 10 million. Car will not suppose pass 2.53 million. Is now up to 10 million now. As if that one is not enough, they now want to push it a step further, because people did not want to, they refuse to push back. The government is now saying, well, no problem. We know that you're a bunch of idiots who would not push back on anything. We are going to raise the bar. Now you will not be able to import fairly used cars any longer to brag. You will now have to buy locally made ones that are even below the standard. They have not even ensured that the locally made cars are up to par with international standard. All right? So they want to pressure people now to start buying locally made cars by force, by fire. Let's see where all of this thing goes. And this whole level of trying to escape cut corners by the so-called middle class, we go see wetin go happen in the long time. I pass the mic back to you, Commissioner Ilara.
Before we pass, I take him again before we pass out, before we reach the condition one.
Please proceed.
Okay, and oh my God, it's not like the local industry has supported that they can scale. They can scale. The local industry can't produce enough new cars to meet even 10% of the demand. In fact, see, when some government agencies and even some governors even order cars from like Innocence and the rest, it takes a lot of time because these guys do not really have the ability to mass produce enough. So they need to take orders and all that, right? But a government that is serious, okay, you want to now encourage local production, right? Yes, you need to make sure they are up to standard and all that. Then if you are even subsidizing in the sense that provide enough power for the power plants to use. There should be steel mills, support steel production, right? Because if you really want to produce your cars, it's not assembling. Now assemble, they see the assemble. Not the assemble. Provide enough big, large workshops. You understand? Workshops that will be centered around the electrical part of the cars, producing it from scratch, right? The body part of the cars, the engine part, the steel part. You understand? Make these things available. Then you can now say, okay, we now have enough numbers to meet the demand if need be, and also if it's affordable. Then you can now say, okay, you want to limit the amount of importation. Maybe not even by outright banning. You can now say, okay, imported cars, maybe you now increase the tariff. Although this guy don't bastardize for this useless man don't bastardize for tariff. But in that way, right? But if you subsidize your local production enough, people will go for it. But all these people, what they'll call it, at the end of the day, they can't give customs more money because when you make it illegal, you have a porous border in the first place. So cars that with a completely car they cost 10 million, because that they cost 20 million. All right. At the end of the day, you just make things worse and worse. More money for those who are participating in illegal and exploitation, right? Then more persons will not be able to afford something that should be a common thing as a car. That is not a luxury. So, Commercial, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade. And you make a point, very, very, because I almost want to believe that when the federal government of this Nigeria ban something, that means is the end of that thing. But you reminded me that government of this guy, it means more money for them because they would have to import it regardless. In fact, some of the people who will now be funding it will be those who are supposed to be custom officers. Is that not what they did with rice? That there was a banning of rice, and for the years that it was banned, people were still buying the foreign rice. Well, let me also make a remark. I tried the local rice, like a good citizen that I am. But when they wanted to give me kidney stone, with the stone that I was okay, I requested for rice, not stone now. Emma Pami now.
That shock when you shop price because your shop stone. The shock. That double shock.
Emma Pami now. And this way you know that the intention originally was never to boost the economy locally. Because if your intention is to boost the economy locally, like you have said, empower the local businesses with infrastructural support. That's all you need. Don't go and forth. Do we have this this government magic, this idiot, they have a way of playing a fast one on us. if they want the local industry to be patronized, there are things the government will do. Number one, have people now subscribed to the fact that they do not want to drive brand new cars in their life? Like me personally, I hate buying used stuff. I hate buying used stuff. If my money is 10 naira, if they say designer use is 10 naira, I'm going to go and buy brand new that is 15 naira. Because the psychology or the effect that does in us psychologically is also very strong. That the economy, I was taught in history and partly economic class that Africa is the dumping ground economically. That's a bad teaching. That's not a bad teacher. I love the fact that the teacher was able to tell me the truth. Even I love that fact. I love that part because it prepared me for the shocker that I'm seeing now. This is why it's not shocking me. These are the dumping ground. How can we be driving a car of 2010 car in 2026? How can we be celebrating 2002 car
Commissioner,
in 24 years after? Come here, you are saying something.
Yeah, I think if you want to try buy brand new, you will be like Fela Fred for ODO, overtake, overtake. But they save money to buy. Every time I want to buy the fan, the price will go up. That's what car comes in. I want to buy brand new and the price will go up.
No be just brand new, comrade. A friend of mine bought Toyota Sports car. 2013 model. He bought it about in 2022 thereabout or 2024. He bought it for 6.5 million. We were out shopping for a car, maybe late 2024, around Ikeja. The same car, the same sports car, Toyota sports car, 2012 model. They were asking the demand price, final price was 12 million. Not is even the particular year of 2014. No. The asking price, no, not the asking price, the final price was 12 million. Sporty, early sports. His own was 2013 edition, but the one they had was 2011.
Jonathan was still president. We don't get 8-year the time of Jonathan. Now people they afford now. Like, and they afford, me saying afford. Like, they manage, they struggle, dude.
No, that why OVD overtake. Is it OVDO or OVOO?
ODOO, overtake. If a lad that first day they go buy brand
for fun. For fun. He don't ask too much for fun. Say he won't buy fun. We don't ask too much for cars. Say we won't buy car. We won't buy tool of effectiveness. Because that's the definition of car in my own definition. Tool of effectiveness. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to drive a car? They can't make driving a car 2012, 2011, 22. In fact, if you manage to 24 car, you don't be God. You don't be God mode. They can't make that one rocket science.
If you get 24 car, Kenya go define you. You wanna work together.
They don't make that one. Eureka moment. No now, don't be like this now, don't be so now. So but back to this part of the car, right? That we could, even if we want to show how creative we are, if we are not colonized, we could have done it differently. I would love to drive a car that is unique to every car on the road. I would love to drive a car that speaks to the fact that I'm an African to start with. And I think by the time we start becoming human, it's the same thing. It's the same way how we ended the creativity of Abba in this country. And the colonization of taste, of what we want. All of us want to drive the same car because in code, they said Mercedes car, na big man car. Have you forgotten that when Toyota also came in, it was the rave of the moment. He was the champion. Toyota Camry lights. Omo Nigerians, just bought rubbish to that car. It was as if they have once you have that car, your life has set. Then they now moved into the realm of the SUVs, into Pangolo realms, the Pathfinder. No, what I know, Pathfinder, your life don't rest. There was Pathfinder, there was another one. There was another one in that range of Pangolo form. But see, we cannot deceive ourselves in this system. Nigerians went in Lagos. If you drive those cars in Pathfinder, they go take it to weather. May they do one guard. Civic space go remember. They go take it to weather. May they do Baba sheet buruku in front of you so that if any car jam you or you jam any car, Highlander, I understand which are the talk. Toyota Highlander.
If those cars jam you at 50 kilometers per hour, you don't feel survive. Even at 40 kilometers per hour.
Man. Man. So let's continue. So I would have even loved it if this creativity is still at the mode of genuinity, like dynamic, like we are speaking to creativity, just like our Igbo Abba brothers were creating then. They were making things. But until Nigerians sponsored with the fact that there was no support by the Nigerian institutions, Nigerian government, until they got to the mode where they said foreign or nothing. For those ones to also now compete, they started changing the name. They started putting Nike to tell us that this is Nike. They started adding triple D to Adidas. Adidas was the Adidere. We started seeing all manners of names. In short, we ended the creativity of a whole generation out of the fact that this institution was deceptive, not supporting them. Because you cannot say you are supporting an institution without putting an institutional backing behind it. How can government put an institutional backing behind it? Have government purchased the car? Did you remember that this administration, the first things that they did for themselves, the first way they settled themselves is to settle themselves with cars, SUV cars, running into thousands of dollars. About 200 and 250 million naira of car, foreign. It didn't occur to them then that they can speak to the local, I wanted to say manufacturer, but they are not manufacturing, you get. Because if we are manufacturing, it will have a ripple effect on our technology. It will have a ripple effect on our infrastructures. It's not the fault that we are not manufacturing. If we are manufacturing, the steel mill at Jakarta will not be done
It seems as though commercial is having network, or is it just me? Okay, I think it's commercial
It's not
having
just
a network.
it's not just
Yeah, it's network breakdown from commercial. Well, I think we have been able to highlight a very very clearly today. Let's take a recess. We'll be back tomorrow, and our topic today has been high show speed, and and all of the lessons that came into his visit to Lagos yesterday, and of course, the lessons that we have been able to extract from it is the theme of self-respect. Thank you so much, Ahmed African Wala. Thanks for being with us all the way, all the way, all the way. So yeah, we have been able to extract the theme of self-respect, and of course, the highlight of the importance of live streaming or internet, because ordinarily, if it were to be just a Nigerian that just goes around giving the reality of the Nigerian situation, they would say, yeah, is basically demarketing the country. But because of this live streamer, the whole world saw the reality of the Nigerian situation, and that is quite a positive thing in the side of the oppressed. We have also highlighted, the importance of being true to ourselves as the oppressed. Are we prepared to actually do something about our situation, or we are very much going to remain, wallowing in the state of being a victim or playing that victim? How long do we want to keep playing the victim? Are we willing to rise and basically, bring an end to what has brought us to where we are? Because to the whole world now, they are seen us as beggars, and it's just the ordinary Nigerian, including our very so-called leaders, have turned to global beggars. So what do we want to do about this, our reality? What is the solution to the problem? Are we going to remain docile, not surrendering to our faith, or we are willing to organize as a people, as oppressed people? Are we willing to form a force, all right, a coalition that will bring an end to an oppressive system that has brought this shame on us? Because this is a shame. This is global shame. All right. Are we going to work together as oppressed people? And of course, what will be our own recommendation? Our recommendation is very, very simple. All right. We don't just talk about the problems, we talk about the solution. This is not a political platform, but at least we have made research about a political organization called the African Action Congress, AAC. Power to the everyday people. Are you willing to be a part of this great organization? Join, organize, lead. That has always been our solution to the problem. Are you willing to basically not keep complaining? As African people, are we willing to take steps to put an end to what we are going through? Of course, if you have any other political platform that you can introduce to our audience, feel free to pick up the mic and relate with us. We'll give you the opportunity to project your own political platform as an alternative solution to the already broken, rotten, parasitic political hegemony in Nigeria, and of course, by and large, to Africa at large. So let's do this. If you think what would be the solution is to remain silent, I think we have tried that, and I believe by now we should be bored to keep silence. If you think it is to submit to the rigged, rotten system, well, good luck to you, and hope you are aware that 20 years down the line, 15 years down the line, history will have one or two things to say about everybody's decision. And of course, on that note, we would wrap things up. Big shout out to you, Dr. Swaz. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Comrade Shinwa Ilara. Big shout out to all the comrades that are joined us in today's broadcast. It is 26 minutes gone past the hour of 1 a.m. from my side of things, and we have been streaming for 7 hours, 17 minutes, and we have peaked at 319 people joining our broadcast. Let's do this again. If you look at the message on below your screen, it says 6 p.m. every day, West African time. We highlight current affairs, everyday issues, and we extract lessons that we can gain as ordinary people in our various countries across Africa. So be a part of this program by subscribing to our YouTube channel. We are on YouTube, Civic Space NG, Civic Space channel, and of course we are on Movement Radio. We are also on Facebook, Civic Space NG. We are on X, Liberation Chats, and of course Movement Radio. Subscribe. There are many platforms where you can engage us. Send us messages and we'll be able to respond to you in real time. Thank you so much. Let's keep organizing. Let's keep doing what we have to do to break free and to facilitate the total liberation of our people. Thank you so much to everybody that have joined today. See you tomorrow and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.